Hello and welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook. Explore our playlist for more captivating novels, and don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you never miss a new audiobook. Now, let's dive into today's story. Chapter 201 Killing the Celestial Dragon's Guard, Can Taking Kaya Hostage Threaten Rosen. Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, you can also freely control the range of shock. The Celestial Dragon's Guard standing behind Tashigi and Hina finally showed a shocked look. He raised his head and looked at the figure falling in the sky in great surprise. It wasn't just that Rosen had Conqueror's Haki who was so powerful and able to freely control the range. They were even more surprised that Rosen dared to take action against the Celestial Dragon's team. Does it mean that he really dares to attack the Celestial Dragons? The guard thought of what Hina said before and looked at Hina quickly. Hina naturally heard the guard's voice. She nodded slightly and sighed. My mission has failed. And your escort mission will also face failure. When the guard heard Hina's words, his heart tightened inexplicably. At this moment, a shadow appeared behind him. Subconsciously, the guard turned around and slashed at the figure behind him with the sharp blade in his hand. However, strangely, he found that his head felt strangely relaxed, and his vision began to turn upside down. Then, he discovered to his horror that he actually saw his headless body. Ah, have I been beheaded? With this last thought, the guard fell into the darkness, 487, forever. Boa Hancock, killing the guards without hesitation, and in front of the Celestial Dragons. This guy Rosen is really Peacock. It seems that we are too late. Habari. What will happen to Hina, Tashigi and the others? Stussy. These two women, if the Celestial Dragons really die, even if they are not killed by Rosen, they will be held accountable afterwards. Perhaps, they will be imprisoned in Impel Down. Baccarat. Although it is dangerous to attack the Celestial Dragon's guards, I have to say that Rosen is very charming like this. Widub. If Rosen takes action against the Celestial Dragons, he will definitely be involved in big trouble later. If he becomes associated with him, he may also bring trouble to the Whitebeard pirates. However, if he can save Dad and Ace if you do that, there won't be any trouble. Charlotte Smoothie. As long as they have Rosen's power, even the world government and the Big Mom pirate group will not be afraid. Tisk. Conqueror's Haki can handle me. I thought he would be a great guy. That's the result. I can't even withstand a single blow. Rosen shook his head in disappointment and sheathed the long blade. Hina was silent. Seeing Rosen in person again, especially in such a scene, she suddenly didn't know what to say. The ideas that were previously thought up to stop Rosen seemed to be impossible to achieve at this moment. Tashigi looked at the body of Rosen's fallen guard. If I had such power. Quote. The previous villagers wouldn't have fallen because of me. Single quote. Thinking of this, Tashigi came back to his senses instantly. Rosen, help them. They're hurt because of me. If it were you, you would definitely be able to save them. Tashigi stepped forward, grabbed Rosen's arm tightly and begged. Are you talking about them? Rosen followed Tashigi's line of sight and landed on the three villagers who had been shot down by the Celestial Dragons because of Tashigi. It would be a shame if they were just injured. I might even be able to help them. But if it's already dead, then I can't help. Rosen shook his head and said. At this moment, as Rosen arrived at the scene, Kaya had already begun treating the villagers injured by Colonel Rat's soldiers. Only the villager who first collapsed due to Tashigi, Kaya did not go to treat him. It's not that she doesn't want to, it's that they have lost the breath of life. How so? Tashigi shook his head and ran towards the fallen villagers. After seeing his dilated pupils, Tashigi fell to his knees in pain. Rosen just glanced at Tashigi, then withdrew his gaze and focused on Hina again. The people who died were not the villagers of Kokoja village, and Rosen was not saddened by them. At best, Rosen would feel a little regret. Hina, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. I have to have a chat with you and Tashigi later. I'm very curious as to why you two are able to appear here. As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out. Rosen raised his hand casually, and a bullet fell into his fingers. Huh, didn't it hit? After coming back to his senses, Celestial Dragon's Charmik frowned and looked at Rosen in confusion. Haha, are you blind? Didn't you see that I caught the bullet fired from the gun in your hand? Rosen sneered, and directly crushed the bullet into iron sheet under the gaze of Charmaine. Then, Rosen turned into an afterimage in front of Charma Kushung and appeared in front of him instantly. Chalmik Saint didn't even have a chance to react. The gun in his hand had been cut into two pieces by Rosen with a knife. Damn guy, how dare you cut off my gun? You are finished, I will make you my slave and you will be humiliated for the rest of your life. Saint Chalmik stomped his feet angrily, raised his finger and pointed at Rosen and cursed angrily. Oh, really? Then how do you make me your slave? Is it just because of the guards standing behind you? Rosen sneered and looked at the black-clothed guards behind the Celestial Dragons who had received care but did not faint because of his Conqueror's Haki. The guards immediately became wary when they saw Rosen looking over. The fate of the guard who stood behind Hina and Tashigi was still fresh in his mind. They didn't think that the vicious man in front of them who had defeated Golden Lion and Hawkeye wouldn't dare to kill them. Yes, the moment I met Rosen. They already recognized Rosen's identity. It was precisely because they knew Rosen's identity and Rosen's strength that they did not dare to stand up and attack Rosen, but secretly stood behind the Dragon Man to guard Rosen. But now, when Rosen's obviously fierce eyes fell on them, they understand that if they don't take action, they may never be able to take action. Do it. The leading guard gave an order, and the 7 remaining guards divided into 2 teams. 3 people attacked Rosen, and the other 4 attacked Kaya, who was healing the villagers not far away. Court death. Rosen's eyes narrowed, and the sun blade in his hand suddenly ignited into a blazing fire. Then Rosen's body turned into a fire dragon and quickly passed by the 3 of them. Breath of the sun, Ichinada, dragon of the halo, head dance. Click. A crisp voice sounded. The heads of the 3 guards were instantly separated from their bodies, and were immediately engulfed in blazing fire. Seeing this scene, the 4 guards who attacked Kaya became even more nervous. We must capture this woman. Only in this way can we use her as a hostage to threaten Rosen. Quote. The guards finally saw it. The Rosen in front of him was more than just trying to attack them. Looking at that slash without hesitation, I am afraid Celestial Dragon's Charma is a saint and Rosen will not take it seriously. If Kaya, the weakest member of the Flame Blade Pirates, cannot be successfully held hostage, they and the Celestial Dragons they protect may all be raised here. The diary copy holders stared closely at their diary copies. To be precise, I was staring at the video that Rosen was recording live titled, Encountering Celestial Dragons Again. That's right, the moment Rosen arrived at his destination, he had already turned on the video recording function. Finally, he encountered the Celestial Dragons again, and they were the same Celestial Dragons who once ordered to bombard him. How could Rosen not record such a scene? Boa Hancock. This man Rosen has done a great job. Bello Betty. Haha, what a delightful scene. Koala. Great, those Marine guys can't let Rosen become Marine now. Charlotte Smoothie. So what if Marine's people find Rosen first? There is still no way to stand on the same line as Rosen. Black Maria. Now, those female Marines should be crying. Run T. 3 guards attacked Rosen, and the other attacked Kaya. Do you want to take Kaya as a hostage? It's really ridiculous, Kaya's strength is not weak. Baccarat. And Rosen is surrounded by Nami, Karina, Yuta and other partners. Gion. The situation is really bad. Khalifa. As for Marine and world government, it's really hard to be on the same page as Rosen. If Rosen develops, Marine and world government may not be his opponents. Doesn't it say in 5.7 that it will be dangerous if I continue to stay in CP9? At this moment, Khalifa, a little CP9 agent, was filled with worry. Succeeded. The 4 agents who attacked Kaya were all happy when they saw that Kaya seemed to be frightened and did not move. They had all seen the news about Rosen's fight with Hawkeye at the Sea Restaurant. Of course, they also paid attention to the information about Rosen's partners. Nami, a swordsman who can compete with Hawkeye. Although Nami was quickly defeated by Hawkeye, this was enough to prove Nami's power. Coupled with the super combat power shown when Nami and Rosen were fused, the guards believed that Nami had great power. After that, Inlina and Yuta teamed up to stop the tsunami. In the eyes of the guards, Karina and Yuta are equally powerful. Only Kaya, although Kaya has demonstrated powerful healing abilities. But in the eyes of the guards, Kaya's own fighting ability is very weak. Naturally, everyone wanted to use Kaya as a breakthrough and wanted to seize Kaya to threaten Rosen. However, their thinking is wrong after all. And, it's so wrong. Chapter 202 Break My Legs. Celestial Dragons, do you still have anyone who can follow orders? Thank. Swish, swish, swish. 3 strong winds passed quickly. Nami, Karina, and Yuta appeared in front of the 3 guards very quickly and stopped them directly. So fast. The 3 guards were surprised by Nami's performance. But when he saw the remaining guard continuing to rush towards Kaya quickly, there was a look of expectation in their eyes. However, their expectations were soon replaced by shock. We got it. When the guard saw that he had arrived in front of him, he reached out his hand and grabbed Kaya's neck in surprise. However, at this moment, Kaya quickly reached out and touched the guard's arm. The guard who originally seemed extremely confident suddenly became extremely awkward when Kaya touched her. Gion's eyes narrowed. Having had experience fighting Rosen, she immediately understood that Kaya had used the same trick that Rosen had used on her. The ability to prevent the body's nerves from freely controlling the body. Single quote. Sure enough, Kaya has mastered this trick now. Single quote. Gion sighed in his heart. How come? The guard wanted to stand firm with his legs on the ground, but he found that he could not control his body. In an instant, he fell to the ground and twisted awkwardly. It's you, what did you do? The guard looked at Kaya in horror. Please don't treat me like a weak woman. Kaya glanced at the guard coldly, then punched out, landing on the guard's stomach. Although Kaya is kind, she sees the actions of the celestial dragons. As for the guardians of the celestial dragons, she will naturally not use her kindness on them. Kaya's powerful power from Tsunade instantly shattered the guard's internal organs. Puff. The guard spurted out a mouthful of blood and stared straight at Kaya, whom she thought was very weak. However, before he could say any words, he closed his eyes forever. Kaya then continued to reveal her healing work without even looking at the bodyguard. At the same time, on the other side. What? That Kaya actually has such a powerful power. Did I see it wrong? The earth is broken. Damn it, the information is wrong, that Kaya is not weak at all. The three guards who fought with Nami, Karina, and Yuta saw their tragically dead companions and the cracked earth beneath them, and their bodies and minds were filled with surprise for a moment. Because they were too surprised, their actions in fighting the three Nami people also stalled for a moment. But this moment of stagnation was enough to kill them. The naginata in Nami's hand, the spear in Yuta's hand, and the dazzling thunder and lightning in Karina's hand instantly hit the fatal spots of the three guards. The three of them followed their companions directly without even humming. At this point, the only ones still standing in the Celestial Dragons team are the Celestial Dragons themselves and the Mouse Colonel who Rosen deliberately did not use Conqueror's Haki to take care of. At this moment, after witnessing Rosen and his group's killing spree, Colonel Mouse's legs had already weakened and he fell to the ground. A pair of eyes looked at Rosen in particular horror. He understood that Rosen had dared to kill the Celestial Dragon's guards. Then he would also dare to kill him. Compared to the guards of the Celestial Dragons, he was a Marine Branch Colonel, and he was also a Marine Branch Colonel who was leading the investigation head-on. On the other hand, the Celestial Dragons themselves did not have the slightest fear of what they saw in front of them. The only thing in his eyes was Rosen's anger for daring to kill his property. Asshole, what have you done? I am a Celestial Dragons, how dare you kill my people? Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Come here, kill this man for me. No, break his legs first and make him understand that he should kneel down before seeing Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragons Charma Kushung raised his finger and pointed at Rosen, and said fiercely. Bello Beti, the Celestial Dragons are indeed the Celestial Dragons. Even in their current state, they still have such an attitude. Monet, it's really unimaginable that such a person would be a Celestial Dragons with the young master. Dole, please, Rosen, please hold on, don't let things get to the point of no return. Boa Hancock. Kill him, Rosen, kill him. Ain. At this time, Gion should be contacting Tashigi and Hina to stop Rosen. Oh, I'm afraid that even if Tashigi and Hina stage a honey trap on Rosen, Rosen won't appreciate it. In fact, it was just as Ain expected. Gion is indeed contacting Hina and Tashigi. It's just that Tashigi's thoughts were so involved in the dead villagers that he didn't notice Gion's message at all. Although Hina saw Gion's message, she has not yet taken action. Karina was noticed and stopped her in her tracks. Don't image our captain. Otherwise, I don't mind knocking you out. Karina put her hand on Hina's shoulder, glanced at the chat message between her and Gion on the copy panel of Hina's diary, and said with a smile. Seeing this, Hina could only sigh and gave up the idea of going up to talk to Rosen for the time being. She could see Karina's seriousness. If she continues to do something that goes against Karina's thoughts, she will really be knocked unconscious. If so, there is really no way to change the current situation. Therefore, it is better to close the diary copy in advance and wait for the opportunity that may come to stop Rosen from killing the Celestial Dragons. Looking for someone to break my legs. Celestial Dragons, you'd better take a good look to see if there is anyone around you who can obey your orders. No way, you expect this guy to do what you say. After hearing what Celestial Dragons said, Rosen sneered and looked at the trembling Colonel Mouse who fell to the ground. Celestial Dragons Charma Kushung frowned. He looked around, and then he noticed that only Colonel Mouse was awake among the people around him. Didn't you hear my order? Saint Chalmok asked Colonel Mouse in a cold voice. My God, Lord Celestial Dragons. Colonel Mouse looked at Saint Charmaine tremblingly. It's not that he doesn't want to obey orders, but that he really can't do it. Huh, didn't you hear my order? Seeing that Colonel Mouse did not act, Saint Charma frowned tightly. He can't do it. He simply doesn't have the power. Rosen shook his head and looked at Colonel Mouse. Hey, do you remember my face, Colonel Mouse? Hearing this, Colonel Mouse immediately nodded. Of course I know you, you are the world's best swordsman Rosen. Rosen, you know the people around you are Celestial Dragons, right? I think you should calm down, your current behavior is causing trouble for you. Rosen looked at Colonel Mouse who seemed to have found some courage and shook his head. It seems that you don't remember that you blew away my ship. That's right, I was just a nobody at that time. How can a marine like you, who has so many things to do and is busy with corruption, remember me? Thinking about it this way, it makes sense that Celestial Dragons can't remember my face either. Hearing this, Colonel Nishu was a little stunned. I blew up your ship. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Colonel Mouse shook his head quickly. He didn't think he had the strength to blow away the ship of a strong man like Rosen. Just a little reminder. Two celestial dragons gave the order, and you gave the order to fire. Rosen laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, Colonel Mouse's memory immediately appeared in his mind. You are that person. How is it possible? That person has obviously died in the tree. Colonel Mouse said in horror. Haha, just remember me. In this way, you won't not know who you died for when you arrive in another world. Number 773, right, it's not just me. Nami, you also have a share in Nokigao's debt. You're right, Nuo Chigao. Rosen smiled and looked up at the sky. At this moment, a hawk's voice sounded. Along with the sound, a huge shadow fell rapidly from the sky. Before Colonel Mouse could even react, people had already arrived at Kongchen. No, no. What a monster are you? Colonel Mouse struggled fiercely, trying to free himself. However, his strength was no match for the creature that caught him. In just over 10 seconds, Colonel Mouse had reached an altitude of more than 10 meters. He looked up in horror and saw that the creature that caught him was a huge eagle. The eagle eyes stared at Colonel Mouse silently, making Colonel Mouse even feel as if a knife was pressed against his neck. Charlotte Pudding, what a big eagle. Vivi, wait a minute, Rosen mentioned Nakigao earlier, is that eagle a Nakigao? Nico Robin, the template of Mirajan owned by Nokigao has the power to transform into a demon. In addition, can it also transform into various animals? Peacock, if that's true, then this ability is really versatile. Runty, you can also transform into various animals. What a good thing. Just as everyone was talking, the eagle that caught Colonel Mouse changed. There was a flash of light. The original eagle turned into Nokigao, whose hands turned into wings and legs turned into claws. Stussy, it's really nocturnal. Mirajan's power seems to be more useful than imagined. Gion, being able to transform into an animal and possess the power of an animal, does that mean Nokia has mastered multiple zone fruit abilities? Monet, strange, why do I always feel a little close to Nokigao when I see him in this form? I am a person with snow fruit ability, so I probably have nothing to do with eagles. Chapter 203 Celestial Dragons are interested in Nokigao. She is the real beast. Thanks to the boss. Colonel Mouse, it's been a long time since I've been famous. I'm Nuo Chigao, you should know me. Nuo Chi raised the corner of her mouth and said to Colonel Mouse with a smile on her face. Nuo Chi, no, I don't know you. Please, let me go, okay? Begged Colonel Rat. Haha, lying is not what a good boy should do. Sorry, I forgot, you are not a good boy. Nuo Chigao shook her head. As for what Colonel Mouse said, she didn't believe it at all. However, if you ask me to let you go, I can satisfy you. After Nuo Chigao finished speaking, he released his paws. Colonel Mouse's eyes widened and he felt the rapid fall of his body. He danced his limbs crazily and screamed. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the body of Colonel Mouse smashed a hole directly next to Celestial Dragon's Charmic Saint. Help! Help me! Colonel Mouse vomited blood and raised his hand with difficulty towards the Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragons frowned and looked at Colonel Mouse with some displeasure. What a useless guy. If you die, who will listen to my orders? Asshole, stand up, or I'll shoot you. Saying that, Celestial Dragon's Charma Kushung subconsciously took it from his waist. After realizing that his gun had been cut off by Rosen, he looked at Rosen angrily again. Rosen ignored this and looked at Colonel Mouse with some emotion. This world is really strange. Even if it is trash, it will not die if it falls from a height of more than 10 meters. Rosen lamented. Especially when he thought that Zoro's best friend Kuina would die after falling down the corridor, Rosen was even more emotional. Give him the final blow, Nokigao. Rosen raised his head, looked at Nokigao falling from the sky and said. Nuo Chigao nodded slightly but did not refuse. Rather than saying it was a rejection, it was better to say that Nokigao took the initiative to apply to Rosen for the opportunity to confront Colonel Mouse. Although Rosen wanted to seek revenge from Colonel Mouse. But Nuo Chigao is his partner after all, and he has a blood feud with Colonel Mouse. Therefore, Rosen did not mind giving up Colonel Mouse to Nojigao. He just needs to deal with the Celestial Dragons. There was a flash of light. Noki's half-human, half-eagle state disappeared and was replaced by a gray, huge brown bear that was over 3 meters tall. Dole became a brown bear again. Zala, what a convenient ability. She can change all animals. Sati-chan, I suddenly want to have this ability. It would be nice to be able to transform into various cute animals. Runty can transform into various animals. In this case, isn't Nokigao the real beast? Nokigao is not a demon fruit power, she can also turn into a fish bar. Gion, if she could turn into a fish, Nokigao would be a real creature of sea, land and air. No, the real trouble with her is that she can turn into a demon. Ordinary zone demon fruit power is troublesome enough if you practice it to the limit. If Nuo Chigao cultivates to the limit, she will be in even more trouble. It seems that the attention to Nagio must be increased. Ho ho ho. Nuochi roared loudly and stretched out her paws to lift the mouse kernel from the ground. No, don't kill me. I'm innocent, help me. Colonel Mouse struggled violently. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not resist the bear's strength. Innocent. Haha, what a big joke. Nuo Chigao sneered and said. Colonel Mouse, don't think that I don't know about you and the dragon pirates. For Nami and I, you are also our enemy. Only you, I will never forgive you no matter what. Luo Chigao directly hit Colonel Mouse on the ground. The strong force instantly doubled the size of the hole under Colonel Mouse. This time, Rosen was able to confirm that Colonel Rat was dead. At the same time, somewhere in the Sea of New World, the pirate ship led by Black Maria searching for Rosen is sailing on the sea. At this moment, Jin Rami and Black Maria were staring intently at their copies of the diary. It's amazing. Nuo Chigao's power is really amazing. If we could master receiving magic, we wouldn't have to eat artificial devil fruit. Jin Lami looked at Nokigao's transformation ability in great surprise. Thinking about how nervous he was when he ate the artificial antelope fruit, Jin Lami became even more envious. If possible, how much she hoped that she would be the one to get Mirajan's template. Of course, it's not just Kim Rummy who is envious, Black Maria is also envious. Indeed, Nuo Chigao's ability is quite outstanding. It's a pity that receiving magic may only be used by those who have Mirajan's template. Those of us can't learn even if we want to. Nokigao transformed into a human eagle form before, which is like the human form of Zone Demon Fruit power. Black Maria said. But, Lord Black Maria, isn't Mirajan's receiving magic that Rosen mentioned used to receive demons? Why is Nokigao able to transform into an animal? Kim Lami asked. Since receiving magic can even accept the form of monsters and demons, the form of animals is naturally not to mention. Black Maria said. After a pause, she continued. After Nuo Chigao's abilities are revealed to the world, Captain Kaido will definitely be quite curious about its abilities. The ability to transform into various animals and demons cannot be described simply by the ability of a fantasy beast species. Hearing this, Jin Lami narrowed his eyes and suddenly said. Transforming into various animals and demons. If this ability is called a devil fruit ability, it is simply a devil fruit. Black Maria's eyes lit up and she nodded in agreement. Indeed, Nuo Chigao's ability can be called 100 beasts. The appearance of Nokigao will definitely make Captain Kaido want Rosen to become a member of Beasts Pirates. It seems like we can sing quite naturally while we're out searching for Rosen. Hearing this, Jin Lami was also happy. As a person who wants power, Kim Rami naturally hopes to search for Rosen for a longer time. Hurry up so I can see Rosen soon, please. Jin Lami clasped his hands together and prayed. East Blue. Hey, it looks interesting. Can you still turn into other animals? Celestial Dragon's Charma Kushung blinked his eyes and looked at Nokigao with interest. As for the death of Colonel Rat, he didn't take it seriously at all. It was as if he didn't take his guards unconscious or dead seriously. Nokigao glanced at Charma Kushung, and then planned to leave. Her affairs have been dealt with, and the next step is to hand over the venue to Luo Lin. However, she hasn't taken a step yet. Charma Kushung stretched out his hand to grab Nokigao's hand with an angry look on his face. You guy, stop here. I like you, you must become my plaything. Charma Kushung said to Nokigao with both anger and curiosity. Upon hearing this, Nochigao immediately slapped away Charma Kushung's hand with displeasure. This scene made Boa Hancock, who was watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but shine. As for Gion, waiting for Marine, his brows furrowed even more. It hurts. You guy, you actually attacked me. Charma Kushung covered his painful hand and looked at Nokigao in disbelief. Ah. Nokigao sneered and walked directly to where Karina and Nami were without saying a word. Charma Kushung watched Nuo Chigao walk away blankly, forgetting what he was doing for a moment. Aren't you being too disrespectful to the celestial dragons by doing this, Miss Najigao? Hina watched Nuo Chigao walk up to her and said quietly. Haha, I'm different from you Marine. You Marines are required to serve the celestial dragons. I don't need to serve them. Nuo Chigao laughed. Nami, Karina and other Rosen's friends all nodded in agreement. Seeing this scene, Hina sighed. She originally wanted to try to ask Rosen's friends to persuade Rosen. After all, if she offended the celestial dragons, she would be hunted down by the Marines and the world government. Hina originally thought that Rosen didn't care, but Rosen's partners might care more. However, it is a pity that even the timid Nami, good for Nono, seems to have gained courage because of Rosen's template and points, and her persuasion is of no avail. Now, all I can do is watch the celestial dragons being executed by Rosen. Hina looked in the direction of celestial dragons and Rosen, feeling extremely melancholy. It's not just Hina who is sad, Gion, Dole and other Marines are also sad. Of course, it's only Marine who is sad. Many pirates looked at the scene in front of them with excitement. As for Hancock and other people who have a bad impression of celestial dragons itself, they are even more excited. Gion, Rosen's friends also have this attitude towards the celestial dragons. Sure enough, it's because Rosen's existence gave them courage. Dole, Trouble is, not only Rosen, but also Rosen's partners will become real dangers. Sati-chan, there is nothing we can do about it. Rosen's friends can gain power quickly and very easily. Naturally, they are not afraid of celestial dragons. Ain, Rosen has said before that the celestial dragons are just the descendants of the ancestors of the 20 kingdoms who betrayed the huge kingdom. Perhaps to Rosen's friends, these celestial dragons are no longer gods. Ha! So why am I not? If it weren't for the ancestors of the celestial dragons, that huge kingdom might have brought laughter and peace to the world long ago, just like Rosen said. Quote. Shop. Chapter 204. Rosen beat up the celestial dragons violently, the Empress was excited, Marine was war. Charlotte Smoothie. That Nokigao may have already prepared to hand over her body to Rosen in order to gain points. In this way, she can gain a large number of points and gain great power. With that, she can gain a lot of points. With great power, she is naturally not afraid of the celestial dragons. Bakura, not only Nokigao, but also Nami, Yuta, and Karina. Maybe Kaya will be the same in the near future. It's great. Being Rosen's partner can even gain the power to be unafraid of the celestial dragons. Rosen, I am determined to be your woman. Boa Hancock, this new Ochi Gao is very good. If I see you, I will praise you very much. Koala, speaking of which, these celestial dragons are really a bit stupid. Michita, the celestial dragons are like this. They don't look very smart. Zala, Rosen is obviously not interested in celestial dragons. He even got rid of his men. This celestial dragons was not afraid. Lackey, if you don't know better, you would think that celestial dragons would be some great people, but in the end they are just idiots. Cornish, as the god of Qinghai a fool. Violet, celestial dragons, they still look like this. Xiarli, with celestial dragons like this, the Fishmen Island may have a hard time standing with the world government. The performance of celestial dragons amazed the diary copy holders. If other people were faced with such a situation, they would have already thought of ways to escape or beg for mercy. It turned out that Chalmers was a saint. He neither ran away nor begged for mercy, and even asked Nokigao to become his slave without any worries. Moreover, he was stunned on the spot because of Nojigao's rejection. It seemed that he could not believe that Nojigao would reject him and directly swatted his hand away. 310. After a while, Irma Sheng finally woke up. He raised his finger and pointed at Rosen and others and cursed angrily. Damn bastards, both of them ignored me. You actually underestimate the majesty of being a descendant of God. I have decided that I will execute you. Each of you will suffer great pain. Before Charma Kushung could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a huge pain coming from his face. At the same time, the powerful force coming from the painful area directly caused him to fly backwards and fall heavily 1 meter away. Take action. Rosen really took action. This man is really not afraid of celestial dragons. Boa Hancock watched Rosen smash the transparent peeping of celestial dragons with a slap, and he stood up excitedly. Ruined. Guion slapped his forehead and let out a long sigh. According to Marine's rules, if the celestial dragons are beaten, Marine will have to mobilize the Marine Admiral. Haha, with Rosen's current strength, will Marine Admiral be his opponent? The mysterious power of alternate Emiya, and the power that Rosen and Nokigo can display when combined. With all the other powers Rosen possesses, even if the Marine Admiral attacks, it will be difficult. Stussy raised the corners of his mouth and watched this scene with interest. What a domineering man. But this way, there's no turning back. Khalifa shook his head and sighed. This man sounds handsome. Boa Hancock murmured to herself, Age, but she didn't notice that her body was unconsciously exuding love hearts due to the power of the sweet fruit. You dare to attack me. Charma Kushung fell heavily to the ground and looked at Rosen in great surprise. Haha, who do you think you are? Why don't I dare to do something to you? Boy, you dare to give me the order to bombard. How dare you destroy my rented speedboat? And there are so many study materials in my notebook. Asshole, I can't beat you to death. Rosen walked up to Charles Mark and stepped on him 1 foot after another. Listening to the wailing of the celestial dragons and feeling the touch from the soles of his feet, Rosen's emotions that had been bombarded since he just crossed over were perfectly released at this moment. Damn it, I'm a descendant of God. Stop it, stop it. It hurts so much, it hurts me so much. Saint Chalmik danced in panic, trying to get out of the current predicament. However, the gap in strength made it impossible for him to do this. Descendant of God. Are you kidding me about your nationality? Do you think you are worthy of being called a descendant of God? Rosen was so angry that he slapped Saint Chalmer away again. Tell me, where is the female celestial dragons who was with you earlier? Rosen walked up to celestial dragons and reached out to lift him up. However, at this time, Chalmik Saint had already fainted completely due to Rosen's slap. Well, okay, it seems that even if I control the strength on my hand. But this strength is still a bit too much for ordinary celestial dragons. However, even my little strength can't bear it. How dare you call yourself a descendant of some god? There must be a limit to arrogance. Rosen shook his head and pulled out the long knife from his waist. When Hina saw this, her eyes widened immediately. The same is true for all holders of copies of the diary. Just when everyone thought Rosen was going to kill Charma Kushung here, Rosen used his sword to whip up a stream of flames and hit the people who had fainted due to his conqueror's haki as well as the previously killed Colonel Rat. The bodies of the guards and others were involved. These fallen guards and soldiers didn't even make a sound, and went directly to another world in their sleep. Hina looked at the soldiers killed by Rosen and opened her mouth, but in the end she couldn't say anything. She understood very well that although these people brought by Colonel Mouse were all Marines, but what they did has already destined them to die 100 times. In this regard, she could not find any reason to stop or reprimand Rosen. Come on, everyone, let's leave this island. Rosen brought the celestial dragons to Nami and others and said, Rosen, are you leaving with this guy? At this time, Kaya, who had finished treating the injured villagers, came to everyone. Didn't you say that I would deal with him after I get to him? Yuta asked equally confused. Hina looked at Rosen expectantly, eager to hear Rosen's willingness to let Tianlong go. Just like Rosen had let her and Tashigi go. However, Hina will be disappointed in the end. This guy is a celestial dragons after all, although I don't care about his identity. But why are people from Marine and world government willing to be dogs for celestial dragons? If the celestial dragons die here, it could cause trouble for the people on this island. So, I took him to other places and dealt with him. Rosen glanced at the unconscious celestial dragons in his hand and said calmly. I see, Rosen is really thoughtful, let's go now. Nuo Chi Gao laughed. She and Nami had already left a leaving letter to Jian in the room, and their luggage and everything else had been packed and sent to the Senya. So even if you leave at this moment, it's totally fine. What about these two people, Rosen, what are you going to do with them? Karina pointed at Hina, and then at Insichi who was not far away and was in a state of despair because she killed the villagers. She knew the two were among Rosen's heroines. Therefore, Karina appears to be more cautious when dealing with these two people. Well, let's take the two of them and leave together. I'm very curious as to why they appear here. After Rosen looked at Tashigi and Hina carefully, he said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Karina and Nami looked at each other, and then walked towards the Senya with Hina and Tashigi. Hina knew she had no choice but to keep up. As for Tashigi, he was taken away by Nami without any reaction. The remaining celestial dragons were personally carried forward by Rosen. Ain, Rosen is going to interrogate Hina and Tashigi. Does it mean that the fact that we can know Rosen's situation through the diary copy is about to be exposed? Sadi-chan, if this is really the case, it will be troublesome. Peacock, it shouldn't be so easy to be interrogated by Rosen. Hina and Tashigi don't seem to be lax people. Compared with this, the celestial dragons thing really worries me. Dole, has Rosen already left the island? In the end, we couldn't catch up. I just hope Hina and Tashigi don't tell anyone about the copy of the diary. If so, maybe we can still catch up with Rosen. Gion, we still have a chance before Rosen executes the celestial dragons. As long as the diary copy is not exposed, Vice Admiral Garp and I can still catch up with Rosen. The question is whether Hina and Tashigi can find the opportunity to reveal Rosen's location. I hope Rosen's partners won't supervise it so strictly that Tashigi and Hina won't be able to retrieve a copy of the diary. Quote. Charlotte Smoothie. If Rosen really knew about the copy of the diary, it might have some impact on our search for Rosen. Ydub. I hope these two Marines can be stricter in their tone. Chapter 205. Exposing IM, the lights out is more terrifying than Buster Call, thanks to 24,296. Boss. Rosen and others moved quickly. In just 5 minutes, the Senya was on the road again, heading towards the distance of the sea. Rosen leaned on the edge of the boat, looking calmly at the sleeping celestial dragons. Hina watched nervously, fearing that Rosen would suddenly kill the celestial dragons. Tashigi, on the other hand, looked at the celestial dragons with deep eyes, wondering what he was thinking. Suddenly, Rosen rushed forward and stepped on celestial dragon's Charma's weird belly. You guy, get up. Lousy has something else to ask you. Along with Rosen's voice, Saint Chalmer let out a cry of pain and immediately opened his eyes. Damn it, it hurts. You bastard, how dare you do this to me? I am a descendant of God. Saint Chalmik shouted angrily at Rosen. I'm tired of hearing this, asshole. Rosen kicked celestial dragons in the jaw in displeasure, shattering several of his teeth. Looking at the celestial dragons rolling on the deck and screaming in pain, Rosen shook his head and said disdainfully. They are just the descendants of traitors, nothing special about them. Descendants of returning gods. Haha, after all, even the world government behind your celestial dragons is a joke. Rosen said, and opened the record page of the diary system. Why rely on various countries to join together to jointly manage the world? To put it bluntly, the person who manages the world is not just the guy above the 5 elders. Closing square bracket. World government. A joke. Closing square bracket. And Marine, who serves the world government full of lies, is also a joke. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, the Revolutionary Army always thought that what they needed to deal with was the celestial dragons, or at most the 5 elders of the world government. Closing square bracket. They will not think now that what they actually have to deal with is the guy above the 5 elders. Closing square bracket. Bello Betty. Huh. The guys above the 5 elders. They are the ones our Revolutionary Army should deal with. Rosen, this man, actually mentioned such crucial information at this time. Koala. Among the world governments, aren't the 5 elders already the pinnacle of power? How can there be anyone above them? Nico Robin. It seems that there are still many lies in the world government. Charlotte Smoothie. This is really interesting information. If this matter is known to the world will be in chaos. Dole. This is absolutely impossible, but this is what Rosen said. Peacock. That guy Rosen really said something amazing. Ain. Is Marine a joke? Haha, Marine who can betray teacher Zephyr is indeed a joke. Guion. What does this guy Rosen want to say? Khalifa. Do people above the 5 elders really exist? Stussy. It's impossible for people above the 5 elders to be able to sit on the sky throne where no one is allowed to sit, right? If this is the case, Rosen really said something that the world government will never allow to be revealed. If there were holders of a copy of the diary in the world government, and if this matter was reported to the 5 elders, the matter could have become quite serious. The information about I am revealed by Rosen brought great psychological shock to all holders of copies of the diary. Not only the Revolutionary Army, Marine and other figures directly related to the world government. Even the free pirates and ordinary people are extremely concerned about the I am mentioned by Rosen. It's no wonder that for many years, people have believed that the highest power of the world government is controlled by the 5 elders. Now there is a person with more power than the 5 elders out of thin air. How can this not surprise everyone? Is Marine a joke? Above the 5 elders? Lie. Tashigi murmured to himself, his eyes getting deeper and deeper. At this moment, Karina, Nami and others did not ask Tashigi and Hina to close the diary copies, but strictly monitored their diary copies and did not allow them the opportunity to talk to the other female Marines who held diary copies. Therefore, the message Rosen recorded in his diary at this moment was also seen by Tashigi and Hina. Rosen, are you kidding me? Why do you say world government is a joke? Faced with Rosen's sudden words, even the normally calm person couldn't help but ask questions. Of course, what she wanted to ask the most was the people above the so-called 5 elders mentioned by Rosen in his diary. However, she understood that she could not ask this question directly, so she could only ask it from the side in another direction. What's the point of lying to you, Miss Hina? Rosen sneered and kicked celestial dragons again. Listening to the cries of the celestial dragons, and under the extremely adoring attention of Empress Hancock, Rosen continued to record his diary. World government claims that world government was established by 20 countries in ancient times. Closing square bracket. And set up the empty throne, which symbolizes the equality of all countries and that no one can sit on. Closing square bracket. The weapons on that throne are the kings from each country that first established the world government. Closing square bracket. After that, whenever a country wants to join the world government, it must kneel down and salute to the throne of sky. Closing square bracket. Haha, if they knew that the void throne where they saluted was actually not without an owner. Closing square bracket. But if a guy named I am, who even the 5 elders have to kneel down and salute, will sit on the throne of the sky, I don't know how these kings will react. Closing square bracket. They would never have thought that when they swore to the throne of the sky, they were actually swearing to I am. Closing square bracket. Dole, are you kidding me? Is there really someone sitting on the throne of sky? Bella Betty, what a big fish I caught, I am. I remember the name, but I don't know what he looks like. Charlotte Smoothie. If those self-proclaimed kings knew that they had knelt before I am, I don't know what their expressions would be like. Khalifa. So, are we serving that I am? Such behavior cannot even be called dark justice. Nico Robin. Rosen really knows a lot about history. I really want to meet him soon. Sadie Chan. It's fake, right? Guion. How is this possible? At this moment, even Marine who was so calm didn't want to believe what Rosen said. Zero, please give me flowers. After all, what Rosen mentioned is too involved. If I am really exists, then Marine is equivalent to an institution that belongs to I am alone. In that case, how can we ensure that what Marine does is just and in line with the public interest? If I am really exists, Guion feels that the justice that Marine pursues will most likely be the justice that I am wants to see in her heart. Speaking of which, if I am knew about IM's existence. Closing square bracket. It will definitely carry out the lights out operation. Closing square bracket. Perhaps one day, a thunderball powerful enough to wipe out a country from the map will suddenly fall on my head. Closing square bracket. Just like one day in the future, I am will take action to extinguish the lights of the kingdom of Lucia. Closing square bracket. But it doesn't matter, wait until the moment when I am really wants to take action to extinguish the lights on me. Closing square bracket. Even if a thunderball does fall from the sky, I can easily destroy it. Closing square bracket. However, the kingdom of Lulusia was not so lucky. When the thunderball fell, the kingdom of Lulusia completely disappeared from the map. Closing square bracket. MNMMMM. Speaking of which, the people of Lucia Kingdom are really unlucky. Closing square bracket. In order to pay the heavenly gold, the king made it impossible for the common people to uncover the pot. Closing square bracket. There is no other way. The common people can only choose revolution and become one of the 8 countries that were affected by the Revolutionary Army and launched revolution at the same time. Closing square bracket. Then again, the reason why Marine's pen was killed by civilians and went to the Cross Guild in exchange for reward money seems to be because the civilian country couldn't even afford to eat because of the problem of heavenly gold. Closing square bracket. It's a pity that a truly righteous man died for this reason and was killed by the person he protected. Closing square bracket. Nico Robin, Operation Lights Out. Seems more dangerous than Buster Call. Charlotte Smoothie, can you directly erase the power of a country? Could it be that it is the legendary ancient weapon? Black Maria, he can directly drop a thunderball that can wipe out a country. This IM really has amazing power. Peacock, Pen died because of heavenly gold. Guion, because of the revolution, IM carried out the operation to extinguish the lights. Is it to shock the other 7 countries? Or is it because of something else? Koala, why did this happen? It actually destroyed a country. What about the people? Bello Betty, the kingdom of Lulusia is indeed a country with deep conflicts between the king and the people. Did we also participate in the revolution in that country? I don't know if we had any casualties in this operation. No matter what, the kingdom of Lulusia deserves more attention from the revolutionary army. Quote. Fortunately, Milk Girl Aton has already left by boat with some Lulusia citizens who participated in the revolution. Otherwise, my heroine would have died in the Lulusia kingdom. Quote. Aton was saved thanks to the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army and the Chief of Staff. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, I do envy Aton for being able to bury his head in the arms of the generous Eastern Army commander. Closing square bracket. Tisk, tisk, how deformed the commander of the Eastern Army was when his head was buried, I really want to feel it for myself. Closing square bracket. Chapter 206, Exposing Amuse Nation Destroying Light Pillar, Bello Betty wants to satisfy Rosen Than. However, ironically, Aton's parents are both members of the Marine establishment. Closing square bracket. As a result, the country where Eden is located will eventually be destroyed by the world government behind Marine. Closing square bracket. After Aiden was taken to the Revolutionary Army base by the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Jimir could no longer purchase fresh milk from her. Closing square bracket. It's a pity that Eden finally opened up the milk sales channel to Jimmel through Fire Fist Ace. Closing square bracket. Ydub. Hey. This woman named Aton knows Ace. But why is he related to Marine again? Dole. Ace helped Eden open up the milk sales channel of Vice Admiral. What's going on? Makino. Ace is a good boy. Maybe Ace took the risk to contact Marine because he wanted to repay Eden. This Kimmel is willing to contact Eden through Ace, maybe he is also how Marine. It's a pity that the Lulusia kingdom where Aton was located was destroyed. Quote. Guion. Aton is Rosen's heroine. She must have a copy of the diary. You have to find her. If she knows the ending of Lucia Kingdom, it will be troublesome. Charlotte Smoothie. Someone in the kingdom of Lulusia knows the country's outcome in advance, and may trigger a revolution in advance, ha ha ha. However, Luo, 223, Sen actually wants to bury himself in the arms of the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army. It seems that that person is also quite ambitious. Fortunately, my heart is not small, and my legs should be enough to attract Rosen. Quote. Eden. What should I do? Ace will die and the kingdom of Lucia will be destroyed. What should I do? By the way, the Revolutionary Army. Just find the Revolutionary Army, and then use the Revolutionary Army to find Rosen. There must be a way to prevent Ace's death and the destruction of Lucia's kingdom. Fortunately, the works drawn by Rosen include me and Bello Betty, as well as Koala and Rosen together. No, now is not the time to be shy. Although the pictures are different from the real people, if you compare the pictures of Bello Betty and Koala and look for them, you will definitely be able to find them. It's just, if you really find Rosen, do you really need to do the things drawn in the picture with him? East Blue, Bello Betty and Koala on board. Aton. She is also Rosen's heroine. In other words, she will also have a copy of the diary. Interesting. Now that we know of her existence, we have to find her in advance to prevent her from being found by Marine or world government people first. But, Milk Girl. I see, the little blonde girl buying milk who appears in my works is her. In Rosen's work, there are scenes of me, Aton, and the 3 of him playing together. It seems that there is one more reason to find Aton. And, bury your head in my arms, haha, if we can meet, I would be very happy to let you bury your head in my arms, Rosen. Bello Betty looked at the contents of Rosen's diary with a very beautiful smile on her face. Really, Bello Betty, why are you always like this? Shouldn't we be concerned about why you and Sabo will appear in the Lucia kingdom in the future? Also, we need to find that Eden. Koala put his hands on his hips and stared at Bello Betty with a red face. In her works, there is also the figure of Milk Girl Aton. Of course, Bello Betty is also among them. Koala had thought long ago that Bello Betty would appear in her works, probably because she and Bello Betty were among the few beauties in the Revolutionary Army. Now Rosen mentioned that Aton will join the Revolutionary Army, which convinced Koala even more. Rosen would draw beauties from the Revolutionary Army together and play some blushing and heart-pounding games with him. Haha, don't worry, Kerr. Aton, I will definitely find it. If Aton has a copy of the diary, he will be very happy to leave with our people. After all, if she had a copy of the diary, she would know her own future and the future of the Lucia kingdom. Didn't you say before that you wanted to know why Sabo and I would appear in the kingdom of Lucia in the future? Actually, I'm also very curious about this. I think if I or Eden appeared in front of Rosen at the same time, he might not be able to help but record the relevant content in his diary. And if Eden and I appear in front of Rosen at the same time, the probability of him revealing relevant information will be even greater. The reason why the kingdom of Lulucia was attacked by Im's mysterious power, when Eden and I appear in front of Rosen, he may also reveal this. On the surface, what Rosen said is because the kingdom of Lucia launched a revolution, so Im wants to use the destruction of this country to scare other countries. But Rosen said something like this before: if I knew that Im's existence was exposed, Im might take action to extinguish him. If we speculate from this sentence, perhaps the destruction of the kingdom of Lucia, it's not just that Im wanting other countries. Perhaps, there were people in the Lulucia kingdom at that time who also knew about Im's existence. So, she finally extinguished the lights of the Lulucia kingdom. When Bello Betty said this, her expression was extremely serious. Koala nodded equally seriously and said, "That's right. It's most likely so." Wait a minute, Bello Betty, you and Sabo will appear there in the future. Could it be you who know Im's secret? After saying that, Koala also frowned. It's not impossible. Bello Betty nodded and continued. Compared to the people and nobles of the kingdom of Lulucia who know about Im's existence, I'm more inclined to think that I, or Sabo, knows the secret of Im's existence. In order to prevent himself from being exposed, Im extinguished the lights in the kingdom of Lucia, intending to use mysterious power to make Sabo and I disappear. Hearing this, Koala immediately showed a worried look. Could it be said that you, Bello Betty, or Sabo, or both of you, will die in the kingdom of Lulucia? Haha, don't worry, Koala. It's already like this, can I not worry? Koala, have you forgotten what Rosen said earlier? What Rosen said? That's right. Bello Betty nodded and then said. Before the kingdom of Lucia was destroyed, some people from the kingdom of Lucia had already escaped. And Miss Aton, the milk girl who is suspected of possessing a copy of the diary, also later became a revolutionary soldier. Koala, who do you think will be the person who recommends Aton to become a revolutionary army? Hearing this, Koala's eyes lit up. Are you saying that it was you or Sabo who brought Eden to our base? Yes, this explanation is very reasonable, isn't it? Indeed. But I'm still a little worried. What if one of you and Sabo is hit by Im's mysterious power? The worry in Koala's eyes did not dissipate. As a being hidden behind the world, Im wants to prevent her secrets from being exposed. Then when it uses its power, it should accurately hit those beings who know its secrets. Don't think too much about it, Koala. Don't forget, we still have a copy of Rosen's diary. As long as Rosen continues to break the news, we can avoid a dangerous future. So, even if I or Sabo really die in the kingdom of Lulucia, this future can also be changed. Do you remember what Rosen said? After he came into this world, many people's futures have been changed. Bello Betty smiled. As soon as these words came out, Koala's worried expression finally calmed down. By the way, we also have Rosen. As long as we can find Rosen and get connected with him, our power will also undergo earth-shaking changes. When the time comes, no matter how mysterious that Im is, we won't be afraid of it. Koala made a fist with his right hand and waved it vigorously in front of him, as if he could beat Im up in this way. Haha, keep this confidence, Kerr. We have to keep looking for Rosen. But before that, we have to let our colleagues search for that Aton. If there is enough time, it would be best to send Aton to meet with me. Bello Betty said as she took out her phone. That's right, as long as you and Eden appear in front of Rosen at the same time. He might actually reveal more accurate information. And, Koala said, thinking of the intimate drawings of himself, Bello Betty and Aton with Rosen in his works, a face turned into a red apple again. Bello Betty smiled and said, haha, if Aton, I, and you all appeared in front of Rosen, maybe the probability that he will accept us as partners will be greater. Don't worry, Koala, you don't need to be under too much psychological pressure. Although Rosen drew the notebooks of each character, he would not force the heroine in the notebook to actually have anything happen to him in real life. This can be seen from what Rosen revealed about his daily interactions with Karina, Nami, Yuta, Kaya and others. Although he may take some advantage, he treats his partners with great respect. Otherwise, Kaya would have been forced to have something happen with Rosen. Even if it wasn't for Kaya and the others to get more points from Rosen. Rosen wouldn't even have had that many opportunities to record their welfare photos with photos and videos. So, if we really meet Rosen then, neither you nor Eitan need to put too much pressure on you. If Rosen wants to experience what it's like to be a Revolutionary Army woman, I'll satisfy him. It just so happens that he seems to be very interested in these two things of mine. Belobeti said, raising her hand and placing it on her chest. Chapter 207 Distorted World Government, Female Marine is shaken, the Revolutionary Army worships Rose. As soon as these words came out, Koala's already blushing face turned even redder. Belobeti, you are saying things like this again, are you really interested in Rosen? Aren't you also interested in Rosen? If you were not interested, why would you search for Rosen with me? It's because I want to know more about the future of the Revolutionary Army, and I want to gain strength. No, it's not about feelings. Haha, I know, I'm just joking with you, Koala. However, in terms of feelings, I do have a good impression of Rosen. Really? You guys have obviously never met in the real world. Even so, it doesn't stop me from admiring him. Belobeti raised her head and looked at the sky, her eyes shining brightly under her sunglasses. How fascinating is a man who is not afraid of the celestial dragons, the power of the world government, and plans to subvert the world government. Isn't such a person who can help our revolution attractive enough? Koala stared blankly at Belobeti, who looked like a religious believer, with a face full of disbelief. She never thought that one day she would see such an expression like that of a little fangirl on the face of the mature Belobeti. But after thinking about it for a moment, Koala can understand. Belobeti was the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army in 06, and his qualifications go without saying. She has been in the Revolutionary Army for many years, and is probably one of the revolutionary soldiers who most hopes for the collapse of the world government. Now Rosen seems to have lit a lamp in the dark sea of revolution. And this lamp is naturally extremely attractive to people like Belobeti who have been sailing in the dark sea for many years. It is no exaggeration to say that Belobeti's reaction was considered mild. If it were someone who was not strong-willed enough, they might have started to look for Rosen crazily. I'm afraid it's not just Belobeti. If Rosen's existence is known to some other old people in the Revolutionary Army, they will probably become like Belobeti. Quote. But, do you really have to seduce Luo by yourself? Koala pursed her lips, always feeling that she would be indebted to Belobeti by doing this. At this moment, Belobeti raised his hand and patted Koala on the shoulder. I told you, don't think too much. Don't forget, I'm 32 years old now. In terms of age, I have passed the best age for marriage. The appearance of Rosen is undoubtedly excellent. If he hadn't appeared, maybe I would have been single for the rest of my life. As a husband, he couldn't be more suitable. After saying that, Belobeti used the phone bug to dial a familiar number. She wants the Revolutionary Army to find Eitan who is far away in the kingdom of Lulusia. Koala looked at the natural-looking Belobeti and couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Ain, is this the true face of the government in the world? It's a completely unimaginable scene. If it weren't for Rosen, I might not know this for the rest of my life. Close black lens bracket. Skylark, how could this be? This is completely different from the world government in my impression. Can I really achieve my justice by working for such a world government? Close black lens bracket. Ain, an organization that can easily destroy a country. Needless to say, you should understand, Skylark. Perhaps, while it is not too long since you have entered Marine, you can make your choice again. Close black lens bracket. Dole, Ain, be careful what you say. Close black lens bracket. Ain, do you think Dole thinks that serving such a world government can realize the justice in our hearts? At first, I thought it was a little strange that the world government would betray Teacher Zephyr, but now I know that I am exists and that she will do whatever she wants. After destroying the kingdom of Lucia, I understood. Close black lens bracket. Gion, I know you are unhappy with how Marine and world government will treat Zephyr in the future, but that has not happened yet, so can we not speak with emotion for the time being? Close black lens bracket. Ain, Gion, I am very calm. I am sending this message completely out of a calm mood. To be honest, I'm quite curious, if our knowledge of Aim's existence is exposed, will it also extinguish our lights? Close black lens bracket. Sadi-chan, hey, don't say such terrible things. I don't know what I am about. Close black lens bracket. Domino, regarding I am, it's best not to discuss it with the outside world, and don't even mention its name. Close black lens bracket. Skylark, but even if we don't mention Yimu still exists. After all, we can be considered loyal to her. But if this is the case, Is it really a just act? Close black lens bracket. Gion. The existence of I am is indeed controversial, but if this world does not have us, the sea will fall into chaos, and many innocent people will be injured by then. Therefore, even if there is I am behind the world existence, we Marine also need to fulfill our responsibilities. Close black lens bracket. After leaving the message, Gion let out a long sigh. She is obviously a Marine on the front line, but now, she is repeatedly forced to become an instructor-like existence. Gion was also very uncomfortable with this. Faintly, she felt resentful in her heart for Rosen revealing things like I am. Ain. What Gion said is not unreasonable. Marine, you can treat I am as a large celestial dragons. Anyway, Marine has treated those celestial dragons with great respect before. Close black lens bracket. Dole. That's it, Ain, you've said enough today. Close black lens bracket. Ain. In short, we are all people who know about IM's existence. You'd better be careful and don't say the wrong thing while talking in your sleep. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Sati-chan. Oops. I talk in my sleep when I sleep. Close black lens bracket. Domino. Hey, you can sleep with me from now on, Sati-chan. Close black lens bracket. Sati-chan. I love you so much, Domino. Close black lens bracket. Dole looked at the message and let out a long sigh. She always felt that if this continued, the skylark around her would become like Ain. But there was nothing she could do about it. After all, if you have to define I am in terms of justice, her existence is indeed not so just. She had no way to refute what Ain said. If this continues, Ain may really break away from Marine. Trouble. I hope that guy Rosen won't continue to irritate Ikong. And Tashigi, she also has some doubts about Marine's justice. And she was captured by Rosen. I don't know what she will become after returning this time. Dole murmured to himself and sighed. Hina has been a Marine for a while, so she should be relatively calm about Im's existence. Wait a minute, will that guy Rosen let Tashigi and Hina go like last time? No, we have to find a way to get Hina and Tashigi out of Rosen. Dole frowned tightly as he read this. At this time, the peacock beside her said. Rosen's attention is now drawn to the celestial dragons. Maybe nothing will really be done to Tashigi and Hina. Anyway, let's try to keep up with Rosen's pirate ship. At least, the next time Rosen does something, we won't be late again. Hearing this, Dole looked at Rosen, who was still torturing the celestial dragons in the copy of the diary, and nodded secretly. For the time being, this is all he can do. There seems to be something wrong. 527 It is indeed true that Belobeti saved the milk girl Aton. Closing square bracket. After all, pirates were invading the kingdom of Lucia at that time, and Aton was also in danger of being killed by the pirates. Closing square bracket. If Belobeti hadn't appeared, Aton might have been killed by the pirates. Closing square bracket. After all, she had been protecting the milk in the bottle in her arms, making the pirates mistakenly think that she was protecting some precious treasure. Closing square bracket. After learning that it was just milk, the pirate was very angry. Closing square bracket. Ironically speaking, Milk Girl Eden is trying to protect the milk that will be delivered to the naval headquarters Vice Admiral. Closing square bracket. The result was good. Marine's immediate boss IM destroyed Eden's hometown with a thunderball. Closing square bracket. I don't know if Itana's two parents who work in Marine will collapse after hearing this news. Closing square bracket. Tashigi. Hina. Gion. Hey. Ain. Haha, this is our justice. Aiden's parents were betrayed just like teacher Zephyr. Stussy. These words, let the female Marines see. I wonder if there are young people planning to leave. Maybe, I have to start investigating. Maybe I can develop these people who are planning to leave Marine into my people. Dole. Please, Rosen, can you stop talking? Hey. Charlotte Smoothie. Marine, what a joke. Widub. This is Marine, it's such an awkward existence. Makino. Mr. Garp, are you working for a Marine like this? Belabeti. I see, did I appear in the kingdom of Lulusia in this way? What about Sabo, why did he appear in the kingdom of Lulusia? Koala. The meaning of Rosen's words, could it be that Sabo shouldn't be thanked by Eden? Did he do something bad? Chapter 208 The second in command of the Revolutionary Army takes action against the five elders. Faye. Unconsciously, Belobeti and Koala were a little nervous. After all, if Sabo really did something bad to Eden, I'm afraid it may become more and more difficult for them to realize their idea of making Aton their partner. The chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, that is, Sabo, finally took Eden and other citizens of the Lucia Kingdom to the brand new base established by the Revolutionary Army after the base was destroyed. Closing square bracket. But there is a high probability that it was because of his appearance that IM finally decided to throw a thunderball that would destroy the kingdom of Lulusia. Closing square bracket. No way, who let Sabo accidentally know the fact of IM's existence? Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, Sabo is really brave. Facing the five elders and IM, he actually dared to take action against IM. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, I am and the five elders must have been too vigilant. Sabo was eavesdropping on the side, but they didn't feel anything at all. Closing square bracket. It was only when Sabo took action that I am and the five elders reacted. Closing square bracket. I have to learn a lesson. No matter how strong my strength becomes, I still have to be more vigilant. Closing square bracket. Observation hockey can be used once in a while to prevent the enemy from touching it before it is too late to discover it. Closing square bracket. Makino. Sabo. Charlotte Smoothie. Oh, this second in command of the Revolutionary Army is quite powerful. He actually figured out IM's identity in the future. Black Maria. Moreover, they even took action against IM and the five elders. However, the hidden meaning of Rosen's words is a bit big. He actually mentioned the new base of the Revolutionary Army, which means the original base of the Revolutionary Army. Was it destroyed? Dole. Who can do this? Is it the world government? Sabo appears next to the five elders to avenge the destruction of the Revolutionary Army base with one stone. Ydub. The second in command of the Revolutionary Army must be strong. The five elders and IM can force Sabo to retreat. The pinnacle of the future world government's regime is not some weak force. Stussy. I attacked those five people, and I also attacked IM in the position. It should be said that he is indeed a talent cultivated by the dragon. Bello Betty. Aren't the five elders and IM vigilant? Maybe this will be useful information. However, I didn't expect that Rosen would directly tell the specific reason why the kingdom of Lucia was destroyed. I thought that only after we appeared in front of Rosen would he be willing to give the answer in a copy of the diary. Quote. Koala. However, why did Sabo know about IM's existence? The five elders have been staying in the Holy Land Mariajoy, so it is impossible for Sabo to go there. Wait, the new base of the Revolutionary Army. Our original base was destroyed. If the base is destroyed, wouldn't a lot of people die? Bello Betty. It seems that we have one more reason to find Rosen. Now that we know that the base may be destroyed, we must prevent this matter. Otherwise, many partners may be killed because of the destruction of the base. Die. Gion. Although I don't know how Sabo got to know the five elders and IM, his strength is definitely not weak, and his character is even stronger. This man may become a huge threat to marine and world government in the future. IM, hey, why is there still a person like you in the world government? Now that we know your existence, what should we do? Quote. Gion sighed again. If possible, she would naturally not want to work for a king of the world who is hidden behind the world and should not exist. But if all Marines go on strike because of IM, then the world will fall into even more chaos. Therefore, even if he doesn't like this emu, Gion can only helplessly pretend that he doesn't know about it and continue to be his own Marine. Khalifa. Sabo, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, is really a troublesome and dangerous man. Is he launching an attack on IM and the five elders to wipe out the highest levels of the world government? If he really goes there, how did you leave safely? Nico Robin. Could it be that there are others to support Sabo? The Revolutionary Army will never attack the Holy Land Mariajoy. The five elders and IM have the power to transform into monsters. Although Sabo is very strong, he cannot leave without the power of Mara fruit. Closing square bracket. To some extent, he should also be grateful to Fire Fist Ace. Closing square bracket. After all, it is Logia Devil Fruit. The fact that it can be elementalized means that he can escape more easily. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, Sabo eating the Mara fruit can be regarded as a kind of inheritance. Closing square bracket. Koala. Hey, Sabo ate the Mara fruit. Bello Betty. I see, does Sabo's strength have the bonus of Mara fruit? Unexpectedly, after Ace died, this devil fruit actually fell into Sabo's hands. However, Rosen has now announced Ace's death in a copy of his diary. I'm afraid there will be many diary copy holders trying to prevent this from happening. Perhaps in the future, Sabo may not be able to obtain Mara fruit. Quote. Gion. After Ace died, the Mara fruit was actually obtained by the Revolutionary Army. Dole. The fruits of trouble are obtained by troubled people. Peacock. Could this be a coincidence? Rosen said that Sabo eating the Mara fruit is a kind of inheritance. Why does it always feel weird? The Revolutionary Army should have no connection with the Whitebeard pirates. East Blue. On the pirate ship in Wydub. After Ace died, would his devil fruit be given to the Revolutionary Army? This is really, slightly unpleasant. On the deck at the bow of the ship, Wydube frowned tightly and muttered unpleasantly. Behind her, Makino covered his mouth with both hands, tears streaming out of his eyes. What's wrong with you, Makino? Wydub noticed the sobbing coming from Makino and turned around quickly. Are you worried about Ace? Don't worry, as long as you and I work together, we can definitely prevent Ace from dying in the future. Wydube patted Makino's shoulder and comforted him. She also thought Makino was so excited because she heard Rosen once again hinted that Ace would die in his diary. No, that's not the case, Wydub. I'm so excited because of Sabo. Makino shook his head and said. Sabo. That man did get Ace's Mara fruit. However, after the Esper dies, devil fruit will randomly appear somewhere in this world. It's probably just a coincidence that Sabo got the Mara fruit. You don't have to hate Sabo too much. Wait, that's not right. Rosen said Sabo's Ace devil fruit is a legacy. Could it be that Ace and Sabo know each other? Waidabe asked in surprise. Yeah, Makino nodded heavily. At first I thought it was just the same name. But since Rosen mentioned inheritance, then this Sabo should be the Sabo I know. But, if he is still alive, why hasn't he come to look for us for so many years? Even if you become a revolutionary army, you should always have time to report to us that you are safe. Makino wiped his tears, his expression revealing excitement and confusion. Makino, tell me what's going on. Waidabe put his hands on Makino's shoulders and said excitedly. Originally, she thought Sabo was just a passerby to Ace. But since Makino knows Sabo, the situation is obviously different. It is very possible that Sabo and Ace also know each other. How should I put this matter? Actually, it's not just Ace and Luffy who are brothers. Sabo is also a brother to both of them. It's just that she died in an accident when she was very young. We didn't even see his body. That's right. Since Sabo is still alive, we naturally won't be able to see his body. Makino put his hand on his rising and falling chest and exhaled a deep breath. Not only are Luffy and Ace brothers, but so is Sabo. It's not surprising. Since Long Qianzhao is Sabo's father, it's not surprising that Sabo will become a revolutionary army. Maybe Sabo didn't die in the accident at that time, and maybe he was rescued by a dragon. Waidabe held his chin with one hand and analyzed. But soon, she noticed that Makino had a strange look on his face. What, is there something wrong with what I said, Makino? Waidabe asked puzzledly. That, I never told you. Actually, Luffy and Ace are not biological brothers. Same goes for Sabo. The three of them are sworn brothers who drank a glass of wine together. Makino said. Sworn brothers. In that case, neither Ace nor Sabo are Garp's grandsons. No. Although they are not related by blood, Garp regards Ace and Sabo as his grandchildren. I see. What about Dragon? Does Dragon know Sabo and Ace? You probably don't know him. You know, Long is a revolutionary soldier. I'm afraid he wouldn't even dare to appear in front of Mr. Garp. Naturally, he wouldn't have the chance to know that Mr. Garp has accepted two grandsons. I see. In other words, my previous inference was wrong. Sabo was not rescued by a dragon. Is it an accident that he became a revolutionary soldier? Waidabe touched his chin and said with a frown. Charge. Chapter 209, Exposing Cobra's face-to-face encounter with and exposing Alabasta's ancestor, Kui. Perhaps only Rosen knows the specific situation. But for me, it's good to know that Sabo is still alive. Although I'm a little surprised that he hasn't come back to tell us that he's alive after all these years. Given his lifelong friendship with Ace and Luffy, he shouldn't not come back and tell us. Even though he is now a revolutionary soldier. Makino said confused. Perhaps this Sabo also has his own difficulties. Perhaps, when you and Sabo appear in front of Rosen. Rosen will reveal the reason. Makino, we must find Rosen and ask him to help. Waidabe said, holding out his hand to Makino. Well, I'll do my best. Whether it's Ace or Sabo, it's better to be alive. Makino stretched out his hand and shook it with Waidabe. At this moment, she was even more grateful that a copy of Rosen's diary was able to find her. Because of Rosen's copy of the diary, she learned that Sabo was still alive. Waidabe and Makino smiled at each other, and at the same time looked at the copies of the diary in front of them. There is already the contents of Rosen's latest diary. No, Sabo was able to escape from the five elders and I am not just because of Ace's Mara fruit. Closing square bracket. More importantly, the king of Alabasta, Neferutari Cobra, sacrificed his life to create a pause for Sabo to escape. Closing square bracket. Alabasta. Isn't this the ancient big country in the first half of the Grand Line? And this is one of the oldest countries joining the world government. Why would this king risk his life to save Sabo? Isn't he supposed to be on the side of world government? Waidabe frowned and read. Well, could it be that King Cobra took action because he knew about Im's existence? After all, a world king like Im shouldn't have appeared. Makino said tentatively. It's also possible. Waidabe nodded. Anyway, let's continue reading for now. Watch Rosen's new diary as he tortures the celestial dragons. This is quite an experience. As Waidabe said, his eyes glanced at Rosen who was constantly stepping on celestial dragon's body with his feet, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Even though she had no grudge against the celestial dragons, Lindib couldn't help but feel excited when she saw the once arrogant celestial dragons begging for mercy at the feet of Rosen. This is true for Waidabe, not to mention Empress Hancock. At this moment, Empress Hancock was trembling with excitement, her fists were clenched, and she even had the idea of beating the celestial dragons instead of Rosen. This Rosen, he really dares to attack the celestial dragons. What an arrogant man. However, since I, the concubine, have seen such a drama, then I will forgive you for drawing the original notebook. Hancock stood at the bow of the ship, looking at Rosen's copy of the diary with the corner of his mouth raised. Even so, when she saw Im's words, she couldn't help but feel a little depressed. The king of the world, the conspirator hidden behind the world. It is because of this guy that world government exists. Only this concubine would suffer such pain. I really want to turn this guy into stone. Hancock clenched his fists, and the emotion of hatred slowly expanded in his heart. However, no matter how much she resented Im, she also knew that she could not take action against Im. Since Im has the power to use mysterious power to instantly destroy the kingdom of Lulusia, then she can destroy Daughter Island in the same way. Such power made Hancock fearful. Even, she couldn't take action against celestial dragons. Despite her arrogant nature, the shadow of the celestial dragons haunts her. If you have enough power crystals, can I be like Rosen and regard celestial dragons as ants? Even if it's I am hiding behind the 5 elders, can I be unafraid of it? Hancock murmured and looked towards the sea in the distance. Rosen was able to remove tattoos. He also dared to beat up the celestial dragons. Perhaps I shouldn't hate him. Perhaps I can cooperate with him. Yes, I can use his power, as long as I stand in front of him. He would be tempted to use his system to record concubines. When the time comes, Yashin will be better off marrying him. I will also be the queen of powerful power. After gaining strength, I will be able to gain true freedom. At this point, Hancock couldn't help clenching his fists. At this moment, she completely gave up the idea of petrifying Rosen. Like everyone else, she began to look for Rosen's strength. However, unlike many people, the Empress, who is naturally arrogant, has not yet treated Rosen as she was pictured in the book. Gion, did King Cobra of Alabasta confront Im directly like Sabo? Why did he appear there? Peacock, even if he is the king of a country that joins the world government, he won't be able to survive once he learns of Im's existence. Charlotte Smoothie. Interestingly, in addition to Sabo from the Revolutionary Army, there are actually ladies who joined the world government and also knew about Im's existence. Black Maria. If there is more than just Cobra, and there are many, Agfi. Haha, the world government will be disbanded. Koala. King Cobra. What's going on with him? Nefeltari Vivi. Father. How could it be possible? How could my father appear here? Could it be that I am trying to kill my father? King Cobra is confused about the history that has been handed down to this day. Closing square bracket. And eventually prompted him to look up a lot of information. It didn't matter. As a result, he found many places that made him confused. 1. And eventually, Cobra visited the 5 elders at the Throne of Sky during the World Summit. Closing square bracket. Haha, it's more of a showdown than a visit. Closing square bracket. Before entering the empty throne, Cobra must have been prepared to be killed. Closing square bracket. Nefeltari Vivi, how could this happen? Father, why do you have to do this? Nico Robin, the king of Cobra actually became interested in history and used it to question the 5 elders. Gion, it's hard to say that it's because Cobra lured Im. This man obviously has a high position of power, why would he do unnecessary things? Bello Betty, for the sake of the truth, he is not afraid of death. He is really a great king. Koala, compared to many bastard kings, this Cobra is much better. When Cobra said the name of his ancestor, Nefertari Lily, and that Nefertari Lily was the first 20 kings but gave up to become the celestial dragons, the weapon that stood under the throne of the sky was actually when there were only 19, Im finally couldn't help but show up. Closing square bracket. It's no wonder, after all, for Im, this minister Felutari Lily is a person he cares about very much. Quote. Obviously they were once partners in overthrowing a huge kingdom, but in the end, Nefertari Lily, one of the kings, was unwilling to stay in the Holy Land and become the celestial dragons. Closing square bracket. And he also did a series of things that made Ichiko very concerned. Closing square bracket. How could Im not care about this Nefertari Lily? Closing square bracket. Im's appearance naturally shocked Cobra. Closing square bracket. And from Im's mouth, Cobra also learned some facts that he had not found out. Quote. If it weren't for Nefertari Lily's mistake, there would be no one in the world today exploring ancient history. In fact, Mew thinks Nefertari Lily didn't do it on purpose at all, but on purpose therefore, people in the world today can pursue the monument of world history. I remember that this is probably what Im said. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Smoothie, this is really exciting news. The scattering of the world history text monuments is because of this ancestor of the Nefertari family. Black Maria, this kind of news, if it weren't for Rosen, we wouldn't be able to do it. Ain, how much hidden intelligence is there behind the world government? Nico Robin, it turns out that the historical text monument was left by Alabasta's ancestors. So, Alabasta must have a historical text monument, right? However, it is a little strange. If Crocodile's plan succeeds, King Cobra will never have the opportunity to participate in the World Summit again. Could it be that based on the original historical trajectory, Crocodile will also fail due to certain factors? Haha, this is good news. If Michita and Zala realized that Crocodile's Utopia plan would fail, maybe they would be willing to stand on the same line as me and Vivi. Quote. Monet, is this the Neferutari clan of Alabasta? It seems to be somewhat similar to the young master. Violet, King Cobra, there is no doubt that he is a respectable king. Gion, the main text of world history. Nefeltari Vivi, why on earth did our ancestors do this? No, now is not the time to care about this. Will my father really be killed by IM? Chapter 210 The Death of Cobra. Will Vivi be targeted by IM? After IM told Cobra these things, he launched an attack on him, and the dark arrow penetrated Cobra's body. Closing square bracket. If Sabo hadn't immediately appeared to attack IM and the 5 elders, Cobra would have died on the spot. Closing square bracket. But even so, even if Sabo takes him away with him, it will be difficult for them to escape intact. Closing square bracket. In desperation, Cobra could only leave a message for Vivi, and stayed to break up Sabo's queen by reading out Nefertari Lily's letter. Closing square bracket. After leaving the words, we are also D, for Vivi, Cobra was still unable to leave, Throne of the Sky. Closing square bracket. It is really unimaginable that the real name of the ancestor king of Alabasta, one of the 20 kingdoms in the past, was Nerutari D. Lily. D. There are enemies such as IM and celestial dragons. How many people with D in their names know its meaning now? Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, when IM explained the meaning of D to Cobra, I wonder if it knew that there were actually people outside who knew the meaning of D. Closing square bracket. However, Cobra's action this time can be considered timely. Closing square bracket. If he doesn't act this time, her daughter Vivi will probably die soon. Closing square bracket. After all, that guy IM is ready to turn off Vivi. Closing square bracket. Thanks to the showdown between Cobra and IM, it gave Vivi a chance to leave the Holy Land Mariajoy and learn the truth. Closing square bracket. Although after that, she also faced many difficulties. As a result, Alabasta's situation has become very complicated. Closing square bracket. Bello Betty. I see, is this why Sabo can leave? This Cobra is really good, maybe he can be developed into an ally of the Revolutionary Army. However, now the things about him are also known to the holders of the diary copy in Marine and World Government. In this case, things will become a little more difficult to handle. Speaking of which, why did Princess Vivi let IM have thoughts about her? Koala. I have to thank this King Cobra. At this moment, the first half of the Grand Line. Alabasta. Nico Robin, dressed in white and wearing a bowler hat, was walking towards the Spider Cafe in front of him while looking at the copy of the diary in front of him. The royal family of Alabasta actually has such an identity. No wonder Crocodile would like this place. Is there something strange about Vivi that made IM think of killing her? It seems that even if Crocodile fails to successfully possess Alabasta, Princess Vivi will have to seek help from Rosen. In the world now, apart from the Revolutionary Army, Rosen is probably the only one who disdains the existence of world government and IM. Perhaps, only Rosen may have the power to deal with the darkness of the world government. If I take Vivi to Rosen, there will be Vivi, a special princess of the Neferutari clan, and a strange person like Rosen. I will definitely be able to touch that empty century-old history. Nico Robin murmured as he looked ahead at the Spider Cafe, which was already visible to the naked eye. At this time, Miss Zala should be playing the role of the boss lady in the coffee shop. Makita from Miss Valentine should have arrived as well. This time, after knowing that Mr. Zero's plan may fail, I think we can convince them to join me and Vivi in finding Rosen. With the addition of these two people, Vivi should be able to feel a little more at ease. She should be quite panicked now. Nico Robin raised the corners of his mouth, showing a beautiful smile. Immediately, she quickened her pace and walked towards the coffee shop. Gion, the D clan, the enemy of God. In that case, Vice Admiral Garp. No, how could I think so? Vice Admiral Garp is a marine hero. Charlotte Smoothie. Ha ha ha, that's what the D family is like. Rosen is right, many people with D in their names have forgotten the meaning of D, otherwise. Monkey D. Garp won't become marine either. Quote. Ydub. Dad once said that Roger, the Pirate King, actually has a D in his name. However, the world government deliberately concealed the D in his name. Now it seems that Roger also knows the meaning of D. Is he starting the Age of Discovery just to deal with the celestial dragons and IM? Speaking of which, Ace also has a D in his name. Quote. Makino. Mr. Garp, Luffy and Ace all have the subtitle D in their names. Does it mean that they are all Yim's enemies? Stussy. Vegapunk seems to be quite interested in D. Khalifa. Are people with D in their names enemies? No, if you really think so, Garp is also an enemy. For those who don't know the meaning of D, just be careful. The information Rosen disclosed was too significant. Suddenly, all diary copy holders found it difficult to calm down. Among them, naturally include Mikita and Zala, who are directly related to Alabasta at this moment. The first half of the Grand Line. Alabasta. Spider Cafe. Po. Zala, you are also the holder of a copy of the diary. As soon as Michida opened the door of the cafe, she stared at Zala with a copy of the diary floating in front of her with wide eyes. Mikita, do you actually own a copy of the diary? Zala raised her eyebrows and looked at the young and beautiful Michida in front of her with interest. Isn't your partner who you always hang out with? Michida shook her head and said. That guy was sent by the people above me to execute other characters. I was called here alone. Speaking of which, I really didn't expect that this time I would find out that you, like me, have a copy of Rosen's diary. It's great. It's the first time I see someone like me. Zala raised the corners of her mouth and murmured softly. Is this really the first time I've seen you? Zala responded quickly. Michida has always partnered with MR5 and acted together, but at this time, she actually acted alone. And he still appeared in this spider cafe. Both Michida and Zala have copies of the diary. It can be seen that the beautiful woman who haunts Alabasta may also have a copy of the diary. In Zala's eyes, Miss, who is Mr. Zero's partner, is pretty enough on Sunday. So, this Miss also has a copy of the diary all Sunday. She should have discovered that Michida and I both had copies of the diary. Single quote. This time, did you call us alone to negotiate with her? Zala thought to herself. After Michida took a sip of juice, she started to complain. I never thought that Alabasta would have such a terrible history. My boss is serious, why do you want to open the company here? If you are not careful, the world government will also take certain actions. Should I leave here? If I accidentally get involved in the feud between IM and the Alabasta royal family, I will definitely die, right? Zala raised her eyebrows and asked. Miss Valentine, are you going to betray your boss? Hearing this, Michida was shocked and looked at Zala in horror. Zero. Zala, are you one of us? Zala smiled and put one hand on the counter to support her chin. It doesn't matter if I tell you my identity now. Actually, I am Mr. One's partner, miss, please point your fingers. After saying that, both showed a huge smile to Michida. Although her identity should not have been told to Michida. But since Michida and she are both holders of a copy of the diary. And they are all employees working for Baroque Works. This makes Zala feel naturally close to Michida. Perhaps, one day in the future, they will work together to pursue Rosen. In this case, it is better to make the identity clear now. Haha, don't worry about what I will do to you, Michida. I also saw Rosen's diary. It seems that our boss Mr. O has found a troublesome country as the starting point of the plan. Furthermore, based on the contents of Rosen's diary, it seems that M0 has failed. Otherwise, Cobra wouldn't have gone to the Holy Land Mary Kia to meet IM. Maybe I should try to find Rosen. Staying by his side should make life less boring. Moreover, safety issues should also be guaranteed. The only question is whether to let this little boy take advantage like in that book. Although Rosen is a good man, there are too many women around him. Zala shook his head and sighed. Does a woman like you care about this? This is, a voice sounded at the door. Michida and Zala looked up and saw that it was Nico Robin. Sure enough, it's you who brought us together here, Miss All Sunday. Zala said. What, she did it on purpose. Wait, you also have a copy of the diary. Michida's eyes widened and she looked at the copy of the diary suspended in front of Nico Robin in surprise. Z. Chapter 211 Zala and Michida's Worries, the helper called by Nico Robin. As you can see, I am also the holder of a copy of the diary. Nico Robin smiled and walked up to the two of them. I asked you two to come here this time because I want to talk to you about cooperation. How about you, are you interested in joining me to form an alliance to find Rosen? If there are more people, maybe we can win Rosen's favor. Hearing this, Bo raised his eyebrows. I see, you also think Mr. Zero will fail, so are you planning to drag us along to change jobs? But how can you say that we will really work with you to find Rosen? Rosen is being watched by many people now. For safety reasons, we can choose to stay away. Michida also nodded. Zala is right. It's too dangerous to be around Rosen. I don't want to die. And I don't want to be Rosen's woman. If I become that guy's woman, he will definitely ask me to lick that. At the end of the sentence, Michida's face turned red instantly. Nico Robin smiled and said. If you stay with Rosen, you might sacrifice some color. But you can obtain the 163 wealth that you couldn't even imagine in the past. Isn't this the reason why you went to sea and became Alabasta agents? As for the danger, haha, in my opinion, Rosen's force will probably become the safest force soon. Both Rosen himself as the captain and his crew will gain great power. As long as Nami is willing to sacrifice himself, crew members can quickly become stronger by gaining points. It's not like you haven't seen the performance of Nami, Karina, Yuta, and Kaya. The powerful power is right in front of you, are you really not tempted? Even if you are not tempted, wealth and fame are always what you seek. With enough power, you can get as much wealth as you want through your own strength. And by staying with Rosen, you will also gain fame. Hearing Nico Robin's words, Zala and Michita were moved. The reason why they became agents of the Baroque works is that they thought they could obtain a large amount of funds here, allowing them to live the luxurious life they wanted. As for fame, such an intangible thing is what people like them, who live on the edge of a knife and live on the sea, expect. If they didn't have these desires, they wouldn't go to sea. Wouldn't it be better to live honestly in their hometown for the rest of their lives? Po, Zala, what did you say? Michita swallowed and looked at Zala. She was moved by Robin's words. Rather, she was interested in gaining power from Rosen, especially after seeing Nami, Karina and others transform from weak girls to as powerful as gods, she became even more jealous. The only thing that made her hesitate was that the paintings Rosen drew with her as the heroine were too wild. Thinking that by staying with Rosen, Rosen might ask her to do what she did in the work, Sekita hesitated. Haha, I agreed. Zala smiled and nodded and said. Hey, you agree now. Didn't you say before that there were too many women around Rosen, which made you a little unhappy? Michita's eyes widened in shock. Zala raised the corner of his mouth and said. Miss Kwan Sunday is right. If there is enough value, it is not impossible for me to sacrifice my body. Even if that man has many other women around him. Compared to the value Rosen can bring, other women are nothing. Not to mention, if I can combine with Rosen, he might give me more power. As Zala spoke, he took off the hood on his head, the glasses in front of his eyes, and the coat on his upper body. The next moment, a wild girl wearing tight jeans, a top that looked like sexy lingerie, and an afro hairstyle appeared in front of everyone. Michita looked at this scene in surprise, and she seemed to understand why Robin said that Zala would not care about being taken advantage of by Rosen. There is indeed a high probability that a woman who can wear such an outfit will not mind being taken advantage of, as long as she is paid enough. Welcome to join us, Zala. Nico Robin nodded to Zala and turned to look at Michita. Zala also turned his head and stared directly at Michita. You, why are you looking at me like this? Damn it, I just want to join you. Michita pouted and said. Kita was a little scared. She even thought that if she refused, Zala and Robin would kill her on the spot. Both Zala and Robin are ruthless killers, and so is she. Thinking of the rules of the Baroque works, Michita feels that it is entirely possible for Robin and Zala to deal with those who have different opinions. Having said that, she herself is also very eager to obtain a lot of wealth, fame and power. In that case, it's settled. Let's use a copy of the diary to add friends first. After that, we will set up a communication group. Robin smiled and extended the invitation to Michita and Zala. Miss Sunday, you haven't told us why you want to be Rosen's partner. Is it for wealth or for power? Besides, are you so sure that the three of us together can make Rosen fall in love with us? Although we are his heroines, it doesn't mean that she will really accept us after seeing us, right? Zala asked. Haha, the more people there are, at least our probability of success will be greater. Besides, we are not just three people. With that person, I think Rosen would be interested in us. After all, that one is so special. Robin smiled. As for the purpose, she does not intend to tell Michita and Zala that she is seeking the historical text. Is there a fourth person? Miss Kwan Sunday, who is it? Michita asked curiously. Nefeltari Vivi, no, it should be Nefeltari D. Vivi. Robin said with a big smile. What? The Princess of Alabasta. And she's a woman who will be targeted by IM. Miss All Sunday, I suddenly want to quit. Michita's eyes widened and she said in shock. You can't quit. Also, you don't have to worry too much about Neferutari D. Vivi's identity. After all, Rosen is already in a storm now, isn't he? Robin smiled. Zala was equally surprised. She shook her head and sighed. You really have found a powerful person. Neferutari D. Vivi, if someone with such a special status has a copy of the diary. It's very possible that Rosen will invite her. After all, Neferutari D. Vivi, who is D, is an enemy of the world government and I am just like Rosen. Robin quickly operated the diary copy and quickly brought himself, Vivi, Michita and Zala into a chat group. Then, let's have a good chat with this princess who bravely sneaked into our Baroque workshop. After that, I will take you to meet her. During the period before Rosen came to the Grand Line. I will also arrange the tasks for you in a location where it is more convenient to find Rosen. After all, if Rosen didn't enter the Grand Line from upside down mountain, Vivi might not be able to block Rosen. Robin said. What? The Princess of Alabasta is a spy who infiltrated the Baroque Works Company. The water glass that Michita had just picked up once again fell from her hands out of surprise. Zala was also a little dazed, staring blankly at Nico Robin with a smile on his face. Grand Line, first half. Near upside down mountain. Vivi slumped on the stool and stared blankly at the copy of the diary in front of her. He murmured unconsciously. After a while, she came back to her senses. Our family is D. We are actually enemies of the celestial dragons and world government. The truth about our family is actually like this. Father is really going to die. Even I will be hunted down. Thinking of this, a strong feeling of despair surged into Vivi's heart. It can be said that the 2.4 despair brought by IM is far greater than the despair brought by Crocodile. That is the king of the world, the darkness hidden in the brightest place. From the information disclosed by Rosen, it is not difficult to figure out Vivi. This IM will obviously take action against her. Although she doesn't know the specific reason, Vivi feels that it may have something to do with Nefertari D. Lily. This also means that there will be no room for maneuver on this matter. IM taking action against her or even Alabasta is inevitable. Damn it, why would Alabasta go through something like this? My father will die and the people will be in danger. Alabasta punched the table hard, and Vivi was so overcome with emotion that she didn't even notice that blood was bleeding from her palms. No, we can't despair yet. As long as we can get Rosen's support, neither my father nor Alabasta will be fine. Vivi thought about the power Rosen had mastered and the growth of Nami and others, and she clenched her fists unconsciously. At this moment, a message came from the copy of the diary. Nico Robin, Vivi, I called 2 helpers, I think they will help us find Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 212. It turns out that celestial dragons also beg for mercy. Hina, are you really going to key? Helper. Vivi looked at Nico Robin's message and couldn't help being a little stunned. At this moment, she has not yet recovered from the information revealed by Rosen. At this time, a new message appeared in front of Vivi again. Zala. Hello, your brave princess. Close black lens bracket. Makita. I didn't expect you to sneak into Alabasta and become Miss Wednesday. Close black lens bracket. Miss Both Fingers and Miss Valentine. Nico Robin took care of these two. Vivi blinked, and then she felt happy. After Rosen revealed things about IM, Vivi became more determined to find Rosen. If it was to increase the probability of Rosen helping, Vivi didn't mind bringing more women to Rosen's side. As long as I can become Rosen's partner, save my father from death, and keep Alabasta from getting into trouble. It doesn't matter if Nico Robin, Makita and I serve Rosen together. Vivi took a deep breath and quickly left her own message in the communication group. Neferutari D. Vivi, hello, Miss Zala, Miss Michita, I am very happy to be your companion. Close black lens bracket. Neferutari D. Vivi, why did my name change? Makita, why has it changed? Isn't that your name? Close black lens bracket. Nico Robin, haha, it's really interesting. When I communicated with Princess Vivi through a copy of the diary, her name was only Nefeltari Vivi, but now it has become Nefeltari D. Vivi. Close black lens bracket 06. Zala. This proves from another aspect that the Neferutari clan is indeed a clan of D. It seems that we have really become colleagues with the amazing princess of a country. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Neferutari D. Vivi. Close black lens bracket. Senya number. Celestial Dragon's Charmak Saint is still crying out in pain from Rosen's beating. In order to allow Charma Kushung to experience the ultimate pain, Rosen deliberately controlled the strength. It is not too easy for him, who has mastered the template of Jiguo Yuan, the Grandmaster, Transparent World, to control the power to torture a person. Through Transparent World, he can accurately see through a person's muscle structure and understand a person's current physical condition. He clearly knows how to beat and which part to beat so that a person can feel the ultimate pain without falling asleep. For a moment, Rosen's execution made Sati Chan and Domino, who were impelled down staff members, feel a chill in their hearts, secretly saying that they were not as good as Rosen. Damn it, you will definitely be punished. The wrath of God will destroy everything about you. Ah, it hurts, okay. Damn it, you two women are not Marines, please help me. Otherwise, I will definitely let you accept the most severe punishment. I will cut off your limbs, throw you into slaves and have countless people trample you. It hurts like hell. Why don't you do something? I will file a complaint against you, no. I will engrave you with the hooves of the heavenly soaring dragon. Not just you, but your families. You're done. The celestial dragons were lying on the deck, reaching out their hands to ask for help from Tashigi and Hina. However, the two of them were currently under the control of Nami, Karina and others, and there was no way to help him. At the same time, when the two heard the threat from Charma Kushung to them, their expressions were quite complicated. Tashigi's expression became even more gloomy. No, don't fight. Please, help me, Marine. Please, don't hit me. I can forgive your rude behavior. First won't let Marine hunt you down again. I apologize to you, please, don't hit me again. Charmako Saint finally collapsed under Rosen's beating. His original strength had dissipated, and was replaced by his prayers to Hina and Tashigi, and to Rosen's mercy. Such a scene naturally surprised Tashigi and Hina. Equally unexpected were the diary copy holders who watched the live broadcast. Boa Hancock. Haha, it turns out that celestial dragons can also beg for mercy. Charlotte Smoothie. Tisk, tisk, I threatened Tashigi and Hina before, but in the end, I even grumbled down to Marine, who serves their celestial dragons. Runty. It seems that celestial dragons are no different from ordinary people. When faced with danger, they will also instinctively beg for mercy. Lackey. Although Enel is not a thing, at least he is more like a god than the disgusting celestial dragons in front of me. Dole. Have the celestial dragons been forced to this extent? Skylark. If the celestial dragons escape from danger, is it really possible that Hina and Tashigi will not be held accountable, nor will Rosen and his team be held accountable? Ain. Haha, if someone really escapes danger, he will definitely use all possible means to take revenge. Widub. With Rosen's power, he will naturally be quite safe, but Hina and Tashigi will probably have their limbs stamped off and thrown into a pile of slaves as the celestial dragons said before. Gion looked solemnly at everything that was broadcast live in the diary copy in front of him. She naturally expected Rosen to let the celestial dragons go. But as smart as she is, she also understands that if the celestial dragons are really out of danger, then Tashigi and Hina will also be in danger. Even with the guarantee of naval headquarters, it would be too easy for the world government to punish two small marines. Unless Hina and Tashigi stay at naval headquarters, they will most likely be found and taken away by world government agents. Even if the two remain at naval headquarters, Marines Marshal Sengoku may be under unspeakable pressure. It's really troublesome. Single quote. Gion sighed deeply in his heart. On the one hand, she hopes that Rosen can let go of the celestial dragons, so that there is still the possibility of dealing between Rosen, Marine, and the world government. On the other hand, she doesn't want anything to happen to Hina and Tashigi. After all, if something happens to the two of them because of celestial dragons, she, who led the operation, will have an unshakable responsibility. Moreover, if Tashigi and Hina are taken away by the celestial dragons, it will definitely make other female marines who hold copies of the diary dissatisfied. At that time, a considerable number of female marines who hold copies of the diary may really be forced to leave Marine. Thinking of this, Gion sighed again in his heart. This time, even she was rare and didn't know how to deal with the incident in front of her. Hina and Tashigi also looked at celestial dragons with very complicated expressions. Both of them were quite surprised that the celestial dragons begged them for mercy. But asking themselves, it was difficult for the two of them to believe what celestial dragons said. Suddenly, the faces of the two of them became even more ugly. At this moment, Rosen suddenly stopped beating Chalmak Saint. He snorted coldly and stared with cold eyes at Charma Kushung, who was screaming in pain. I never imagined that celestial dragons, who are descendants of gods, would beg for mercy from a mortal like me. Tisk, tisk, it's really useless. If you could be tougher, I would probably admire you a little. Sure enough, I shouldn't have too many expectations for the celestial dragon's spirit. Not everyone can possess the conqueror's hockey-like former celestial dragon's Doflamingo, and take back the throne of Dressrosa along the way, become a Shichibukai, and become one of the kings of the underworld. Charlotte Smoothie. Hey, was that guy Doflamingo once a celestial dragon's? Black Maria, is there such a thing? But why was it once for celestial dragons? Monet, oops, the young master's secret has been exposed. No, we must speed up to find Rosen. We must let Rosen and the young master reach a cooperative relationship earlier. In this way, those who want to threaten the young master only talented people will not succeed. 960 granulated sugar, would it cause any bad effects? Baccarat, as expected of heavenly Yaksha who can cooperate with the Golden Emperor and beat the Golden Emperor's head. He actually has such a background. Gion, is Doflamingo a former celestial dragons? Or some kind of king of the underworld? This man is too restless. Stussy, haha, has the clown's identity been exposed? It will have some impact on his business. However, this Rosen should not expose my identity at the same time. Belabeti, he is the king of the underground world, and he is also a former celestial dragons. The revolutionary army seems to have paid too little attention to this guy. Hina, Tashigi, your faces are quite ugly. Are you worried that this great celestial dragons will really turn you and your relatives into slaves as he said? If you are worried about this, you don't have to be. Now that he has fallen into my hands, I will not let him leave me alive. Rosen suddenly stopped recording in his diary and beating up the celestial dragons, and raised his head to look at Hina and Tashigi. Celestial dragon's Charma Kushung naturally became more nervous when he heard this. However, after receiving a beating from Rosen, he no longer even had the strength to plead for mercy. Rosen, are you really going to kill him? Do you fully understand the consequences of doing this? Hina frowned and stared at Rosen and asked. Although the hope was slim, she still wanted to try. After Rosen heard Hina's words, he couldn't help but sneered. Let him go back. Ms. Hina, I think you should thank me. If I really let him go, do you think your outcome will be much better? Do you think you can continue to be your marine after he comes back alive? Chapter 213 Interrogation of Hina and Tashigi, the location of the female celestial dragons. After hearing Rosen's words, Hina opened her mouth to speak, but in the end no words came out. She understood that Rosen's words were generally correct. Consider the case of Saint Charmaine. Once he returns, both she and Tashigi will suffer harsh revenge from the celestial dragons. There is indeed a high probability that she will not be able to become marine. Now let's talk about you two. You two, can you tell me why you appeared on that island? Logically speaking, you shouldn't have arrived there, right? Could it be that you have any special way to find me? Rosen narrowed his eyes and stared at the two people and asked. If Marine really had some special way to find him, then his situation might be a bit dangerous. Rosen felt that he had better figure out why Hina and Tashigi found him. Hearing this, Hina and Tashigi's hearts tightened. They were traced through Rosen's diary. But how could they say such a thing? Not to mention the matter about the copy of the diary, they had no way to tell Rosen. Once they had that thought, they would feel like their hearts were pinched by some great fear. Even if they could tell about the copy of the diary, they couldn't tell Rosen in order to prevent Rosen from becoming wary of knowing the copy of the diary. Huh, don't you want to answer? In this case, I have to use some special methods. Nijigao, can you help me? Rosen turned his head and looked at Nuoxian. What's the matter, Captain Rosen? Nokigao heard Rosen's call and came over naturally. It's nothing, I just want to become one with you. Combined. Captain Rosen is really bold. Do you want to do it directly here? Huh, what are you talking about? Didn't you say that we need to merge into one body? I didn't expect that Captain Rosen would be so impatient. The corners of Nuo Chigao's mouth rose, with a little blush on her face. Although I'm a little shy, since it's Rosen who asked me. I do. No matter where you are, as long as you need it. I can satisfy you. As he spoke, Nokigao leaned his head against Rosen's ear and exhaled softly. I've been reading some books recently about men and women. Learned a lot of skills. It turns out that there are so many places in a woman's body that can be used against men. If it were you, Rosen, I would be willing to try the knowledge I have learned with you. As long as you're not worried about being weak, Rosen. After finishing speaking, Nuo Chigao's hand had been placed on Rosen's belly, all the way down. Violet. As expected of Nami's sister, this behavior is even more exaggerated than Nami's. However, is she weak? Oh no, this may indeed be a problem. If you follow those comic strips, playing with Rosen will definitely consume a lot of his energy. Runti. It is conceivable that this Nokigao will quickly gain points in the future. With Mirajan's template, will she really become a real beast? Speaking of which, even a woman would have to expend a lot of strength to deal with the actions drawn in Rosen's book. Perhaps, Nojigao was right, Rosen would really become very weak. Quote. Gion. Sure enough, this Nojiko is also a very troublesome person. Karina has no way of looking down on Nami and Nojiko. If given the chance, Nojiko will definitely climb onto Rosen's boat. Dole. When the time comes, Nakiko may be able to continue to gain points from Rosen like Yuta. Peacock. We can only hope that Yuta wants to eat alone and not let Nokigao get close to him. Or, Yuta can directly squeeze Rosen dry so that he has no strength to deal with Nokigao. Bello Betty. A man like Rosen should have enough energy. If he doesn't have enough energy, my plan will be affected. Charlotte Garrett. No. We must find Rosen quickly. No matter how strong a man is, he will lose strength if he is surrounded by too many women. There are already too many women around Rosen. Rosen looks better now, perhaps because not all women have already got him. If they both get Rosen, Rosen will most likely be weak. At that time, even if I go to Rosen, he may reject me because of my bad complexion. If that were the case, that would be too bad. Quote. Although Nuo Chigao's voice was low, the ladies in Ruhei's live broadcast room still heard it clearly. Suddenly, many women who planned to gain strength from Rosen began to worry about Rosen's physical condition. Not only Charlotte Smoothie and other ladies far away, but also Nami and Karina were a little worried about Rosen's physical condition. Nami. Rosen, you're not really getting weak, are you? Karina. I'm not sure, after all, women always have an advantage in that aspect. Nami. But Rosen is very strong. He should be different from other men. Karina. How about I give Rosen a try first to see if he is strong? Nami. You woman, don't think about being a sneaky fox. Rosen did not hear the conversation between Nami and Karina. His attention was on Nokigao at the moment. After all, Nuo Chigao's hand almost slipped into the place where it shouldn't have. Rosen twitched the corner of his mouth and quickly grabbed Nokigao's hand. Stop, 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 that's not what I meant. It means that I can use your power by merging with you. Rosen said. Although that thing was wonderful, even he didn't intend to do such a thing in public. Not to mention, there was a male celestial dragons on site. Moreover, he had to consider Yuta's mood. Although Yuta was just looking at him and Nokigao with a smile on his face. But Rosen always felt weird. My power. I see, I thought you couldn't bear it anymore, Rosen. Nokigao took back his hand, covered his mouth and said with a chuckle. Rosen looked at Nokigao in front of him with some shame. I secretly thought that as the elder sister, Nokigao was much more powerful than the younger sister, Nami. Then, let me experience what it will be like after fusion. Nokia put her hand on Rosen's hand with a smile on her face. Rosen did not hesitate. After activating the authority, his and Nokigao's bodies were immediately wrapped in light. After a while, Nokia disappeared, and Rosen's clothes also changed dramatically. The hair turned into long black hair, and huge demonic horns sprouted from both ends of the head. The clothes on her body changed into loose, revealing kimono-style clothes. Everyone looked over and felt that Rosen seemed a little more charming now. Charlotte Smoothie. Did Rosen use Mirajan's template to transform into a demonic form? This form seems not to have been seen in Mirajan's skill demonstration screen before. Quote. Gion. This may be the ability to understand the Mirajan template that Nokiga has mastered. But, what does Rosen want to do now that he is like this? Ain, is he going to attack Hina and Tashigi? Run T. In this form, Rosen really looks like the ability of a phantom beast. Black Maria. I just don't know what kind of power Rosen would have in this state. Is this the space I'll be in after the fusion? It's such a warm feeling. Nuauchi stood high in a translucent bubble like a soap bubble, opening her hands to embrace the sunlight that was pouring down from above. She understood that Rosen could see everything in the fusion space at this moment. Therefore, I am very happy to show my beautiful side in front of Rosen. In fact, it was just as Nakigao thought. Rosen could indeed see Nokiko's state at this moment. What a little leprechaun. Single quote. If Nojigao continues to get close to Mirajan, what will happen? Rosen sighed in his heart. After Nokigao got Mirajan's template, Lee Rosen noticed that Nokigao's figure had improved a lot. Although it is not as direct as Kaya getting the Tsunade template, she has a magnanimity comparable to Tsunade's mind. But there is no comparison between Nokigao before getting the template and Nokigao after getting the template. Rosen is not surprised. After all, as the poster girl of the Fairy Tale Guild, Mirajan's figure is second to none in the entire fairy tale world. And in the entire fairy tale world, among other things, there are many girls who have broad hearts. Once upon a time, this made a deep impression on Rosen when he watched the original fairy tale. After Rosen used his diary to leave 10 detailed artistic photos of Nokigao, he turned his attention to Hina, Tashigi and celestial dragons. Mirahe Sarah template. Mirahe received the power controlled by the demon Suzukaden Sarah. Single quote. Liang Yuishan Sarah masters the command spell. Single quote. As long as I use this spell, I should be able to pry out directly from Tashigi and Hina why Tashigi found me. We can also pry out the location of the female celestial dragons from the mouths of the male celestial dragons. Single quote. Rosen thought in his mind, slowly opening his eyes that seemed to have magic at the moment. Chapter 214 Commanding Celestial Dragons, The Power of True Demons. Photo. Nokigao's artistic photo, angle 1. Photo. Nokigao's artistic photo, angle 2. Photo. Nokigao's artistic photo, angle 10. Mirage Strauss's S templates are very effective, just like the Tsunade templates gave Kaya a big heart. Closing square bracket. Nokigao also has a broader heart than before through the template of Mirajan Strauss. Closing square bracket. Although Nachigeo did not reach the level of Mirajan Strauss. Closing square bracket. But if you take Nokigao's own talent and work hard to train Mirajan Strauss's S template. Closing square bracket. It shouldn't be long before Nokia Nako will be able to have a figure like Mirajan Strauss. Closing square bracket. Let's just hope that Nojiko can soon have the charm of the fairy tale guild's poster girl. Closing square bracket. Nokigao. Hehe, Rosen can indeed take photos. Now when the settlement comes, I will be able to have 50 points. Is Mirajan's charm? Don't worry. I will have it sooner. Luo Lin. Nami. Sure enough, Rosen can take pictures again. Really, even though you already have me, you still want to attack Nuo Chigao. Karina. Nagio's heart seems to have really grown bigger. Is this the effect of the Mirajan panel? Kaya. Will it become bigger than me? What am I thinking? Yuta. It's a bit enviable, Nokia's heart, but it's always a good thing that Rosen's first woman is me, hehe. Quote. Rosen's friends looked at the display of Noki's tall figure in the copy of the diary and murmured to themselves. When other diary copy holders saw Nokigao's changes and Rosen's words, they also had various different thoughts in their hearts. Vivi. My, is too small. Rosen may not like it. I wonder if there is any way to make these two piles of things bigger. Maybe you can ask Nico Robin. Bello Betty. Rosen is indeed very interested in those two things of women. Fortunately, although mine is not as big as Nokia's now, Rosen seems to like the way I look. Wydub. Is my size enough? No matter whether it is enough or not, I have to find Rosen first. As long as I can get the templates of characters like Tsunade and Miragen, even at my age, it can grow again. Domino. 10 photos, 50 points, I wonder how long it will take this woman Nokigao to catch up with Nami and others. Dole. The women around Rosen seem to be becoming more and more beautiful because of the template. By then, even if I find Rosen, Rosen will not like me. Peacock. Character templates can make people more beautiful just like slippery fruits. Really, there is one more reason to get character templates. Gion. Speaking of which, what on earth does this man Rosen want to do to Tashigi and Hina after becoming like this? Then let's make a quick decision. After all, Nuo Chigao's physical fitness is still very poor. I can't rely on Nokigao's strength to maintain this posture for too long. Rosen twisted his neck and muttered to himself. Rosen, what do you want to do to us? At this time, Na finally couldn't help but speak. In her opinion, the fusion of Rosen and Nuo Chigao into this appearance was completely aimed at them. Thinking of the terrifying power shown in Miragen's skill display, Hina felt a little uneasy. She had never seen Rosen's current posture before. It was precisely because she had never seen Miragen's posture before that she felt even more uneasy. After all, the unknown is what makes a person most uneasy. Don't be too nervous. I just plan to use Nokigao's power to interrogate you. You could call my current posture, Mirage Sarah, mode. Rosen raised the corner of his mouth and said with a chuckle. Interrogation. With your current strength, can you easily express the words in our mouths? Hina said nervously. At this moment, Tashigi also temporarily came out of his depression and raised his head to look at Rosen. Both of them knew that they couldn't talk about the copy of the diary. If it can be said that Rosen's posture at this moment has the power to force interrogation. Perhaps, the moment they are forced to reveal their copies of the diary, they will die. The Marines and pirates who also figured this out had their eyes widened. I felt inexplicably worried. The pirates are not worried about the safety of Hina and Tashigi. They were just worried that they might face the same situation as Tashigi and Hina, who were interrogated by Rosen. Haha, do you think I will easily tell you the power of my current posture? Rosen shook his head and smiled. Don't be nervous, before I ask you questions, I have to ask the great celestial dragons some questions. Rosen said, turning to look at celestial dragon Saint Chalmark who looked nervous. I order you to answer my question. What is the name of the female celestial dragons who was with you not long ago? As Rosen spoke, a strange wave spread from him. Although Tashigi and Hina couldn't see this power, they always felt that something was integrated into Charma Kushung's body. After hearing what Rosen said, a trace of confusion flashed through Saint Chalmer's eyes, and his body trembled with instinctive resistance. But even so, he still trembled and opened his mouth. She is. Shalulia Palace. Nico Robin. The body resisted, but did you still answer? Charlotte Smoothie. Can you force a person to answer your own questions? So the power of Miragen that Rosen is using now does not actually have combat power, but only has the power of interrogation. Ain. Will Hina and Tashigi really be forced to answer Rosen's questions? Violet. If I really tell you about the copy of the diary, I will die. Gion. Is this guy Rosen going to find another celestial dragons who ordered to bombard him right now? Tashigi and Hina became even more nervous when they saw Charma Kushung answered the question accurately. Rosen nodded secretly. Yes, it is indeed that woman. It seems there's nothing wrong with my memory. Hey, tell me, where did that woman go after she separated from you? Remember, this is an order. After he finished speaking, Charma Kushung's body began to tremble abnormally again, and he quickly answered Rosen's question. Only this time, Rosen didn't get what he wanted. I don't know. I don't know. Rosen frowned. He didn't think that a weak person like Charma Kushung could resist the command spell. Since he said he didn't know, he really didn't know. Seeing this, all Marines breathed a sigh of relief. The pirates who wanted to watch the excitement shook their heads in displeasure. As a demon created by the Book of Zirf, Suzuka Dinsera controls a spell called command. Closing square bracket. This power can freely control objects and humans. As long as it is ordered, it can conduct long-distance operations at any time. Closing square bracket. Even, this power can also command the dead, although it is not very comfortable to control the corpse. Closing square bracket. At the same time, Liang Yuishan Sera can also use the command spell to command his body to break through restrictions. Closing square bracket. Once upon a time, Jingyu Tian Sera once ordered herself to break through the restrictions and defeated Miragen who was in the strongest demon form at the time with one blow. Quote. Charlotte Smoothie. Sera, who is this guy? Why did Rosen suddenly mention that Sera defeated Miragen? Gion. Command spell. Could it be that Rosen is using the command spell on the celestial dragons? But, this is not the power of Mirahe, but the power of Suzuka Dinsera. Dole. But, why can Rosen use it now? Sati-chan. Devil. Is this Suzuka Dinsera the real devil? Wait, Rosen mentioned that Mirahe's receiving magic can accept the power of demons. Could it be that Marahe will use this Suzukishin? Has Sarah been swallowed? In the end, Suzuki Tensella was finally received into the body by Marajan using receiving magic. When Marahe uses receiving magic to call the power of Suzukiden Sarah to become Marahe's Sarah, she can also use command spells. Closing square bracket. Although the command spell is not absolute, the celestial dragons in front of me are so weak, so is what he said true. Closing square bracket. Damn it, can't we find that female celestial dragons for now? What a pity. I originally wanted that superior woman to try to conceive a mortal seed that he disdained. Closing square bracket. It seems that I can only find opportunities in the future. Closing square bracket. Peacock. So, Suzukiden Sarah is a demon that Marajan hunted by receiving magic. Just like the demon used by Marajan in the previous skill demonstration, Suzukiden Sarah is also a demon. Demonic power. Gion. So that's why Rosen mentioned Suzukiden Sarah. Dole. The command spell can even command corpses and objects, and the commanded being can also operate it from a distance. This is really a terrifying power. Domino. What's even more difficult is that since Suzukiden Sarah has the power to defeat Marajan with one blow, the powerful strength that Suzukiden Sarah possesses cannot be summarized by just a command spell. Sati-chan, how many transformation powers does this Marajan template possess? Could it be that in addition to the demons that master the command spell, she also masters other demons? Run-T. This Marajan really shouldn't be underestimated. If Nokigao can master this power of Hua, will she not only become a true body of 100 beasts, but also a body of 100 demons? Kim Rummy. That's great. I really want to have it. This is called the power of receiving magic. This is called the template of Marajan Strauss. Chapter 215. Hina wants to be Rosen's woman. An unexpected development. There is a lot of demon fruit power in this world. After enjoying the benefits of a devil fruit ability, who wouldn't want to have a second devil fruit power? However, it is a pity that unless there is a special being like Blackbeard, a person can only eat one devil fruit. But the existence of Rosen allowed them to see the opportunity to master the second ability. Although the character template is not a devil fruit, its power is no less than that of a devil fruit, or even stronger. But now, the Marajan template controlled by Nokigao can actually transform into various beasts, and can also transform into more than one demon form. Different demons also possess different special powers. This situation naturally makes all those with devil fruit abilities feel envious. In the skill demonstration of Marajan, she easily penetrated the mountain scene with the power of darkness. For a while, quite a few holders of copies of the diary actually felt that Marajan's template was more attractive than the movie's template. After all, Rosen said it. Perhaps, Marajan's template may also have the ability to receive other demon fruit powers. Just thinking about this makes many ability users eager and excited. Bello Betty, if Marajan's template can be used, perhaps Nojiko will become a very scary character. Koala, it makes me want to become an Esper. Speaking of which, is Rosen really planning to get female celestial dragons pregnant? Boa Hancock, if that superior female celestial dragons were to conceive a so-called mortal child, she would definitely be in great pain. Haha, I really want to see her expression at that time. But why do I feel a little uncomfortable thinking about that female celestial dragons being able to give birth to Rosen's child? Nico Robin, if the female celestial dragons had Rosen's child, would his attitude towards the female celestial dragons change? After all, she also has Rosen's child. Gion, if Rosen's attitude towards female celestial dragons will change because of the child, maybe Marine can use force on Rosen. As long as Marine can have someone pregnant with her child, maybe his attitude towards Marine will change because of the child. There has been a change. Charlotte Smoothie. A man like Rosen will most likely not change the way he does things just because a woman has his child, just like a mother. Charlotte Garrett. But at least, he will treat me and his children very well. As long as I behave better and our children think of Rosen and act coquettishly, Rosen will definitely help me realize my dream. Senya number. Yuta touched his chin and frowned slightly. A child, we can't let the female celestial dragons be the first to conceive Rosen's child. Quote. Since I am Rosen's first woman, I also want to be Rosen's first mother. Quote. And if you have a child, you will be able to scare Shanks even more. Quote. Yuta thought. Like Yuta, Nokigao, Nami, Karina and others also had their own thoughts in their hearts and looked at Rosen's back thoughtfully. What a useless guy, he doesn't even know this. Rosen shook his head in disappointment, and then stepped on the celestial dragon's head. The penetrating power immediately made celestial dragons roll his eyes and completely lose consciousness. Then, Rosen raised his head and looked at Hina and Tashigi. Then, it's your turn. Hearing this, Tashigi and Hina both felt their hearts tighten. Let's start with you, Na. Rosen's eyes exuded a faint magical light, and he murmured. I ordered you to tell me, is it a coincidence that you appear in front of me again, or is there another reason? As soon as he finished speaking, Hina's body immediately began to tremble uncontrollably like the celestial dragons before. Yes, there is another reason. Even though Hina bit her lip, the answer still came out of her mouth. Seeing this scene, many diary copy holders became increasingly nervous. Haha, there really is another reason. This is interesting. Rosen sneered and was about to speak again. At this moment, Yansichi Zhang rushed forward. Rosen, please stop asking, please. Rosen frowned and looked at Tashigi. I order you to stand still and quietly. The power of the spell penetrated Tashigi's body instantly. Tashigi, who was walking towards Rosen, immediately shut up and stopped where he was. Even though her body was shaking uncontrollably, she couldn't move at all. Tashigi. Hina pursed her lips, feeling warm in her heart, but at the same time she felt despair about what was going to happen next. Even as cold as she is, she can't find any way now. Hina, I order you to tell me the reason why you found me. Hearing Rosen's words, Hina's body trembled, and her sexy lips opened unconsciously. Because I like you, because I want to be your RBQ. It's over. Hina closed her eyes and waited for death to come. This time, she didn't resist the command spell at all. Yuan manipulated her to tell the answer. She understood that she would die after revealing the copy of the diary. Only 1 second, 2 seconds, 30 seconds passed. Hina didn't feel the feeling of despair that she had felt before. I'm not dead. She slowly opened her eyes and looked forward suspiciously, only to see Rosen in front of her looking at her with wide eyes as if in great surprise. She turned to look at the people around her and found that Tashigi, Yuta, Karina and other people present had the same expression as Rosen. Suddenly, she became even more confused. After a pause, she suddenly remembered what she had said before. In an instant, doubts and extremely shameful emotions flooded into her heart. What did I just say? Why would I say that? Meat, change, how could I say such a thing? Single quote. Hina pursed her lips tightly, wishing she could find a hole and crawl into it right then and there. At the same time, Hina also felt very strange. What she said before was not what she wanted to say at all. Those words were spoken as if something had taken control of her body. Suddenly, Hina looked up at the copy of the diary floating in front of her eyes. The copy of the diary in front of her was shining brighter than before. And this light even spread directly to her body from a silk thread, encompassing her entire body. The diary copy is controlling my body. It's preventing me from mentioning the copy of the diary to Rosen. 0. Please give me flowers 0. Hina's eyes widened. Sadi-chan, what's going on? Why did Hina say that? Skylark, Miss Hina, she likes Rosen. But even if she likes Rosen, this is too direct. Runty, isn't this woman too direct? She can say anything about sex, right? Vivi, that's so bold, but if I can do this, will Rosen be willing to accept me? Nico Robin, no. The situation with Hina's diary copy is wrong. Could it be that she was controlled by her own diary copy? Gion, Hina definitely didn't find Rosen because of something like that. She clearly found Rosen because of the contents of the diary copy. Could it be that the copy of the diary is an object that must not be discovered by Rosen? So, when faced with Rosen's command spell, will the copy of Yuji even help the holders of the copy of Shenji to conceal their existence from Rosen? When Gion, Dole and others thought of this, they couldn't help but look at their copies of the diary. For no reason, they all felt relieved. Not only did they feel reassured about Hina's safety, but they also don't seem to have to worry about being treated by Rosen using command spells in the future. 0. Ahem, that, I didn't hear clearly what you said before. By the way, I order you. After Rosen was stunned for a few seconds, he coughed slightly and asked Hina. Because I like you, because I want to be your RBQ. In an extremely shameful mood, Hina said those words again. Hina's body turned completely crimson, and her body couldn't stop trembling. This time, her trembling did not come from the command spell, but entirely from her own shame. On the Senya, Nami and Karina looked at each other. At this moment, they were sure that Rosen could not see the light coming from the copy of the diary on Hina. And, is there such a thing? Rosen frowned. He immediately thought there was something wrong with the command spell. After all, no matter how you think about it, his charm is not big enough for Hina to say such things to him. Taken together, the two of them don't have much interaction. Is it because I saved her at the Golden Lion? After Rosen murmured something, he shook his head again. If you don't believe it, maybe this woman is resistant to the command spell. I have to give it a try. Rosen took a deep breath and spoke to Hina. You didn't lie. Hina, no. Real. Then you prove it to me. Good. Hina said, taking a step forward and kneeling in front of Rosen, reaching out her hand to touch Rosen's unspeakable thing. Rosen opened his mouth and didn't react until Hina actually touched her. Instinctively, he took a step back. But when Hina saw this, not only did she not give up, but she chased after her and even opened her mouth. I order you to squat down. After Rosen was speechless for a moment, he immediately ordered Hina. As the spell took effect, Hina stopped where Tashigi had been before. Rosen frowned, looked at Hina in front of him, unconsciously took a photo of her, and uploaded it to his diary. Chapter 216 Hina is getting weirder and weirder, Tashigi wants to quit Marine. Photo. Weird Hina. This woman actually plans to attack directly, and also plans to use her words. Does she want to bite open my pants directly? It's weird, this woman really found me because she liked me so much that she wanted to be my meat, what the hell? Isn't this too fantasy? However, the command spell should be in effect. Closing square bracket. So, is Hina serious about having fun? Charlotte Smoothie. Ha ha ha, it's really interesting to see such a performance. Bello Betty. This Hina is very lucky. Although it is a bit shameful, at least she saved her life. Sadie Chan. The way he stretched out his hand to hold something, and the way he opened his mouth to bite something. Could the copy of the diary still allow Hina to do this? Gion. Anyway, the result is pretty good. Now, Tashigi and Hina should be safe. Hina trembled as she looked at the photos Rosen took and the content she recorded about herself. This time, Hina was not happy about the points brought by the photo and name. Instead, I felt endless shame. Thinking that this photo has been passed to the eyes of many diary copy holders through Luo, 030, Sen's diary system. Hina felt a pang of regret. She regrets that she shouldn't have come to Rosen. Ahem, then Tashigi, you came to me, could it be because you like me and want to be my flesh with Hina, that's what you know. I command you, answer me. After Rosen calmed down a little, he turned to look at Boskin. No. Under the control of the command spell, Tashigi answered immediately. So, how did you know my location? Rosen asked. As soon as these words came out, the female Marines who were originally in a calm mood became nervous again. At this moment, Tashigi has already said that he did not come to see Rosen because he liked Rosen. In other words, she can no longer answer the questions raised by Rosen in the same way as Hina. Invisible to Rosen's naked eyes, the copy of the diary next to Tashigi emitted a beam of light at an extremely fast speed and enveloped Tashigi. Immediately, Tashigi spoke naturally. I came with Colonel Hina. After hearing this and seeing the light on the copy of Tashigi's diary, the Marines breathed a sigh of relief. I see, it's still Hina. So, you are looking for me because you like me. Don't say that you happened to find me on the previous island just for this reason, right? I command you to answer me. Rosen turned to look at Hina and asked. That's right. I went out to sea to find you because I like you and want to be your RBQ. As for the direction, I chose a direction at random. Now that I have found you, it proves that fate brought us two together. So, please satisfy me, my lord. Although Hina's face was red, her body was trembling. But when I said this sentence, I didn't feel stuck at all. Those decisive words made Rosen feel that if he lifted Hina's command spell, she would pounce on him and lick him right now. Rosen was stunned by Hina's appearance. Karina, Nami and others who knew the reason couldn't help laughing. Hina also became more shy amidst the laughter of Nami and others. Monet, it seems that the copy of the diary will hide its existence from Rosen no matter what. In this way, I don't have to worry about Rosen knowing about the copy of the diary through me. Violet, I always feel like this female Marine is about to cry. Domino, if I were to say such words and make such actions, I would probably cry too. Gion, if Rosen continues to ask questions and does not stop Hina's movements, Yuki will not really control Hina's body and kill Rosen, right? Suddenly, a burst of light gushed out from Rosen's body, covering his entire body. Gradually, the light split into two and condensed into two human figures. As the light dissipated, the tall figures of Rosen and Nokia appeared in front of everyone. As soon as Nokia appeared, her legs gave way and she fell down against Rosen. Seeing this, he quickly hit Chigao on the shoulder. Are you okay, Nokigao? It's okay, sorry Captain Rosen, my physical strength seems to be unable to support our continued fusion state. It doesn't matter. After all, the mode just now is one of the trump cards of the power you have, and it consumes a lot of physical energy. Rosen, I will work hard so that you can borrow my body to use it in a different mode than before. Well, I'm looking forward to your growth. I believe that with this power as a seed, you will grow up very quickly. Rosen nodded and said, Dole, I see, it's because Nokigao's physical strength couldn't support it, so the fusion state between the two was released. Peacock. Anyway, within a short period of time, Rosen can no longer use Mirajan Sera's template to question Hina and Tashigi. Gion, what Nojiko said just now means that Mirajan's template has a stronger mode. This is really disturbing news. Hina and Tashigi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Rosen and Nokigao separated. At this time, after Rosen handed Nokigao to Nami aside, he helped Hina up from the ground with a serious look. He patted the dust on Hina's shoulder and said in a serious tone. Ms. Hina, you surprise me. I really didn't expect that you would fall in love with me just after we met twice. To be honest, this situation is a bit beyond my expectation. But it's a pity. I am a pirate and you are a marine. I don't want to have an affair with Marine. Unless you're willing to quit Marine, I won't let you spend the night with me. So, are you willing to quit Marine? Hina blushed, pursed her lips and shook her head vigorously. That's right, so I can only refuse your wish to become my flesh or something. Rosen patted Hina on the shoulder and said, am I being rejected? I obviously said those words, but he refused directly. Hina stared blankly at Rosen's face, feeling an indescribable sense of shame welling up in her heart. Her dull expression was accurately transmitted to everyone's eyes. Yamato, ha ha ha, Hina's expression is so funny. Stussy, ha ha, it's a huge blow for a girl to say those words and be rejected, even if those words were spoken under the control of a copy of the diary. Black Maria, this one called Hina seems to be crying. Charlotte Smoothie, however, one thing is certain. Even if the heroine in Rosen's works is on the opposite side of Rosen, he will not take action. Gion, trouble. Sure enough, the only way to use force against Rosen is to make Marine's woman pregnant with Rosen's child first. Speaking of which, this is the second time you two have set foot on my Senya. How about it? Do you have any suggestions on how I should deal with you two? Rosen crossed his arms and asked with interest. Hearing this, both Tashigi and Hina fell into silence. The second time he was caught by Rosen, and the second time he seemed to be rescued by Rosen. Both of them were at a loss for words to ask Rosen to let them go. Speaking of which, we can meet again on the vast sea. It shows that we are somehow destined. How about, do you want to quit Marine and just follow me and become a pirate? Rosen smiled, and continued to say under the surprised looks of the female Marines, Washi, and Hina. You have also seen the actions of Colonel Mouse in the Marine and the celestial dragons behind your Marine. Those things can't be considered just acts at all. In addition, I also know a lot of unfair things about your Marine and world government. I think you also joined Marine to pursue justice. Now that you have seen the darkness of Marine and world government, why do you still stay in this pool of black water? Although I am a pirate, at least I am not as hypocritical as Marine and world government. 17. He won't bully the weak at will like Colonel Mouse. How about 3.4, do you want to try living here with me? Perhaps, we will find a different kind of justice. Rosen himself knew that he was not a righteous person, at most he was a person between justice and evil. However, according to the background of the pirate world, he has to deal with the celestial dragons and the world government. To a certain extent, he is indeed righteous. Hina frowned and shook her head decisively. Even though there are some dark places in Marine. But I think most of it is bright. Hina has no intention of leaving Marine. When Rosen heard Hina's words exactly the same as before, he shrugged and said nothing more. Originally, he did not expect Hina to become a member of the pirate group. However, at this moment, Rosen's voice sounded. Rosen, can I join you? Rosen raised his eyebrows when he heard this and realized that the person speaking was actually Tashigi. Tashigi, are you planning to quit Marine and become a pirate? Rosen asked with interest. That's right, I did turn it off like this. Tashigi nodded heavily and said. Chapter 217 The male celestial dragons are dead, the next target is the female celestial dragons. Koala. Huh, is this Marine planning to quit Marine and become Rosen's partner? Bello Betty, do you really want to quit? Or are you just pretending to join? Charlotte Pudding. Looking at Rosen's previous rejection of Hina, it is almost impossible for him to help Marine. Does this female Marine know this situation, so she plans to pretend to be Rosen's partner so that she can gain power from Rosen first? Charlotte Snamon. Oops. Rosen mentioned that this Tashigi can use Arancardia's template. If she really becomes a member of the Flame Blade Pirates, wouldn't Rosen have to hand over Arancardia's template? Give her. Charlotte Smoothie. This woman must be pretending to be Rosen's partner. Rosen, you must leave Tia's template to me. Sadie Chan. I see, this is an undercover plan. Gion. It seems, something is not quite right. Stussy. Interesting, could it be because of the villagers who died because of her? Nico Robin. Or is it because of knowing the existence of IM? Karina, Nami, Nokigao and others looked at each other, and they all looked at Tashigi with a scrutinizing look. They all knew that there might be a communication group between INS and Marine. Therefore, even if Tashigi really wants to join, they will be cautious. Tashigi, what nonsense are you talking about? Hina frowned and asked in confusion. Colonel Hina, what I said is true. Maybe I can no longer be a Marine. Tashigi shook his head and sighed deeply. The villagers who died because of me. Their painful voices echo in my head. There is no way for me to continue to be a Marine seriously. And, Tashigi opened his mouth, but after all, he didn't say anything about IM. Just as Nico Robin speculated, after knowing the existence of IM and the darkness hidden by the world government. She no longer has confidence in Marine being managed by such a world government. The deaths of the villagers and IM's existence contributed to her unwillingness to stay in Marine. Celestial dragons if it's dark. Quote. Then Rosen should be the light to deal with the celestial dragons. Single quote. Perhaps, by staying by his side, I will really find the justice I want. Single quote. Tashigi looked at Rosen and thought to himself. Rosen held his chin with one hand, touched his chin, and looked at the short-haired girl in front of him with interest. Interesting, I really didn't expect that you would give such an answer. However, it is empty talk. You said you were quitting Marine. There's no guarantee that you were just a spy who sneaked in. So, if you really want to be my partner, why not do one thing for me? If you can do it, I will allow you to become my crew. Rosen raised the corners of his mouth and said with a chuckle. What are you going to ask me to do, Rosen? It's not a difficult task. It's just asking you to stab someone with your knife. Don't worry, he's not a good person. Who is it? Far away, yet so close. Rosen smiled and pointed at the celestial dragons lying on the deck. Habari. Rosen, you want Tashigi to hurt the celestial dragons. Peacock. Oops, if Tashigi does what Rosen says, she won't be able to return to Marine. Ain. And if she is unwilling to do this, Rosen will definitely not accept her. However, Tashigi seems to be serious. Could it be that she is going to be the first to leave Marine and join Rosen before me? Are you from the pirate group? After Rosen finished speaking, he took a step back and motioned for Tashigi to pull out the knife from his waist. Oh, I see. Tashigi nodded, pulled out his knife and stabbed the celestial dragon's body. Bello Betty. Hey. He actually attacked the celestial dragons. Charlotte Smoothie. There's something about this Marine. Kim Rummy. This girl named Tashigi must have worked too hard to become Rosen's companion. Stussy. Stab the celestial dragons, even as a spy you can't do such a thing. This Marine named Tashigi, her career as a Marine is over. Boa Hancock. Hey, this female Marine is pretty good. Gion. Tashigi. A stream of bright red blood burst out from Celestial Dragon's body, and the severe pain caused Celestial Dragons to wake up and turn around with a cry of pain. It hurts. I was stabbed. Are you the one who calls himself Marine? How dare you stab me with a knife? I will never forgive you, you are dead. I will punish you with the most cruel punishment. Celestial Dragon's Charmak cursed Tashigi in the most foul language. Tashigi didn't reply, but silently raised the blade in his hand. Then he stabbed Charma Kushung again on his body. Blood flowed out, and Saint Chalmark was speechless because of the pain. After waking up, he looked at Tashigi with nothing but fear in his eyes. Tashigi, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Hina asked Tashigi nervously. I'm not crazy, I'm extremely calm now. Tashigi shook his head at Hina and turned to Rosen. Does this prove it, Rosen? Or, I need to use the sharp blade in my hand to end his life. Only will you admit that I really want to be your partner? Rosen took a deep look at Tashigi and suddenly clapped his hands. No, Tashigi. As a Marine, I can take action against celestial dragons. You have proven your sincerity. Since I said before that if you can take action against the celestial dragons, I will accept you as a partner. Then, I will also fulfill my promise. However, you'd better not do such a thing as killing celestial dragons. This guy's life must be taken with my own hands. Rosen walked up to Tashigi and held the handle of Shigur's famous sword in her hand. Then he suddenly raised his head and stabbed Charma Kushung in the head. Penetrating injury. After Charma Kushung's head was penetrated, his body began to twitch involuntarily. A moment later, Chalmak Saint stopped breathing forever. Photo. Celestial Dragon's death of Charmak Saint. Colonel Mouse is dead, and one of the two celestial dragons has been killed. Closing square bracket. The rest is the female celestial dragons. Closing square bracket. I didn't expect that Tashigi would actually attack celestial dragons. I was just joking. Closing square bracket. Maybe it's because of the dead villagers. Closing square bracket. If her attack on the celestial dragons is leaked, she will definitely be hunted down and die. Closing square bracket. Well, after all, she is one of the heroines in my novel. It would be a pity if she died because of this incident. Closing square bracket. Let's leave her on the Xenia for a while for inspection. Closing square bracket. Arankar Tir Harabel's template, Tashigi was able to adapt. Closing square bracket. After the inspection is over, you can hand over the template of Tir Harabel to Tashigi for use. Closing square bracket. After Rosen recorded it, he closed the panel of the Voyage Diary system. At the same time, the video recording of the death of celestial dragons also ended. The holders of copies of the diary looked at the video that had fallen into darkness, and were a little stunned for a moment. Even though Rosen mentioned killing the celestial dragons. But when they actually saw the celestial dragons being publicly executed in the live broadcast, they were still a little stunned. Charlotte Smoothie. What, giving Tia's template to Tashigi to use? No, this is absolutely not allowed. Boa Hancock. Celestial dragons, are they really dead? That's great. This man Rosen is indeed a pretty good man. Black Maria. The celestial dragons are dead. Now Rosen is destined not to be on the side of Marine and world government. It's a good result. Violet. The celestial dragons are dead. If I become Rosen's partner, I may never be able to return to Dressrosa. But, it doesn't matter. Monet. Rosen is so cruel, so decisive. He treats the current celestial dragons like this. If the young master becomes his enemy. No, we must fight for 520 to get Rosen, no matter what any price. Koala. Well done, it's such a relief to see the celestial dragons die, don't you think, Quad Betty? Bello Betty. Yeah, of course. Rosen is really suitable for the revolutionary army. Khalifa. The celestial dragons died. Even if only we holders of the diary copy saw this matter, it cannot escape the investigation of the world government. Should I report this matter? Forget it. It would be bad for me to report this matter. It is impossible to explain why I know this matter. Sure enough, let the people at world government investigate on their own. I'd better focus on ancient weapons quest. If Rosen tells the truth about Pluton's drawings one day, my mission here may have to fail. Quote. Stussy. Rosen will be hunted down by the world government. Gion. It's over. Aboard the Senya. Karina, Nami, Nokigao, Kaya, Yuta and others looked at the bodies of the dead celestial dragons. They all understood what the death of the celestial dragons meant. Therefore, they were very serious at this moment. Of course, aside from the seriousness, there's also the surprise that Tashigi dared to stab the celestial dragons. Rosen, what are you going to do next? The death of celestial dragons is no small matter after all. Then Marine and world government will probably send quite dangerous people to chase us. Karina took a deep breath and stepped forward. Are you scared, Karina? Rosen laughed. No, the captain of this ship defeated the Golden Lion in Hawkeye. How could I feel scared? I believe Captain Rosen that you can handle any threat. Karina smiled and continued. It's just that I want to know what your plans are next. Where should we go next? Also, how should we deal with Miss Hina over there who is not willing to join us? After saying that, Karina turned to look at Hina. Chapter 218 To hang up celestial dragons, Tashigi withdraws from the group Marine thanks to QQ_21. Today, Rosen has turned off the video recording function. Karina can also safely ask Rosen about his next stop. As for Tashigi and Hina, with people like them from the Flame Blade Pirates watching, Karina didn't think they could reveal the information about Rosen's next stop. In fact, they don't have to worry about Tashigi anymore. After all, looking at the current situation, it is probably destined for Tashigi to become a member of the Flame Blade Pirates. Therefore, the one they need to be more prepared for is Hina. As for Ms. Hina, please take it with you first. Karina, I will leave it to you to take care of her. As for our next stop, we will choose Logue Town, where the Pirate King was executed. Rosen glanced at Hina, then looked at the bodies of celestial dragons. Although this guy is dead, we can't just let it go. Don't those people from Marine offer a reward for me? Look at me hanging the bodies of the celestial dragons on Roger's execution platform. Will they not give me a reward? Speaking of which, what if the Marines saw the corpses of celestial dragons being treated like this? The expressions of those Marine and world government personnel must be quite wonderful. Maybe I should leave a wooden sign next to the celestial dragon's corpse, saying that I still want to cause trouble for the female celestial dragons. Haha, in that case, the expressions of Marine and world government people will be even more exciting. Perhaps the female celestial dragons will also be nervous. Most likely not, she might just feel angry. Quote. Rosen raised the corner of his mouth and said with a chuckle. The expressions of Marine and world government people will indeed be quite exciting. Karina touched the sweat on her forehead and said. Kill the celestial dragons, and hang the bodies of the celestial dragons on the execution platform of Roger the Pirate King in a high-profile manner. Such behavior is simply a slap in the face of Marine and the world government. Karina understands that after this, Marine and world government will not only give Rosen a high reward. At the same time, Marine and world government will send powerful enemies to cause trouble for the Flame Blade Pirates. It seems that it is best to prevent Captain Rosen from casually revealing his location and the purpose of his next stop in his diary. The female Marines who have copies of the diaries found our location through the copies of the diary. Single quote. Karina thought to herself. Kaya, you are only using your medical treatment to protect the celestial dragons' bodies to a certain extent. Don't let him rot before we even reach Logue Town. After Rosen said something to Kaya, his eyes fell on Tashigi and Hina again. As for these two, I will leave it to Karina to take care of you. I have been busy for so long, I have to take a rest. Rosen rubbed his neck and walked towards the cabin. He believes that Karina's intelligence is enough to handle Tashigi and Hina's problems. No need to worry about it yourself. Do you want to rest? I'll sing to you, Rosen backquote. Yuta smiled and took steps to keep up with Rosen. But at this moment, Karina suddenly reached out and put her hand on Yuta's shoulder. Wait a minute, Yuta. Captain Rosen has gone to rest. You can't miss Tashigi's welcome ceremony. Speaking, Karina winked at Yuta. When Yuta saw this, she immediately understood that Karina had something to say to her. Okay, then I'll find you later, Luoji. After Yuta waved to Rosen, she watched Rosen disappear from the cabin entrance. Then, let's deal with your problem first, Miss Tashigi. Since you said you wanted to join us. Then you should understand what you need to do. Karina narrowed her eyes slightly and pointed at the copy of the diary floating in front of Tashigi's eyes. Yes, I know. Tashigi didn't need Karina to say anything. He simply entered his friend interface in front of Karina and others. After getting Karina's permission, she left a message in the Marine communication group and deleted all female Marine friends in front of Karina and others. Later, she quit the Women's Marine Exchange group. Taking advantage of this time, Karina and others also found out who among the Marines had copies of the diary. Tashigi, you. Hina looked at the prompt from her copy of the diary and was stunned on the spot. Very good. Now that you have joined us, you will naturally have to change some friends. Next, you can join our group of dough balls. Karina saw Tashigi's decisive behavior and nodded with satisfaction. Then he invited Tashigi to the Flame Blade Pirates group. As for this Miss Hina, we know you won't be one of us. To prevent you from revealing the location of our next stop, I can only ask you to sleep for a while. Kaya, please. After Karina finished speaking, Kaya took out a syringe from somewhere and inserted it into Hina's arm. As the medicine in the syringe came out, Hina immediately rolled her eyes and fell asleep. Don't worry, it's just some anesthetics. We know about your relationship. Considering that you have become one of us. So I will just let her sleep until Captain Rosen allows him to disembark. Quote. Kaya noticed Tashigi looking at her and explained. Huh, thank you. Tashigi took a long breath when he heard that Hina was fine. Then, let's have a good chat during this time, Tubit. After the celestial dragons die, there will be a lot of trouble for us. Although Captain Rosen doesn't care, it's because he doesn't know about the copy of the diary. So, those of us who have copies of the diary need to help Captain Rosen cope with this. Let's go everyone, go to Kaya's medical room, where we can have a good chat. By the way, dispose of the bodies of the celestial dragons. After Karina finished speaking, she took the initiative to pick up the body of celestial dragons and walk towards the cabin. Nami, Yuta, Tashigi and others followed closely. Women's Marine Communication Group. Sadi-chan, it's over now. Rosen actually killed the celestial dragons. There's no way we can let him be Marine's helper. You can't hide this matter even if you want to. Close black lens bracket. Domino. That's true. With the world government's intelligence capabilities, this matter will definitely be investigated. It's just a matter of time. Close black lens bracket. Ain. Not to mention, there may be people in the world government who hold copies of the diary, and they may have reported Rosen's killing of celestial dragons to the people above. Gion, can you still think of a solution now? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Gion. Close black lens bracket. Ain. It seems that even you can't think of a solution for the time being. It's no wonder, after all, they are celestial dragons. Even if the celestial dragons are beaten, Marine Admiral will take action. Now that the celestial dragons are killed directly, I don't know what kind of reaction Marshal Sengoku will give after knowing it. Close black lens bracket. Habari. Well, should we worry about Miss Hina and Miss Tashigi now? Miss Hina and Miss Tashigi were captured, and Miss Tashigi stabbed the celestial dragons. What should we do? Close black lens bracket. Ain. As for Hina, it may depend on Rosen's mood. As for Tashigi, as you can see, she may already be a member of the Flame Blade Pirates. 1. Gion. That's enough, Ain. We can pretend not to see what happened to Tashigi. After all, it was not Tashigi who killed the celestial dragons. Close black lens bracket. Ain. We really care about our subordinates, Gion Vice Admiral, but even if we pretend not to see it, will it still be useful? At Tashigi, at Hina, do you have the opportunity to reply to messages now? Close black lens bracket. Gion. They are being guarded by Rosen's friends, so they won't stand a chance. In short, we are all a team holding a copy of the diary and should cooperate with each other. Tashigi's affairs cannot be revealed. Since world government also has its dark side, it's not a big deal if we hide some things a little bit. Close black lens bracket. Ain. It seems that you, Gion Vice Admiral, are also a little unhappy with Im's existence. I guess Tashigi's move against celestial dragons is also related to Im's existence. Close black lens bracket. Tashigi. Sorry, everyone, I can't continue to be a Marine after all. Those people who died at the hands of celestial dragons because of me made it impossible for me to calm down and be a Marine. Also, because there are IM in the world government that shouldn't exist, I'm doubtful that I can find my justice in Marine. I think it's time for me to change my perspective and look for the meaning of life. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Gion, Tashigi. Tashigi has left the Women's Marine Communication Group. Skylark. How could this happen? Open black lens bracket Dole. Hey, close black lens bracket. Zhao Qian Zhao Ain. It seems that one of us is the first to leave after all. I don't know if anyone will choose to leave in the future. Close black lens bracket. Gion. That's enough, stop talking, Ain. Close black lens bracket. Ain. Yes, I understand. Close black lens bracket. Senya number. The room where Karina is. Tell me, Karina, what did you want to say when you called us over? Nami sat on Karina's bed, folded her arms and spoke. The others also turned their attention to Karina sitting at the desk. Everyone, I don't need to say more, you also understand that Rosen killed the celestial dragons, and even hanging the bodies of the celestial dragons on the Pirate King's execution platform will attract as such powerful enemies. Although Captain Rosen is very powerful, we will continue to become stronger. However, neither Captain Rosen nor us have grown to the limit yet. We are not invincible. There are holders of diary copies among Marines and world governments. If Captain Rosen accidentally reveals our location in the diary, or the location of the next stop, we may face a lot of trouble. In order to avoid these troubles, I think we need to do something. At the very least, Rosen will have little or no time to reveal the location in the diary copy, which will cause trouble. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 219. In order to prevent Rosen from revealing the coordinates, the crew planned to distribute. There is no way for Rosen to tell our location and where we are going in the diary, so that the enemy can find us or ambush us at the next stop. This is indeed very necessary, but what do we need to do to prevent Captain Rosen from revealing the location in the diary? Captain Rosen's diary can be recorded almost simply by thinking about it in his mind. That's not paper and pen. It's hard for us to stop Captain Rosen. Kaya frowned and said worriedly. No, maybe it's not impossible. Nami said while touching her chin. Possible. Kaya blinked and looked at Nami confused. Indeed so. Kaya, have you forgotten? Before we all joined the Flame Blade Pirates, Karina once interrupted Rosen's diary entry. Nami said. Kaya blinked, and soon her eyes lit up and she looked at Karina. It's hard, could it be that one? Unconsciously, the story of Karina's massage for Rosen came to Kaya's mind. Once upon a time, while Rosen was journaling, Karina thought that the way Rosen was giving him a massage made him forget to continue journaling. I see, it was that time. I remember that I also participated in it at that time. At that time, I was helping Rosen step on his back. Yuta crossed her arms, nodded and said. Haha, now that you all remember it, it's convenient. Karina raised her lips and said. Captain Rosen's diary does not require pen and paper, it only requires an idea to be recorded in the diary and be seen by those who have a copy of the diary. So, we just need to adopt Captain Rosen's idea of energy-saving plan. As for Rosen's way of recording the diary, you should understand it without me telling you. Given Captain Rosen's character, only a certain amount of stimulating 743 behavior is enough to make him forget to keep a diary for the time being. For example, if Captain Rosen happens to reveal something in the diary that is not conducive to our pirate group, such as revealing the location, and Kaya, you happen to be by his side. You just need to take action and interrupt his thoughts. Isn't Captain Rosen very interested in your exaggerated and explosive fat? When the time comes, all you need to do is use that pair of words to wash Captain Rosen's face. I believe it can interrupt his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Kaya's face immediately turned red. Although what Karina said is indeed a better solution. But to interrupt Rosen's thoughts, and to say it in front of everyone, Kaya was inevitably shy. I see, if this kind of intimacy can change Rosen's thoughts. I want it to be easier for Captain Rosen to avoid revealing information that is detrimental to us. Nuo-chi said with a smile. After all, Miss Nokigao, you are as proactive as Nami. Both you, Nami, and Karina are all very good at interrupting Captain Rosen's thoughts. Yuta smiled. If you really want to talk about the person who can interrupt Rosen's thoughts, it should be you, Yuta. Nuo Chigao turned his head and said with a smile on his face. Hehe, who knows? Yuta put his hands behind his head and looked at Tianxichi. Say, we can all do it. I believe Kaya can definitely do it. But this newcomer, can you do this? After saying this, Kaya's face turned even redder. However, she still looked at Insichi like everyone else. Just like Yuta said, it would be very embarrassing to wash Rosen's face with one's own pair. But if it is really necessary, there is nothing we can do. Really, can it really only be done through the body? If I can interrupt Rosen's thoughts by asking him for swordsmanship. That should be possible, right? Tashigi said weakly. Of course, if you can really interrupt Captain Rosen's thoughts in this way, then the purpose will be achieved. But what I want to hear is, if the method you are thinking of doesn't work, can you use your charm to interrupt Captain Rosen's thoughts? Although you are still very poor now, Captain Rosen has said that your mentality will change dramatically in the future. Then I believe that if you go all out, you should be able to interrupt Captain Rosen's thoughts. Karina said, raising her hand and patting Tashigi on the shoulder. Tashigi, it's not that I want to force you. Actually, I want to help you. You stabbed the celestial dragons and were a traitor to Marine. From now on, people from Marine and world government will be obsessed with capturing you. In that case, it won't work if you don't have enough power yourself. It just so happens that Captain Rosen still has Ehrenkarsh's template on hand. Don't you plan to have the template of that strong man? With her power, it will be very difficult for Marine and world government people to capture you. Furthermore, if you have enough strength, you will be able to succeed in the face of people who want to rescue you in the future. Karina said. Tashigi immediately fell silent after hearing this. If I had enough power before. Quote. Those villagers won't die because of me. Quote. Tashigi sighed inwardly and nodded to Karina. At this moment, she longed for power like never before. Very good, now that it's decided. Then let's find someone to stay with Rosen. Only someone is with Captain Rosen at all times. We were able to interrupt Rosen's thoughts in a more timely manner while he was recording his diary. I am the first crew member of this ship. Let me accompany Rosen first. Karina patted her chest and planned to leave the room. You woman, wait for me. Nami raised his hand and pressed Karina's shoulder, the corner of his mouth twitched and said. Rosen has said that he wants you to take the lead in handling Tashigi's joining the group. What does it mean if you, the host, leave? It's better for me to do it. I happened to have some words of thanks and didn't have time to say them to Rosen. Karina also held Nami's hand as he was about to leave. Haha, do you think I will let you, a little thieving cat, slip away? I can't handle Tashigi and Hina's situation alone. As our dearest friend, do you plan to leave me alone? Hearing this, Nami immediately Kaido. I believe in your abilities, Karina. You are a strong woman who can steal the Golden Emperor's treasure in the future. In terms of ability, you are much better than me. I believe you can handle Hina and Tashigi's situation on your own. Karina and Tashigi started arguing, and they didn't even notice that Nakigao and Yuta had left. Even Kaya left the medical room after placing Hina and disposing of the bodies of the celestial dragons. Tashigi stood aside for a long time and finally couldn't help but speak. Miss Karina, Miss Nami. Can you two stop? Miss Nakigao, Miss Yuta and Miss Kaya have left. Tashigi said. What? Karina and Nami, who were holding each other's collars, exclaimed. The two of them scanned the room, only to realize that they were the only ones left in the room. At this time, Tashigi walked up to the two of them and pushed a copy of his diary in front of them. Above, it shows a photo of Rosen lying sideways on Kaya's lap pillow, Yuta holding juice for Rosen, and Nako feeding Rosen grapes. These guys, even Nakigao is like this. Nami stamped her feet, a surge of lightning surged from her body, and she planned to go to Rosen's room. However, Karina was the first to take Nami's hand. Don't run, Nami. Now it's just you and me. So, it's up to you and me to help Tashigi get familiar with the ship's environment. Karina smiled broadly at that. However, if you look carefully, you can clearly see the tic-tac-toe symbol on Karina's forehead. Some time passed. The island where Kokoja village is located. Marine Dole, Peacock and Skylark landed on the island. Hey, it's still too late after all. I didn't expect that things would develop to this extent. The Peacock looked at the village in front of him and let out a long sigh. The village they are in now is the village where celestial dragons and a group of guards have visited. Now is not the time to sigh. Go ask and see if you can find out from the villagers the direction in which Rosen and his party left. Dole frowned and said, Dole Vice Admiral, why are we in disguise? Since Rosen is no longer here, we don't have to pretend to be ordinary travelers. Habari asked. It's necessary, Skylark. People in this village may hate Marine because of Colonel Mouse. We can only find out information about Rosen by pretending to be ordinary people. Skylark, if you face Heshan, it's up to you to ask. Remember, we can become people who know Rosen. Dole instructed. Skylark nodded slightly and walked quickly towards the villagers in front. After the Skylark walked away, the Peacock suddenly said. Vice Admiral Dole, is it necessary for us to continue looking for Rosen like this? In this situation, Rosen is destined to have no chance with Marine. Dole sighed and said, why don't I know? It's just like what Gion Vice Admiral said when we contacted us before. Even if Rosen can no longer be on Marine's side. But we also have to stop him. If Rosen continues to slaughter the celestial dragons, the world will be in chaos. Shaking his head, Dole continued. Anyway, let's see if we can get the information first. Rosen did not announce the next stop in his diary. We can only use this method. I hope I can figure out the whereabouts of Rosen and his group, and tell Gion and Garp their whereabouts. Chapter 220 are the four emperors looking for Rosen. Sengoku and Hasho 39's troubles. Thanks to 15,298. 4. The Peacock sighed. It's not that she doesn't know this truth. It's just that I still don't want to accept the fact that Rosen can only become an enemy. Rosen's motto is to repay kindness with kindness and revenge with hatred. And if someone takes a grudge against Rosen, he can even repay him 100-fold. Although these people are one of Rosen's heroines, if the two sides become enemies, there is no guarantee that Rosen will not attack them. Even if Rosen takes into account the identity of the heroines, he will not really kill them. But Rosen will definitely kill those Marines who are not his heroines. Thinking of the growth rate of Rosen and Rosen's partners, Peacock felt a little worried about the situation when facing Rosen in the future. Vice Admiral Dole, do you think we need to report the Celestial Dragon's matter? Peacock suddenly asked. Dole was silent for a while, and after a long time, she nodded her head. No matter what, let's report it first. Now Marshal Sengoku is still looking forward to developing Rosen as one of his own. We must prepare Marshal Sengoku. Let's just say we happen to be here to find out that Rosen had taken away the celestial dragons. I will make suggestions to the Gion Vice Admiral and then I will report to the top. Dole said. After hearing this, Peacock thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. In this situation, Rosen is almost destined to become Marine's enemy. As the Marshal of Marine, Sengoku really needs to know the situation first so that he can respond better later. After a while, Skylark quickly returned. Much to the regret of Dole, Peacock and others. The villagers only knew roughly the direction Rosen and his party left. This makes it impossible for Dole and his party to judge the purpose of the Flame Blade Pirates' next stop. Forget it, let's search along the information we got. By the way, it's time to report the celestial dragons being taken away. Dole sighed and walked towards the direction where he came from with Skylark and Peacock. East Blue. The marine warship where Gion and Garp are located. What, you said Rosen took the celestial dragons? Gion, are you serious? Garp's eyes widened and he asked Gion in shock. I really hope it's fake. But it was Dole, Vice Admiral and the others who told me about this. I don't think they're lying. Gion shook his head and said. After all, she agreed to Dole's proposal and told Garp and Sengoku about it first. How could this happen? How could Rosen become a marine if he did such a thing? Gion, did Dole and the others say whether the celestial dragons are dead or alive? Where are the others? If they are dead, there should be a body. Garp asked nervously. He values Rosen very much, and Rosen is now the world's best swordsman. If such a person became Marine's enemy, Garp could imagine how terrible it would be. Although he looks down on the celestial dragons, he doesn't want to see Rosen unable to be one of his own because he offends the celestial dragons. Although no corpses of the celestial dragons were found, it seems to be in danger. Gion sighed and continued. Vice Admiral Garp, let me tell Marshal Sengoku about this first. Let him be mentally prepared. As he spoke, Gion had already taken out the phone bug. Garp looked at Gion's actions and sighed deeply. He walked aside, not knowing what he was thinking. Naval Headquarters. Marshal's office. Marine Senior Staff Officer. He was sitting opposite Sengoku, holding a document and telling Sengoku the information he had obtained across the desk. In recent days, the Big Mom Pirate Group and the Beasts Pirates have ships leaving their base camp for the first half of the Grand Line. In addition, the Whitebeard Pirates also have pirate groups under their command that have left the New World. That is the Ice Witch Weedibe we investigated earlier. Sengoku, you should know this. Garp specifically asked to track down that Whitebeard. Crane said. It just so happened that the three eldest among the four emperors took action. Kaido, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Linlin, these guys are all characters related to the Golden Lion. Could it be that they really sent people to investigate Rosen because he defeated the Golden Lion? Sengoku frowned and muttered. It's not impossible. Sengoku, you and I both understand what the Golden Lion means to those three people. In the Rocks era, Golden Lion was the one who could compete with Whitebeard and surpass Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. His sudden appearance and sudden death by a new pirate was enough to arouse the three of them's curiosity about Rosen. Crane spoke. These guys probably won't seek revenge on Rosen for a Golden Lion. However, if the people of these three pirate groups are all looking for Rosen, they will not discover Rosen's potential like us. So I plan to invite Rosen to be their person, or invite Rosen to cooperate with them. Sengoku shook his head, looked at Hishu and said. Is there any news about New World Red Hair? Did the man send anyone to find Rosen? Hearing this, he said. Intelligence agents discovered that the Red Hair pirates went to Elbaf. They don't appear to be sending anyone to find Rosen. This is also understandable. In the final analysis, there is not much relationship between Golden Lion and Red Hair. As for Hawkeye, the redhead might be curious about Rosen because Hawkeye lost to Rosen. But it's not like we're going to actively look for Rosen just because Hawkeye is defeated. Sengoku touched his chin and said. Having said that, the red-haired daughter Yuta is more interested in Rosen's boat. Based on this point alone, the redhead should also arrange for someone to contact Rosen. Crane said calmly. Yuta's name did not appear in the news about Rosen's deeds. We know about Yuta's existence because Garp had contact with Rosen and Yuta. And it was Yuta, Rosen and the others who took the initiative to reveal the relationship between Yuta and the red-haired Shanks. According to intelligence, Shanks and Yuta have been separated for more than 10 years. Perhaps Shanks and his party did not recognize Yuta's appearance from the photo of Yuta in the newspaper. So, it makes sense that he didn't arrange for anyone to find Rosen. After hearing this, Sengoku thought for a moment, nodded in agreement, and said. Zero, please give me flowers. Anyway, it's good that the Red Hair pirates didn't leave the New World to find Rosen. If the four emperors of the sea all go looking for Rosen, there might be big trouble. Even though there are 3 members of the 4 emperors pirate group looking for Rosen, it is already a troublesome thing. Having said this, Sengoku sighed again. I hope Garp and Gion can find Rosen soon. Then let Rosen be Marine's strength. Crane. What's wrong with you? Any doubts? Sengoku asked in confusion when he saw his frowning and silent look. Nothing, Sengoku. It's just that maybe it's my misunderstanding. I always felt that Gion's attitude towards Rosen was a bit strange. Although she had contact with Rosen. But chasing after Rosen like this is nothing like her before. And my granddaughter is also very concerned about Rosen's affairs for some reason. Forget it about Gion, at least she has met Rosen. But the peacock kid has never met Rosen. It really surprises me that she cares so much about Rosen. Crane sighed and said. When Sengoku heard this, he touched his beard and started thinking. After a while, he rolled his eyes and said with a chuckle. Speaking of which, Gion is not young at all. Could it be that Gion happened to take a liking to Rosen when he came into contact with him? He glared at Sengoku and said angrily. Do you think Gion would have that kind of personality? In addition, if Gion is in love with Rosen, that's why he pursues Rosen. Then what's going on with my granddaughter Peacock? It's impossible that she also likes Rosen. Sengoku, who was glared at by he, smiled and said. Maybe it's because Gion told Peacock something about Rosen. Let the Peacock pay some attention to it. After a pause, Sengoku saw signs that Crane was angry and quickly changed the subject and said. Ahem, in short, the Big Mom pirates, Beasts pirates and Whitebeard pirates are suspected of being sent to find Rosen. We must monitor their whereabouts as much as possible. No matter what their purpose is, whether they are looking for Rosen or not, we cannot keep them out of sight. In addition, the Red Hair pirates will go to Elbaf. Elbaf is the most powerful country in the world after all. We also need to investigate as much as possible about the Red Hair's movements and purposes. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Sengoku raised his hand to answer the phone. Hey, this is Sengoku. It's Gion. Why, did you find Rosen? Huh, what did you say? Sengoku stood up in surprise. Crane raised his head to look at Sengoku and found that Sengoku's expression became extremely serious. After a while, Sengoku's expression completely twisted. What's wrong, Sengoku? Is there something wrong with them in Gion? Crane asked with a frown. Rosen, it seems that he took action against the celestial dragons. Sengoku gritted his teeth and his voice was almost suppressed from his vocal cords. Chapter 221 The Fury of the Five Elders, Meeting between Heavenly Yaksha and the Golden Emperor. What? Rosen taking action against the celestial dragons? How is this possible? That guy is in East Blue. There are no celestial dragons in East Blue. No, there are indeed celestial dragons over there at this time. Crane also stood up, frowning tightly. Both Sengoku and his expressions looked quite ugly. The two understood that if Rosen was the man who dared to take action against the celestial dragons, then it's not just impossible for them to make Rosen become Marine's power. On the contrary, Rosen will be a big problem for Marine. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn it, Garp, you must be next to Gion. Answer the phone. Asshole Garp, didn't you say Rosen was just a passing musician? Tell me, the man who founded the pirate group and took action against the celestial dragons would be a musician. Look what good things you have done. You actually let such a dangerous guy go. East Blue, aboard the marine warship, Sengoku's angry roar reached Garp's ears from the phone in Gion's hand. Garp twitched the corner of his mouth and turned his head silently. Let Sengoku continue to curse on the other side of the phone bug. Fortunately, Sengoku also understood that now was not the time to blame Garp. After being angry for a while, Sengoku said. In short, no matter what, we must find Romi. That celestial dragons, if he's still alive, must rescue him. If he dies, his body must be found. Got it, Garp. After saying that, Sengoku hung up the phone directly. Damn it, how could things develop to this point? Sengoku slapped the desk hard. His whole face turned dark red from anger. Don't be angry yet, Sengoku. This matter involves the celestial dragons and must be told to the world government. If we use the intelligence power of the world government, we may be able to find Rosen faster. As for letting Rosen become Marine's assistant, I think we should give up. We need to start discussing Rosen's bounty and the Flame Blade Pirate's bounty. Crane shook his head and said. I understand, I will contact the five elders right away. Sengoku took a deep breath, raised his hand and started dialing the phone number leading to five elders. He could already imagine how angry the five elders would be after telling them about the celestial dragons. After all, Rosen and his team have been famous on the sea for some time. But until now, he has not offered a reward for Rosen. This in itself is a dereliction of duty. Sure enough, after the phone bug was connected, the extremely angry voice of the curly-haired Whitebeard five elders Jago Lucia Satan came over. Celestial Dragon's Charmaine Saint was taken away by Rosen. And you don't know whether you're alive or dead. Sengoku, you should know that you have an unshirkable responsibility in this matter, right? Sengoku frowned and nodded. I understand, please don't worry, I will let the Marine of East Blue find Rosen as soon as possible, try to rescue Charmako Saint, and arrest Rosen and his team. Saint Jiguo Satan snorted coldly and said. I hope you can give us a satisfactory answer, Sengoku. Intelligence agents from the world government will also be dispatched. In addition, please submit a report, Sengoku. Finished. Jiguo Satanshung hung up the phone bug without waiting for Sengoku's reaction. See this. Sengoku sighed deeply once again. Hey, things have developed to this extent. The man who defeated the Golden Lion in Hawkeye. How much reward do you think we should set for him? Hearing this, he said. Let's discuss the bounty later. The top priority now is to find the Celestial Dragons as quickly as possible. If the Celestial Dragons were really killed by Rosen, his bounty cannot be judged by killing Golden Lion and defeating Mahawk. What truly defines its bounty is the life and death of the Celestial Dragons. This Rosen reminds me of rocks. Sengoku frowned and his face became gloomier. Rocks. Rosen's attitude towards celestial dragons is indeed very similar to rocks. Is Rosen planning to be like rocks? Sengoku murmured to himself, thinking about the danger of Rock's pirate, he felt inexplicably uneasy. At the same time, the other side, Dressrosa, the kings of the underworld, Doflamingo and Morgans, were sitting opposite each other, discussing something. I never expected you to come to my place, Morgans. Your World Economic News Agency has been quite popular recently. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have much time to come to my place, right? I heard that you recently sent a large number of employees from World Economic News to East Blue to find the news about Rosen. Doflamingo said to Morgans with a playful smile. I was just passing by to see your colleague from the underground world, haha. After Morgans took a sip of tea, he continued. Also, we're bright with each other, Dover. I know that you are also looking for information about Rosen. As a journalist, I really want to interview this special king of yours. What are your motives for finding Rosen? I'm just curious about that guy. As you know, that man defeated Hawkeye, who is also a Shichibukai like me. Doflamingo shrugged, naturally not mentioning the reason why Violet and Monet were looking for Rosen. Give it to Morgans. If Morgans really knew about this, maybe it won't be printed in a newspaper. But in this world, it will definitely spread in the underground world. As the king of news, Morgan's business is not limited to newspapers in the earthly world. In the underground world, he is also an intelligence leader who sells all kinds of information. Information that is inconvenient to be published in newspapers due to world government or other organizations, or that cannot be proven to be true or false, or all things that Morgans can use to sell. Haha, if it was really that simple, then it wouldn't be you Doflamingo. You are right, Mr. Tezzolo of the Golden Emperor. Morgan smiled and looked at the tall man sitting on the right wearing a brand new suit and slicked back hair. Doflamingo turned his head slightly and looked at Tezzolo as well. Haha, I'm just here to discuss business with Heavenly Yaksha. Tezzolo smiled. As Doflamingo's partner, he naturally did not intend to speculate on Doflamingo's behavior. At least, there won't be any speculation in front of a big mouth like Morgan's. But, speaking of that Rosen, I'm also very curious about him. You may not know that the outstanding female employees of my entertainment city were even lured away by Rosen. Tezzolo shook the champagne in his hand and murmured. Doflamingo frowned, inexplicably feeling that what Tezzolo said sounded familiar. It's like Violet and Monet behave the same way. Oh, such a thing could happen. Who is your employee? Does she know Rosen? Morgans raised his eyebrows, immediately interested. It doesn't hurt to tell you that my female employee's name is Baccarat. That woman left a letter and left my entertainment city without authorization. The people I sent out to look for her found her. But her ability is good and she fought off the people who found her. She even asked my people to tell me. The woman who said she was Rosen went to sea this time because she found out that her former lover was still alive. Having said this, Tezzolo shook his head and drank the champagne in his hand. On the side, Doflamingo narrowed his eyes slightly. The words in Tezzolo's mouth can no longer be said to be familiar, they are exactly the same as Violet's reason for leaving Azen. Is there really such a coincidence? Doflamingo thought in confusion. Lover. How could such a thing happen? Is this true, Tezzoro? Morgans asked in surprise. I have no idea. Tezzolo shook his head and continued. I don't know everything about my employee's past. Maybe she actually knew Rosen. 5.0 inches. Or maybe, she just wants to use Rosen, who is in the limelight recently, to prevent me from taking revenge on her. However, a woman who enjoys a luxurious life like her would not have enough interest trends. She probably won't leave my place. You know, Morgans, I'm short of everything but gold. Speaking of which, your intelligence capabilities are the strongest among us. I would like to ask you if you know anything about Rosen's lover. Morgans combed his feathers and said with a smile. This time you look up to me. I didn't know anything about Rosen until he showed up. It was thanks to that woman Stussy that I was able to meet Luo Lin for the first time. But my people are already starting to move. They will follow in Rosen's footsteps. I believe a lot of things about Rosen will be investigated. After a pause, Morgans continued. However, Rosen's pirate ship is full of women. If your female employee is Rosen's lover, presumably he is just one of Rosen's lovers. Chapter 222 Rosen is a romantic man. Heavenly Yaksha is afraid of working with Rosen. One of the lovers. Doflamingo twitched the corner of his mouth. Although he didn't say anything, he felt that it might be true. He believed what Monet said. Rosen definitely knows Violet and Monet, and Rosen has a crush on both Violet and Monet. If Rosen knew the female employees at Tesolo, he might also have a crush on them. A romantic man. Single quote. Doflamingo thought to himself. Anyway, if that woman really knew Rosen. More or less, I have to show off my reputation as a hot-tempered person in the sea. Now I know that some other Baccarat is really in love with Rosen. In this case, maybe I can collaborate with Rosen in the future. By the way, Morgans, you have to send me the information about Rosen as soon as possible. Don't worry, it's easy to talk about the price. Tesolo said to Morgans. No problem. Morgans smiled and was happy to take the business. At this moment, the phone bug in his arm suddenly rang. Morgans didn't care that Doflamingo and Tesolo in the room took out small telephone bugs. Hey, what's the matter? President Morgans, our surveillance phone bug intercepted a message from Marine, you must be very interested. Hey, what's the news? It's about Rosen. Rosen, did you know where he was going next? Morgans raised his eyebrows, thinking of Stussy. He has not forgotten the agreement between 06 and Stussy. If there was any information about Rosen's next destination, he needed to tell Stussy about it. On the side, Tesolo and Doflamingo also showed interest. No, we don't know exactly where Rosen will go next. It's just some speculation about the island he will go to next. The one with the highest probability may be Logue Town. But that's not the most important thing. What's important is the signal we intercepted from Marine. Although the intercepted messages are somewhat incomplete. But what we can know accurately is that the man Rosen met the Celestial Dragons and took the Celestial Dragons away by force. Nowadays, the Celestial Dragons don't know whether they are alive or dead. Boom. A bolt of lightning exploded in the minds of Morgans, Doflamingo and Tesolo. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded by the news. Are you serious? Rosen took action against the Celestial Dragons. Morgans asked, eyes widening. Celestial Dragons. This is someone who has the backing of Marine and world government. Rosen killed the Golden Lion, defeated Mahawk, and other things that surprised Morgans, but it was acceptable. But the Celestial Dragons are different. Although they are weak, they have the strongest violent organization in the world behind them. The person on the other side of the phone said that the Celestial Dragons were alive and dead, which surprised Morgans even more. Celestial Dragons if dead, Rosen will surely face the powerful wrath of Marine and the world government. It can't be wrong. I even learned the name of that Celestial Dragons. It's a Celestial Dragons named Charmako. Also, I have recently confirmed that Celestial Dragons Charmako is indeed in the East Blue recently. Calculating the time, there is indeed a possibility that he will encounter Rosen. President, let's publish the news. Our news is definitely going to be big again this time. On the other side of the phone, the member's voice was trembling. Obviously, he was also very excited. However, when it comes to breaking news, Morgans calms down a bit. Did we get a photo? Well, that's not true, President Morgans. Is there any other evidence to support this? Nor. Then how do we publish news? Even if I publish this news despite the pressure of the world government, will people believe it? I don't know. So, you must mobilize all resources for me immediately and be sure to find evidence that can support this news. Do you understand? Ming, I understand. Morgans shook his head, hung up the phone, and seemed to be lost in thought. Doflamingo touched his chin and murmured. What a bold man. He actually took action against the Celestial Dragons. After finishing speaking, he also fell into thinking. Maybe killing Golden Lion and defeating Mahawk gave him confidence. What a pity, now that he's taken action against the Celestial Dragons. Then it might be inconvenient for me to cooperate with him. Tesolo shook his head and said regretfully. For now, he needs money so that he can borrow the power of the Celestial Dragons. Naturally, he did not dare to cooperate with Rosen, who had offended the Celestial Dragons. What he didn't know was that in Rosen's diary, he was also the one who dared to take action against the Celestial Dragons. Compared to Rosen, who has the power to fight Celestial Dragons. Tesoro took action against the Celestial Dragons, but he was much more crazy. Of course, the risk is also higher. It is foreseeable that even Luffy did not defeat Tesoluo. There will also be world government agents looking for trouble for Tesolo afterwards. When Doflamingo heard Tesolo's words, his eyes hidden under his sunglasses flashed with light. Now that Rosen has taken action against Celestial Dragons. Quote. The world government will never allow him to exist. This Rosen indeed no longer needs to cooperate. Looks like I have to get Monet back. Single quote. Doflamingo thought to himself. Compared to Tezzolo, Doflamingo, who was originally a celestial dragon, is more aware of the terrifying power of world government. In his mind, Rosen was equated with the dead. If you approach Rosen now, you will only make yourself unhappy. He fully agreed with Tezzolo not to cooperate with Rosen. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Morgans burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, it's really interesting. No, Rosen cannot be described as interesting. He's a complete lunatic. It's a pity. I originally thought he could contribute more big news to me. Now it seems that he may be dealt with by Marine and world government soon. But no matter what, this man did bring me some fun. By the way, you two don't forget to pay the bill. The previous information should be enough for you to give me corresponding value. Tezzolo shook his head, looked at Morgans who was tinkering with the phone bug, and sighed. It's really a forced sale, that's all. I'll let someone give you the berry later. Speaking of which, are you planning to sell this information to other people in the underground world? Morgans nodded and said, of course, I believe there will be many people willing to buy this information. Besides, I have to repay Stussy. At this time, Morgans was also not very optimistic about Rosen's future. East Blue is not New World. New World is a paradise for pirates, and the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas are under the management of Marine and world government. If Rosen had taken away the celestial dragons in the New World, he might have been fine. But since the attack on celestial dragons was within the control of Marine and world government, one can imagine what Rosen's future will be like. Therefore, Morgans feels that if he does not repay Stussy now, he may never have the opportunity to repay Stussy. Hey, what's up, Morgans? Stussy's voice soon rang on the other side of the phone. Stussy, I have the latest information on Rosen here. I think you will be very interested. Morgans' face showed some confidence. Once upon a time, Stussy had information about Rosen before him. This time, he was finally able to fight back. That's right, in addition to fulfilling the agreement with Stussy, Morgans also wants to prove his intelligence strength to Stussy. Rosen, are you referring to things related to celestial dragons? 333 inches You know. Morgans stared at the phone bug with wide eyes in disbelief. If it's just this level, then I'll hang up the phone. I'm here, but there are still things to deal with. Stussy said. Morgans rubbed his temples with a headache. You really pay enough attention to Rosen. Then, Rosen's next stop is most likely to be Logue Town. Do you also know this? On the other side of the phone, Stussy chuckled and said. That's useful news, thanks, Morgans. After hearing this, Morgans finally became interested. After continuing to exchange a few words with Stussy, he hung up the phone. After a while, Morgans and Tezzolo stood up and left respectively, leaving only Doflamingo, Pika, Sugar and other members of the Don Quixote family in the room. Doflamingo took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. Not long after, Monet's voice came from the opposite side of the phone. Young master, what's the matter? The situation has changed, Monet, please come back immediately. Come back. But I still have to find Rosen. That man is finished. If he touches the celestial dragons, the world government will never let him go. He has no future. But if Violet finds Rosen and asks Rosen to help deal with us, there will be no such opportunity. I know exactly what kind of trump card the world government has. Doflamingo said with a serious face. Thinking of the national treasure held by the world government, Doflamingo felt a sense of fear in his heart. Monet was silent for a while, and after a while she continued. Young master, why don't I continue to look for Rosen first? If Rosen is really finished, I will come back. But if Rosen's strength is enough to resist the capture of the world government, then I may be able to help the family by finding Rosen. Chapter 223 The encounter between Monet and Baccarat. Rosen is the center of the world. Monet did not know what kind of power was hidden in the world government. But she knew how much energy there was in Rosen. As long as Rosen is given some time, perhaps world government will also be stepped on by Rosen. Therefore, Monet wants to find Rosen no matter what, for the sake of the Don Quixote family. However, her answer made Doflamingo frown tightly. Monet, this is the first time you have disobeyed me. Rosen, is it really that important to you? Could it be that you, like Violet, actually have that man in your heart? Hearing this, Monet's voice was obviously a little nervous. No, it's not. Young master, I am only doing this for my family. Doflamingo shook his head and said. In that case, come back immediately. I don't want people from the world government to find out that my people are connected to Rosen. That would make my situation less beautiful. After saying that, Doflamingo hung up the phone without giving Monet a chance to respond. Obviously, he was not happy with Monet's previous answer. Young master, can't you let my sister continue to search for Rosen? She really had her reasons for doing that. Sugar frowned slightly and said to Doflamingo. Yeah, how do you know, Sugar? Doflamingo lowered his head and said to Sugar. I believe in sister. Sugar lowered her head and said hesitantly. Although she also knows Rosen very well, she also understands that Rosen is likely to become very powerful in the future. But Monet was not able to convince Doflamingo. How could she possibly convince Doflamingo with her eloquence? Fu, you are still too young, sugar. Doflamingo shook his head, stood up from his seat, and walked out of the room. Soon, Pika, Torbal and other cadres also left the room one after another, leaving only Sugar with a tangled look on his face. Young master, Yuanru's answer is a bit strange. She would never contradict you before. Could it be that she has a crush on Rosen in her heart? Torbal walked behind Doflamingo and said, Doflamingo. At this moment, Doflamingo felt that there seemed to be a little more green on his head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The other side. Monet looked at the phone in his hand, and then at the copy of the diary floating next to him, feeling particularly confused for a moment. That man Rosen will not lose easily. Even if it attacks the celestial dragons, the world government cannot easily capture him. He who knows the past and future and possesses the voyage diary system is the most terrifying existence in this world. If Violet really finds Rosen, the Don Quixote family will be doomed. Monet clenched his fists and his body was shaking because of excessive worry. In such a state, she didn't even have time to realize that a small boat was approaching her. I never expected that I would meet a woman who has a copy of the diary here. Can you tell me your name and your purpose? The sudden mature voice made Monet startled and he looked over instantly. Opposite, a red-haired girl wearing a black dress that perfectly accentuated her beautiful figure was looking at her with a smile on her face. Of course, what caught Monet's eye the most was the copy of the diary next to the red-haired woman. Baccara, are you the one next to the Golden Emperor? Did the Golden Emperor arrange for you to find Rosen? After Monet noticed the words, Rosen Voyage Diary, Baccara copy, on the copy of the diary next to the red-haired woman, he frowned and said. And you are the one next to Monet and Shichibukai Doflamingo, right? Baccara glanced at the copy of the diary next to Monet that had the words, Rosen Voyage Diary, Monet's copy, written in large characters, and said with a chuckle. So, you are the person Doflamingo plans to send to Rosen? Baccara asked curiously. After hearing this, Monet fell into silence. Looking at your expression, could it be that Heavenly Yaksha already knows that Rosen killed the celestial dragons? So, he is going to give up and let you go to Rosen, because he is afraid that this will bring trouble to the Don Quixote family. Baccara is so smart, she can roughly analyze Monet's thoughts just by looking at his expression. There is nothing that can be done about this, even though Monet is calm and smart. But facing the young master's order and Rosen's power, her heart was already in chaos at the moment. The probability of being seen through by Baccara is naturally higher. You know, when working next to the Golden Emperor, Baccara had already developed a pair of eyes that were extremely cunning. Golden Emperor Tesoro, do you plan to let you go back? Monet looked at Baccara and asked quietly. Haha, I'm different from you, Miss Monet. I left the Golden Emperor directly. Compared to him, Rosen is the truly outstanding destination. Baccara shook her head and suddenly extended an invitation to Monet. How about it, Miss Monet, do you want to join me? If it were you, you should know Rosen's power. So what if I kill the celestial dragons? Neither Marine nor the world government will be able to do anything against him. Monet frowned, knowing that Marine and the world government would probably be unable to do anything to Rosen. But thinking of Doflamingo's previous order, she felt a little hesitant. Why did you invite me, Miss Baccara? Monet took a deep breath and asked Baccara. I can't help it, I'm just a weak woman. It's really hard to find Rosen from such a long distance. Not long ago, Tesolo's men came to me. Fortunately, I have certain strength, and those people are not my opponents. However, after the fight, I began to feel that I could find some companions. And this fellow traveler is a bit of a loser. The best thing is a woman who is the holder of a copy of the diary like me. Baccara smiled, looked Monet up and down, and continued. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Not long after this idea came to me, I met you. As expected of the woman whose name was mentioned by Rosen. It is indeed very beautiful. If you and I join hands, even if when we find Rosen, he already has enough women around him, I think he will be willing to keep you and me. Like Weedib and others, Baccara has also realized that as time goes by, it may be more and more difficult for newcomers like them to attract Rosen. If Rosen has more and more women, he may refuse to allow some diary copy holders to upload because he cannot provide enough character templates. Baccara left the Golden Emperor for Rosen. If Rosen could not be rewarded, the Golden Emperor would be liquidated afterwards. Therefore, she wanted to board Rosen's ship no matter what. Even in collaboration with other people. You were not arranged by the Golden Emperor to find Rosen. But you went to find Rosen privately. Monet frowned and said. Haha, compared to Rosen, the Golden Emperor is nothing. Baccara smiled, looked at Monet up and down, and then said. Miss Monet, think for yourself. Perhaps Heavenly Yaksha doesn't intend to have much to do with Rosen. But are you willing to give up like this? Don't you want to go and have a look at Rosen's place that will become the center? If I can become Rosen's woman, no matter what the purpose is, I can definitely achieve it. Hearing this, Monet's heart moved. Catch a ride on Rosen's big ship and achieve your goal. Monet pursed his lips and nodded sharply towards Baccarat. You are right, I have a purpose that I must achieve. So, I promise you. Baccarat raised the corner of her mouth and smiled. Nice to meet you, Miss Monet. Monet nodded slightly, opened his friend interface, found Sugar's name, and left a message with Sugar that he would continue to look for Rosen. Violet must not be allowed to gain Rosen's powers. Single quote. Protect the Don Quixote family, that's what I'm here for. Monet thought to himself, his eyes firmer than ever before. As time goes by, news of Rosen taking away the celestial dragons gradually spreads in the underground world through the Morgans. Suddenly, various kings in the underground world and some powerful pirates paid more and more attention to Rosen. Of course, there are quite a few people who don't think this news is true. But all of this has little to do with Rosen now. Because of Karina's suggestion, Rosen now has a partner with him almost all the time. In order to prevent Rosen from casually revealing the destination in the copy of the diary, Marine and world government people were asked to ambush him in advance. Even Kaya had to try her best. At this moment, Rosen was lying leisurely in Kaya's arms, with his head resting on the two soft lumps. Thanks to this, he stopped recording in his diary. In this way, Rosen became drowsy while enjoying Kaya's massage. Until Tashigi came to the medical room to visit the unconscious Hina and pleaded with Rosen. Tashigi, I didn't hear clearly what you said earlier. Rosen raised the corner of his mouth and asked Tashigi with interest. R.O. Captain Rosen, I want to ask you to let Colonel Hina go. If you are willing to agree, I will do anything for you. Tashigi rubbed the ends of his shirt with both hands, blushed and lowered his head and said to Rosen. Chapter 224 Another Future Shichibukai, Tashigi's Heart Tattoo. Will you do anything for me? Does it mean that it also includes those things that make people blush and make their heart beat? Rosen raised the corner of his mouth and asked with interest. Hearing this, Tashigi's head dropped lower. However, she still nodded her head. Haha, you do care about Hina. Rosen stood up and walked to stand in front of Tashigi with an interested expression. Rosen also understands that Tashigi is so worried about Hina. After all, in the past few days, Hina has been taken care of by Kaya with anesthesia and has been in a coma. Basic life characteristics are also maintained with drugs. And now, several people are about to arrive in Logue Town. Rosen still didn't mention how to deal with Hina, which made Tashigi unable to bear it anymore, so he came to find Rosen to talk about Hina. Tashigi glanced at Rosen quietly, and suddenly she gritted her teeth and raised her hand to open the buttons of her shirt. Seeing this, Rosen was a little surprised, but he didn't stop him. Anyway, when he first caught Tashigi, he had already seen Tashigi naked. Therefore, he would not be too surprised. Even when Tashigi unbuttoned, he wanted to take a good look to see if Tashigi had no habit of wearing inner clothes. If Tashigi wasn't wearing any, that would explain why Smoker was in that state of clothing when she switched bodies with Smoker. Soon, Rosen got his answer. Photo. It turns out that Tashigi has the habit of wearing inner clothes. Stone Hammer. When the future Smoker and Tashigi were forced to exchange bodies by Shichibukai Trafalgar Law using his power, it was Smoker 590 who ripped off Tashigi's inner clothes. Closing square bracket. Let me just say, a woman with Tashigi's personality wouldn't have the habit of wearing underwear. Closing square bracket. That guy Smoker is so awesome that he casually threw away his subordinate's inner clothes. Closing square bracket. This is too ungentlemanly. Closing square bracket. Sugar. What? Trafalgar Law, is that guy going to be a Shichibukai? Baby 5, could Rosen have made a mistake? The hateful boy who often bullied me when I was a child turned out to be a Shichibukai like the young master. Monet, that man became a Shichibukai. If he became a Shichibukai, what would happen to the young master? At that time, would the young master still be a Shichibukai? Boa Hancock, Trafalgar Law. There is no such person on the sea. Is he a newcomer who has not yet gone to sea? Domino, it's another Shichibukai. If you count it this way, before the Shichibukai system is abolished, will another old Shichibukai be replaced? Sadi-chan, the replaced Shichibukai will also be imprisoned in Impel Down, right? Dole, the future Shichibukai is not important, what is important is Rosen's current position. Damn it, those women around Schwanson did it on purpose. Black Maria, the partners around Rosen are really smart. They even used their bodies to seduce Rosen, causing Rosen to be interrupted from his thoughts every time he was about to mention his next destination. Charlotte Smoothie. So far, it's been good for us and not good for Marine. However, if Rosen's partners keep taking such actions, won't it be more difficult for me to find Rosen? Moreover, this person named Tashigi actually took off her clothes to seduce Rosen. Could it be that AGDH she finally wanted to use this method to obtain Arancardia's template? Gion, Tashigi, what on earth are you thinking? Ain, Tashigi has deleted all the female Marine's friends, and the female Marine has no way to know Rosen's destination through her. Skylark, how is Colonel Hina doing now? Why hasn't there been any news from her for so many days? Peacock. Hina's good friend is lucky, she must be fine. The reason why there is no news is that Rosen's partners are paying too close attention. Tashigi looked at the photos and words displayed in the copy of the diary, and his face became increasingly red. Although it turns out that she has the habit of wearing underwear, this is a good thing. But Rosen recorded these contents in a diary that can be seen by all the girls, which really makes Tashigi quite ashamed. Having said that, thinking of Hina, Tashigi gritted his teeth and continued to reach into his pants. Not long after, Tashigi had taken off all the coats except the ones underneath. It seems that you and Hina are really deeply in love. Speaking of which, white really suits you. After Rosen looked up and down at Tashigi, who was wearing pure white inner clothes and pants, he turned to look at Kaya not far away. Kaya and Rosen have been getting along for a while, and sometimes she can understand Rosen's meaning from one of Rosen's eyes. She stood up from her seat and took out a piece of clothing with pure white as the main color from the cabinet on the side. Don't take it off. It's not like I've never seen your body before. If you can really make me feel like you, I wouldn't mind having sex with you. Otherwise, even if you take off all your clothes, it will only be a pleasure for me. Rosen stopped Tashigi, who had taken off his underwear and was about to take off his inner pants as well, and reached out to take the tattoo pen prepared by Kaya. Tashigi paused and looked at Rosen in front of him faintly. The plan in front of her was the only way she could think of to save Hina. Rosen refuses now. She really doesn't know how to let Hina leave Rosen's flame blade pirates unharmed. Don't look at me with a wronged expression. Don't worry, if I really wanted to kill Hina, she would have died long ago. I'm still taking her with me now just because I haven't arrived at my destination. Rosen took Tashigi's hand and came to Hina, who was unconscious on a hospital bed. Then, he pointed to the hospital bed next to Hina and motioned for Tashigi to lie on it. Rosen, are you saying that when you arrive at Logue Town, you plan to let go of Colonel Hina? Tashigi lay on the hospital bed and asked Rosen excitedly. Well, for your sake, Tashigi. Rosen laughed. Thank you, Rosen. Hearing Rosen's words, Tashigi's eyes immediately shed tears of excitement. This made Rosen, who was originally planning to tease Hina before letting her go, suddenly unable to say anything in front of Tashigi. After all, the Tashigi in front of her has a different identity than she used to be. She is no longer a marine, but a member of the Senya. Okay, you better leave Hina's affairs alone. Didn't you say before that you wouldn't mind whatever I do to you? In that case, just lie down for me and be different. I need to get a tattoo under that lump of fat on your right side. Rosen raised the tattoo pen in his hand and said. Yes, I do. At this moment, Tashigi was in a state of excitement, and she didn't care at all about what Rosen said about tattoos. After all, Rosen also tattooed Nami. Rosen's thoughts at the moment, she just thought that Rosen was out of interest. She turned her head and looked at Hina, who was sleeping peacefully on the bed next to her, with a little smile on her face. She didn't realize that Rosen had quietly turned on the video recording function. The central character of the function is Tashigi himself. Video recording tattooing Tashigi. Waidabe. Has Rosen started recording the video again? This time it's with the female marine. No, she is no longer marine. Gion. Tashigi. Rosen, what is this man planning to do? Habari. Tashigi is with Colonel Hina. That's great. Colonel Hina is fine too. Dole. It seems that they just fainted. Is this how Rosen's partner made it impossible for Hina to deliver the message to us? Peacock. So, where are you now, Rosen, Tashigi, Hina? Charlotte Smoothie. Tattooing Tashigi. Why do I have a bad feeling? Charlotte Garrett. The position of Rosen's tattoo. Wait, does it mean that she wants to carve Tashigi a tattoo of the same style as Tia's? Stussy. It seems that Tashigi has finally gained Rosen's trust. Will the template of Arancardia, who can control the power of water and pose a threat to all demon fruit power, finally become Tashigi's power? Quote. Kaya, help me fix Tashigi's fat piece, I'm having trouble doing it. Really, Tashigi, couldn't you have grown up faster? This thing is more than one model smaller than I thought. Wouldn't this make it more difficult for me? Really, you also need to consider whether your tattoo will look good or not when you grow up. By the way, how old are you now? While complaining, Rosen carved a tattoo for Tashigi with the help of Kaya. Such language, as well as the touch brought by Rosen's tattoo pen, also made it impossible for Tashigi to focus on Hina's body. She turned around and looked at Rosen resentfully, not knowing what to say. She knew she could still grow, but that was also the future Rosen was talking about. If it weren't for Rosen, Tashigi himself wouldn't know that he would still be growing, and he would even be bigger than Hina. But she couldn't really tell Rosen about such a thing. For this reason, she could only pay attention to Rosen. Fortunately, the tattoo Rosen wants to engrave is very simple, just a number. Therefore, Tashigi did not resent Rosen's tattoo for too long. Having said that, when she looked down at the tattoo on her body, her expression was stunned for a moment. 3. Tashigi murmured, and the appearance of Arancartier Harabel suddenly came to mind. Chapter 225 Tashigi gets Tia's template, Smoothie's mentality collapses. Charlotte Snamin. The number, 3. The number that represents Tier Harabel is the third espada. Charlotte Smoothie. When Rosen gave this number to Tashigi, did he really intend to give her the template for Arankar Tier Harabel? Gion. Tashigi, will you gain power? Stussy. If Rosen really hands over his power to Tashigi, it means that female Marines also hope to become Rosen's partners, but they should want Rosen's recognition. Khalifa. If one day I leave the world government, will I be able to gain strength from Rosen? Ain. Can female Marines gain power? This is really exciting news. W. Waidabe. Is this Tashigi really so lucky? Arankar Tier Harabel's template, Rosen mentioned it, she is also very suitable for me. After everyone saw the 3 on Tashigi's heart through the video screen, they looked at Rosen and Tashigi on the video screen with expressions that were serious, expectant, or nervous. Although Tashigi already has the same number as Arankar Tier Harabel, everyone has not seen Tashigi really get the template of Tier Harabel, which makes everyone still unable to completely let their hearts fall. Rosen, what does this number mean? Tashigi pursed his lips and suddenly asked Rosen questions. She knew about Tier Harabel, but she couldn't tell Rosen about it, and she could only tease Rosen's purpose from the side. But that doesn't mean she doesn't long for the power of Tier Harabel, who can control water. Rosen put down the tattoo pen and handed the pure white suit in Kaya's hand to Tashigi's hand. This one on the boat, let me see the effect. Tashigi stared blankly at the clothes in his hands. She had seen this outfit before. It was clearly the same outfit that Tier Harabel wore before he lifted the Zanpakuto seal. The only difference is that this set of clothes is made according to Tashigi's figure. In addition, out of Rosen's interest, Tashigi's pants were changed by Rosen into tight white pants similar to the jeans Tashigi often wore. Well, overall, it's pretty good. He's quite similar to the one in my impression. After Tashigi finished changing his clothes, Rosen touched his chin and nodded with satisfaction. Tashigi stood there, looking at Rosen nervously. She understood that whether she could obtain Tia's power or not, the next step was the key. Naturally, those who want to obtain the power of Arankartia, such as Waidabe and Charlotte Smoothie, are also quite nervous. You've been doing pretty well these past few days, Tashigi. Nami, Karina, Yuta, Kaya, Naki Kao, they all have pretty good comments about you. So, I can also officially declare that you have officially become a member of our Flame Blade Pirates. I can also give you my special power. Rosen chuckled and raised his hand to hold Tashigi's shoulder. Ding. It is detected that Tashigi can fit the Tier Harabel template primary body. Please ask the host if you want to hand over the Tier Harabel template primary body to Tashigi. Confirm. Deny. Sure. In compliance with the host's wishes, start importing the Tier Harabel template primary body for Tashigi. As Rosen was having a conversation with the system in his mind, Tashigi felt a surge of energy that was like water flowing into her body from Rosen's hand on her shoulder. For a moment, Tashigi felt like a duckweed in the sea. Really the power of Tier Harabel. Rosen, really give me this power. Slowly, Tashigi felt the memory fragments engraved in Tier Harabel's template, and his whole body was completely stunned. It wasn't until Rosen raised his hand and patted her cheek that she came back to her senses. Luo, Rosen, this power. Tashigi's eyes were red, he took off his glasses, and stared at Rosen closely. This is my special power, not devil fruits, so you don't have to be too confused. Anyway, just use it well. This power can make your talents stronger, especially in using sword skills related to water flow. I believe that as long as you work hard, you can defeat a Marine Admiral or something in the future. Rosen crossed his arms and said with a smile on his face. Rosen is confident in the talent of the template he provides. No one who has obtained the template has not grown up quickly. This is true for Karina, Nami, Kaya, Yuta, and even Nokiko. Therefore, he feels that Tashigi, who has acquired the template of powerful Tier Harabel, will do the same. Rosen didn't realize that everyone could become stronger quickly because his copy of the voyage diary provided them with a lot of points. Only in this way can Nami, Nokigao and others become stronger quickly. Rosen is happy, not just because Tia's template is finally being used. It was also because he discovered that after Tashigi obtained Tia's template, his body actually developed a second time, just like Kaya's situation after obtaining Tsunade's template. Tashigi now has the figure he would have had 2 years later. This finally made Rosen feel that Tashigi was a little bit elegant. Of course, it's just in terms of body shape. The most obvious difference from Tia is probably her skin color. Tia has healthy wheat-colored skin, while Tashigi still retains his original fair skin. Rosen stretched out his fingers and rubbed the place where 3 was engraved on Tashigi's body, smiling broadly. Charlotte Smoothie. Damn it, this woman actually stole the template that is most suitable for me. Damn it, I will never forgive this Tashigi. Ain. It's great. It has the power to restrain demon fruit power. Forget it, Tashigi is not an esper, it might be better for her to use this ability than me. When I find Rosen, Rosen will definitely be able to come up with a character template that suits me. Quote. Waidabe. Is it still a step too late after all? This power is obviously so suitable to be used against the 3 Marine Admirals. Koala. Is this Tashigi really willing to become Rosen's partner? She won't betray her in the middle, right? Bello Betty. Rosen must have considered everything before handing over the template to her. Even if Tashigi really planned to betray, Rosen would definitely have a backup plan. Rosen. 0, please give me flowers. Tashigi's face turned red and his voice sounded like a mosquito. Having said that, even if Rosen's fingers dug deep, she resisted the urge to retreat. Everything is for Hina's safety. It's nothing, the touch is very normal. Don't worry about having some extra fat and worry about something wrong with your body, Tashigi. Rosen took back his hand and smiled. Tashigi. Am I worried about my health? Am I shy because you poked me? Tashigi took a deep breath and finally restrained himself from complaining about Rosen. At this moment, Rosen's expression suddenly became serious. The story of Tashigi, celestial dragons can make you understand the world government and come to me. I'm very happy about this. As the captain, I have a duty to remind you. I am a pirate, and now you are also a pirate. Hina, I can respect your wishes and let her leave my flame blade pirates intact. But I have to remind you that in the future, I will definitely have a conflict with Marine. At that time, I hope you can pull out the knife on your waist. Hearing this, Tashigi's expression became a little ugly. But in the end, she nodded. Please, please don't worry, Rosen. I'll do my job. Tashigi said. Rosen patted Tashigi on the shoulder, stood up and walked towards the open door of the medical room. There, Karina, Nami and others have been standing there for a while. Karina, we have arrived at Logue Town. Karina looked at Rosen in the future, listened to Rosen's words, looked at the video titled, Tattooing for Tashigi, that was still being recorded, nodded, and said with a smile, yes, we have arrived at our destination. Skylark. Logue Town. Where Rosen and the others are going is Logue Town. Dole. It seems that our speculation is correct, Rosen did go to Logue Town. Peacock. The question is, even if we know, will we really have time to meet Rosen? Ain. Even if they meet, Dole and the others can't do anything to Rosen. Gion. What a terrible situation. Am I going in the wrong direction? Can Vice Admiral Garp stop Rosen by himself? Will he reach Logue Town in time? The female Marines don't know Rosen's specific destination. You can only search in a wide range. In the end, Garp and Gion could only temporarily separate and search where Rosen might have gone. Gion went in a different direction from Logue Town, but Garp was heading towards Logue Town now. It's just that Garp went to Logue Town too late after all. Gion even thought that Garp might not be able to meet Rosen until Rosen and others left Logue Town. Thinking of this situation, Gion could only sigh deeply. On the other side, Stussy looked at the copy of the diary and thought of the previous phone call from Morgans who gave her information. Morgan's information is correct, Rosen did go to Logue Town. If that's the case, that man must have prepared a reporter for the World Economic News Agency in Logue Town. It seems that there will be big news again. Make an appointment. Chapter 226 Hanging Celestial Dragons on the Execution Platform. The female companions were all shocked. Karina was a little helpless. Rosen spoke too quickly this time. She was too late to stop Rosen from making a heartbeat when he said the words, Logue Town, in order to prevent Rosen from revealing his location in front of the video screen being recorded. But, when thinking about the current situation, Karina was not too worried. After all, they are now very close to the port of Logue Town. Even if their destination is revealed. Gion and the other female Marines had no time to react. Very good. In that case, let's get ready to dock. It's time for the body of the male celestial dragons to come into play. Haha, Logue Town can be considered a big town. There should be a lot of reporters here. Wait until I hang the bodies of the celestial dragons on Roger's execution platform. Wait until I announce to the world that I will take revenge on that female celestial dragons. There will definitely be reporters who will record it and announce it to the whole world. Well, even though it's about the celestial dragons, there should be 1 or 2 brave newspaper publishers. Rosen touched his chin, feeling a little worried about whether reporters dared to report on celestial dragons. But having said that, even if they don't break the news. 600, Rosen's goal was also achieved. He believed that this matter could at least reach the ears of the female celestial dragons. That way, she would know that the man she ordered to bombard was looking for her. In addition, Marine and world government should also give him the bounty he wants. Black Maria. Is this Rosen planning to hang the bodies of the celestial dragons in front of the whole world? Nico Robin. What a crazy guy. Monet. Is this the confidence that power brings? Young master, wait, I didn't betray, I just chose a way to protect my family. Violet. Even if I am the enemy of the world government, I will join the Flame Blade Pirates as I wish. Bello Betty. Let me tell the world, hee, celestial dragon's face will be severely trampled under the feet of Rosen. Boa Hancock. Rosen, that's awesome. He's awesome. Guion, madman, Rosen is a complete madman. Stussy, haha, what a crazy little guy. However, maybe only a crazy man like him can change this world that has been ruled by the world government for 800 years. Surely, not only to kill the celestial dragons, but also to crush the celestial dragon's self-esteem to pieces, even in front of the world. Rosen is even crazier than imagined. If the Fishmen Island wants to cooperate with such a man, it must consider whether it can face the threat of the world government. From this point of view, Princess Shirahoshi may not be able to obtain Rosen's power through her relationship with Rosen. On the other hand, Kami and I might just abandon our status as residents of the Fishmen Island and join Rosen as pirates. In this case, Marine Lifu will not be like the Fishmen Island. Quote. Only now have Guion, Dole, Stussy and other diary copy holders finally understood how true Rosen was to his motto. Repay kindness with kindness and revenge with hatred. If you have any grudge, I will pay it back 100-fold. These two sentences are not just for fun. Celestial dragons cheated Rosen, he will really take revenge 100-fold. No, not so much 100-fold revenge. What Rosen plans to do can already be said to be 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times revenge. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Karina, Miss Karina, is what Rosen said earlier true? Are we really going to hang celestial dragons on the execution bench? After Rosen left the medical room, Tashigi asked Karina with a look of horror. Those are the captain's orders. Any questions, Ins? Karina smiled. Yes, but if you do this, Colonel Smoker will definitely stop it. When the time comes, Marine will have a conflict with the Flame Blade Pirates. Tashigi said worriedly. However, before she finished speaking, Karina suddenly raised her hands and slapped Tashigi heavily on the shoulders. Tashigi, take a good look and touch the 3 tattoo on your chest. You applied to join us yourself. And Rosen has now promised you to let Hina go and give you Tia's power. Now you are a pirate, you are no longer a marine. So, please consider us and the captain before considering your old boss. If you can't do it, even if Captain Rosen will be angry, I won't forgive you. You used to be able to endure the celestial dragons, but now you can't bear to fight Marine. If that's the case, why are you joining us? To play. Karina said coldly. Tashigi raised his head and stared blankly at Karina in front of him. This was the first time in such a long time that she saw Karina with such a serious and cold face. Obviously in the past, even when she was a prisoner of the Flame Blade Pirates, Karina always treated her with a smile. What she doesn't know is that Karina is the first crew member of the Flame Blade Pirates. Her affection for the pirate ship is second only to Rosen. Although Rosen asked her to serve as a thief of the Flame Blade Pirates. But in Karina's own heart, she vaguely regarded herself as the vice captain of the Flame Blade Pirates. Therefore, Karina feels it is her duty to help Rosen protect this pirate group. At this time, Kaya, who was also still in the room, said with the same serious tone. Miss Tashigi, Yulina is right. You are a pirate now. I understand your concern for your former colleagues. But if the two sides are going to fight, please remember your current identity. You talked to me before about wanting to see the world with different eyes here and explore new ways to achieve justice, didn't you? Since we want to explore new ways, sometimes we have to make some sacrifices. Hearing this, Tashigi turned his head and looked at Kaya in front of him. There is no doubt that Kaya is kind. Although Kaya is a pirate, she will try her best to help sick people like a normal doctor. But even such a person is ready to fight the kind-hearted Marine. As long as they are Rosen's enemies. Looking at Kaya, who looked weak but had radiant eyes, Tashigi's emotions gradually subsided. One of Tia's attributes is sacrifice. Perhaps, in order to seek justice, I should sacrifice something. I understand, Kaya, Karina, I will be a good pirate. However, if the Flame Blade Pirates really get into a fight with Marine in Logue Town, please let me handle it. Tashigi raised his head and looked at Karina and Kaya in front of him, put his hands on his chest and said. Haha, this is one of us, this is the Tashigi who dared to attack the celestial dragons a few days ago. Karina patted Tashigi on the shoulder with a smile on her face and said with a smile. Although it hasn't been long since you obtained the template, you have more or less gained some points. As long as you don't enter the template simulation mode and transform into Tia's stance to fight, your physical strength should be enough for you to use Tia's Power King to deal with Logue Town's Marine. In that case, your Colonel Smoker will be left to you to handle. By the way, you can also take this celestial dragons with you. After Karina finished speaking, she pointed to the celestial dragons that had been packed in a simple linen bag. In Rosen's words, a tattered linen bag would suffice for scum-like celestial dragons. Well, I understand, Tien Lina. Tashigi took a deep breath, stepped forward, picked up the bag containing celestial dragons, and left the room. The sound of leaving footsteps gradually disappeared. Karina, is it really okay to let Tashigi take charge of this? After Tashigi left, Kaya asked worriedly. Haha, what's wrong? Although Tashigi has stabbed celestial dragons in front of other diary copy holders. But I didn't deal with the celestial dragons in front of the world. I think her determination is not very clear, so I have to help her be tough. Karina crossed her arms and said with a chuckle. So this is awe. Kaya muttered. She was not stupid and understood immediately what Karina meant. If Tashigi helped Rosen hang the bodies of the celestial dragons on Roger's execution platform in front of the world, then Tashigi, there is really no way out. Even if the female Marines who have copies of the diary want to hide 0.8, there is no way. Come on, Kaya, let's do it. Before going to the Grand Line, we still have to replenish supplies in Logue Town. Also, although it is unlikely, Gion and Garp are still in East Blue after all. If we really meet them, there might be a fierce battle to be fought. After hearing Kaina's words, Kaya nodded and was about to get up and follow Karina's footsteps. At this time, Weiya and Karina noticed new hints from the copy of the diary. The two looked at each other and walked towards the door while focusing on their respective copies of the diary. Photo. Logue Town. Finally we have arrived at the place known as, the beginning and the end. Closing square bracket. Thinking about it, my luck won't be too bad if I draw the lottery at this point. Closing square bracket. I finally managed to save 1000 plus points in the past few days. I think this should give me a grand prize. Closing square bracket. Rosen, are you planning to draw a lottery? Karina raised her eyebrows and immediately took Kaya's hand and ran towards the deck. This is an opportunity to witness Rosen becoming stronger. As members of the Flame Blade Pirates, neither of them want to miss it. Chapter 227 High-Level Conqueror and #039s, Smoker was shocked. Black Maria, is Rosen going to draw a lottery? With more than 1000 points, this can be an advanced lottery. Runchi, could it be said that Rosen can become more powerful through the lottery this time? Kazuki Hiyori, the last time Rosen used the advanced lottery, he obtained the challenge template of Emiyashuru, thus gaining the power to defeat the Golden Lion. This time, will there be another challenge template of another powerful person? Gion, if Rosen, this lunatic, continues to get stronger, how will we Marines deal with it? Dole, this is a photo of Logue Town. Rosen and others have indeed arrived. Vice Admiral Garp may not be able to make it in time. Will we have to rely on us? Peacock, there is no Marine who can stop Rosen in that place. Ain, Senior Smoker is right there. I hope he won't conflict with Rosen. Charlotte Smoothie, you will draw a template, you will definitely draw a template that can only be used by me. When many diary copy holders saw that Rosen was about to conduct a lottery once again, and it was a high-level lottery, they naturally turned their attention to him. Especially Charlotte Smoothie, who has experienced missing out on the Thunderbolt General template and the Arancardia template. At this moment, she was expecting to see Rosen draw a character template that could only be used by her. Unfortunately, Rosen is not yet able to decide what will be drawn in the lottery. Charlotte Smoothie, not to mention 06. System, I want to conduct an advanced lottery. Ding. In compliance with the host's wishes, 1000 host points have been deducted, leaving 12 points. Closing square bracket. Start the advanced lottery. Rosen's eyes widened and he stared at the prizes on the lottery wheel as they crossed one after another. He was hoping for a reward that would allow him to practice Emiyashuru's template to the top level. In this way, let alone Marine Admiral. Even Marine Hero Garp, Rosen is confident enough to give him a try. Ding. The lottery is successful. Congratulations to host for receiving the Advanced Conqueror's Hockey Awakening reward. Closing square bracket. After use, your Conqueror's Hockey will go one step further, reaching the point where it can shock the real thing. Closing square bracket. It's actually a high-level Conqueror's. Rosen was stunned. He thought about many possibilities, and even thought of high-level armament hockey and already high-level observation hockey. But he never thought that he would draw a high-level Conqueror's Hockey. It can be said that such a reward was completely beyond his expectation. High-level Conqueror's Hockey, I didn't expect that I would win this thing. Closing square bracket. Please, I don't even have observation hockey and armament hockey now, why should I get Conquerors to advanced level first? In terms of Conquerors, I only have Conqueror's Entanglement and I don't know how to use it yet. Closing square bracket. Really, if you don't practice this thing enough to be able to perform Conqueror's Entanglement, even if it reaches advanced level from intermediate level, it will have no effect. Closing square bracket. At most, it can frighten the entity and cause the opponent's hull to crack. Closing square bracket. Dole, this man, Rosen, won the high-level Conqueror's Hockey. Yamato, high-level Conquerors, they should be stronger than my Conquerors. Boa Hancock, as expected of Rosen, before possessing the Wisdom color and the Armament color, he has already possessed the high-level Conqueror's Hockey, which is the most difficult thing for ordinary people to possess. Runti, Rosen, this hateful man, has obviously gained such great power, but he still dislikes me. Black Maria, to ordinary people, Conqueror's Hockey is a symbol of becoming a king, but Rosen has the power of templates, and he is indeed qualified to say disgusting words about conquerors. Widub, However, Conqueror's Haki, which can crack the hull of a ship, is not a simple Conqueror's. Even my father has not reached this level. Only One Piece Roger and the current one can reach this level. Red-haired Shanks, right. Gion, although high-level Conqueror's Haki is dangerous, I only picked this one in the high-level lottery. This should be regarded as something beneficial to Marine. At least, we don't have to face the possibility of pushing Emma Yashiru's template to a higher stage. Rosen. Monet, high-level Conquerors, a power that the young master has never possessed. What will a Conquerors that can shock real objects look like? Rosen seemed to hear Monet's doubts. After using the reward, Rosen immediately tested this power. Then, a skill demonstration video soon appeared on the diary copies of each diary copy holder. Video. Using advanced Conquerors for the first time. Monet, Baccarat and others' eyes lit up, while Guillaume, Dole and others looked solemn and opened their screens one after another. Soon, a clear picture was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. I saw on the video screen that black and red lightning was reflected around Rosen's body. Tashigi, Nami and others around him couldn't help but take a few steps back. Suddenly, Rosen opened his eyes suddenly. The black and red lightning that originally surrounded it instantly spread out and rushed towards the sea in all directions. In an instant, the originally calm sea surface suddenly boiled as if it had been slapped hard by a raised hand spanning 1,000 meters in radius. Guillaume, Dole, Monet and others looked down from the top-down perspective and found that many fish exploded directly. Baccarat. Okay. So powerful. Is this Conqueror's Haki who can cause damage to real objects? Monet, you have seen it, right? Now do you still feel that it is wrong to not obey your young master's orders? Monet, the sea boils and schools of fish explode. Such power can't be said to cause no harm to real objects. Can the young master really bear such a Haki? Boa Hancock, this is a high-level Conqueror's. I can't compare to the implementation. Yamato, that's too exaggerated. Can that bastard old school do it to this extent? Peacock, it's so scary. Can I stay calm under such Conqueror's Haki? Guillaume, how terrifying Rosen would be if he mastered the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki through training. It seems that I was really wrong. Closing square bracket. Conqueror's Haki like this can be used in battle even if I haven't mastered Conqueror's entanglement yet. Closing square bracket. Remember that when the red-haired Conquerors broke out in the original work, even the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel had to collapse from collapse. Closing square bracket. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral is probably one of the elites in Naval Headquarters. Closing square bracket. In other words, as long as I have enough physical strength, I can completely ignore opponents of the level of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Tisk, tisk, now, my Conqueror's Haki can really eliminate low-end combat effectiveness. Closing square bracket. Run T, are you kidding? Blowing up the fish is an exaggeration enough, but can you also make the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral unable to move? Vinsmoke Reiju, is this kind of power useful to the soldiers of Germa 66? Can it scare those brother and younger brothers who have no feelings? Dole, can it intimidate a strong man like the Flying Squirrel? Then I can't move under this Conqueror's Haki. Damn it, if that's the case, even if I find Rosen, what can I do to him? At this moment, Dole felt that her mentality was broken. Even, for a moment, she thought it would be great if she didn't have a copy of the diary. In this case, she wouldn't have to experience this feeling of despair. Nami, that's awesome. He deserves to be our Captain Rosen. Nokigao, yes, congratulations to you Rosen, your strength is one step closer. Yuta, hee, this kind of Haki will surely surprise Shanks. On the Senya, Nami, Nokigao and others came forward to congratulate Rosen for taking back Conqueror's Haki. 937. Rosen also smiled back at his friends. Let's go, Ying. It's time to land on this island and implement our plan. After we leave here, I think we should go to the Grand Line. Rosen waved his hand and pointed to Logue Town ahead. Nami, Karina and others saw this and nodded in agreement. The other side. Logue Town, Marine Base. Colonel Smoker, something bad is going on, cough. A Marine officer rushed into Smoker's room and was just about to report it when he was made coughing by the white eyes that filled the room. Seeing this, Smoker walked aside and opened the window, letting the white eyes of the whole room slowly disperse. Is there a problem? Smoker asked. Not long ago, many people suddenly collapsed for no apparent reason near the port of Logue Town. We went to investigate and found that those who fell were just fainted and did not suffer any physical trauma. We feel strange, so you can report it. You said that these days are special, and I will report anything strange to you. The Marine saluted Smoker and said. Fainted for no reason. Are there many people? Did they all faint at the same time? Smoker frowned and asked quickly. No. That's right. I understand, you go down. Smoker waved his hand and asked the sailor to leave the room with a solemn expression. Then, he looked at the phone that had not been hung up yet on the desk. Vice Admiral Garp, you heard me. The power that can make many people faint at the same time must be Conqueror's Haki. Smoker said. On the other side of the phone, Garp's serious voice came over. In this piece of East Blue, the only one who can use Conqueror's Haki is Rosen. Chapter 228 Exposing the Meaning of D, the Enemy of Celestial Dragons. It seems that this Rosen is planning to land in Logue Town. So Vice Admiral Garp, can you get to me in time? Smoker asked with a solemn expression. No matter how confident Smoker is, he doesn't think he can compare to Rosen, who has been in the limelight recently. Rosen is now the real god of death. For a man who dared to kidnap even celestial dragons, CJ even felt that it was not surprising that Rosen wanted to bloodbath Logue Town. I'll just swim over here. That's good, Smoker. Before I come, don't act rashly. You can't take Marine to deal with Rosen, do you understand? Garp warned sternly. Although Smoker was a little reluctant, he still nodded. Understood, I'll have people just monitor that guy. If anything happens, I will report it to you and Marshal Sengoku. After Smoker finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Tashigi, then. Smoker murmured to himself, thinking of the two girls Hina and Tashigi he met in Logue Town earlier. By this time, he naturally learned from Gion and others that Rosen had taken away Hina and Tashigi. Although Rosen let Hina and Tashigi go last time. But this time Rosen took away the celestial dragons, such a crazy man, it was hard for Smoker not to worry about the safety of Hina and Tashigi. After a while, Smoker finally couldn't bear it any longer. After picking up the phone, he stood up from his seat and walked outside. Show me what kind of man you are, Rosen. Logue Town. Plaza area. Rosen raised his head and looked at the execution platform in the distance. Behind him are Karina, who is holding a linen bag with celestial dragons in one hand, and Yuta, who is carrying the fainted Hina on his shoulders. As for Nami, Karina, Nokigao, Kaya and others, they went to various places in Logue Town to purchase supplies. Is this where Roger was executed? Isn't it too ordinary? Yuta looked at the ordinary execution platform in front of her, and it was difficult to connect it with One Piece Roger. There's nothing we can do about it. No matter how great a person is, the place where he dies may be quite ordinary. However, what that man did when he died was anything but ordinary. Rosen said. Rosen, do you know something? Tashigi asked curiously. In her impression, the Pirate King Roger started the Age of Discovery before his death, which was indeed a remarkable thing. But she always felt that this was not what Rosen was talking about. Of course. Rosen nodded. Tashigi, do you think Roger's words were like what a dying person would say? Tashigi didn't know what he should say at this time. Earlier, Rosen mentioned in his diary that Roger chose to surrender because his life was coming to an end. And with his death, he started the era of great navigation. What Roger said before he died was naturally not something an ordinary dying person would say. Those were Roger's premeditated words. However, Rosen did not mention in his diary why Roger specifically wanted to start the Age of Discovery. Since you have an incurable disease, wouldn't it be good to just stay with your wife and children? If so, he might still be able to save his wife and children from Marine. If Roger had stayed with his wife. Single quote. Maybe Marine won't send so many people to massacre and arrest pregnant women. That way, Marine won't make an unforgivable mistake. Quote. Tashigi thought a little heartbroken. It was when Rosen announced this incident that cracks began to appear in her justice towards Marine. Perhaps, he wants to take revenge on Marine. After all, Marine caught him, so he wants to start the Age of Discovery to take revenge on Marine and take revenge on the world government. Seeing Rosen still staring at her, Tashigi pursed her lips and tentatively extended the topic, hoping that Rosen could answer her doubts. However, Rosen did not have a copy of Tashigi's diary after all, so he could not know what Tashigi was thinking. He still believes that Tashigi did not know that Roger surrendered. If you're interested, I'll have a chat with you later, Tashigi. Now, we have to get down to business. Hina, you go and settle Hina first. In this way, Inski can rest assured. Hearing this, Yuta nodded and immediately carried Hina's unconscious body towards the coffee shop not far away. Rosen glanced at Yuta's back, then turned back to look at the execution platform. Tashigi looked around nervously, fearing that Marine would appear around him. At this time, she noticed that Rosen had actually opened the interface of her voyage diary system. Her heart moved and she quickly opened her own copy of the voyage diary. Sure enough, there is new content. Single quote. Tashigi's heart moved and he immediately focused on his copy of the diary. Photo. Roger's execution stand. Today, I finally saw the place where this pirate story began. Closing square bracket. For people in this world, the Age of Discovery began with Roger's death. Closing square bracket. For me, this pirate-themed story called 1 Piece also started here. Closing square bracket. Peacock. Roger's execution stand. Is Rosen also interested in this thing? Dole. Wait a minute, did Rosen say that the story of our world begins with the death of Roger, the Pirate King? Habari. A story with pirates is the theme. Isn't it? Could it be said that the protagonist of this story is a pirate? Stussy. If that's the case, that would be interesting. In the story, the protagonist usually wins. Khalifa. In other words, the pirates will be the victor. Runti. Humph, first just said Marine is nothing special. Marine Admiral, Marine Hero, etc. are just supporting roles. By the way, why doesn't Rosen open the video screen? I want to watch him take celestial dragons. Hang up your body. Gion. Is it possible that Rosen became a pirate because of the influence of this story called 1 Piece? Vinsmoke Reiju. Is it similar to the story about Germa 66? Since it is a story, there must be a protagonist. Who will be the original protagonist of this world? 11. Tashigi told me previously that Marine's hero Garp captured Roger and caused Roger to be publicly executed in Logue Town. Closing square bracket. Haha, no wonder Tashigi thinks so. Closing square bracket. After all, this is how Marine and world government promote to the world. Closing square bracket. Boa Hancock. Rosen once said that Roger, the Pirate King, surrendered. Skylark. Lies. Runti. Haha, it really has the style of Marine. Although I have seen it once, I still want to laugh when I see it again. Nico Robin. The people in world government are indeed as cunning as ever. Widub. How could that man Roger be caught? He would surrender. There must be a reason for him. Stussy. Sure enough, with Rosen here, all the secrets of this world will eventually be revealed to us. One Piece Roger, hehe, this is the name of world government. This man's real name should be Galdi Roger. Closing square bracket. At Roger's time, he was probably one of the few men who knew the meaning of the D in his name. Closing square bracket. Khalifa. One Piece Roger is a member of the D clan. He is the enemy of the celestial dragons. Dole. Roger is not only a member of the D-Finger clan, but also clearly knows that he is the enemy of the celestial dragons. So, he became a pirate just to deal with the celestial dragons. Gion. Roger, is this Age of Discovery the product you used to deal with the celestial dragons? Nico Robin. Could it be that Roger surrendered because he wanted to fulfill his duties as a member of the D family? Although Rosen only released some information briefly, some smart women have already roughly guessed something about Roger's death. This also made them more curious about what happened in Roger's execution. Before Roger became the Pirate King, the people from Marine and world government were unable to catch him. Closing square bracket. So, how could Marine and world government people catch him after he became the Pirate King? Closing square bracket. Roger, as early as 49 years old, had already contracted an incurable disease. Closing square bracket. If left alone, he wouldn't live long at all. Quote, even if the ship's doctor was later invited on board, it would only be able to ensure that he would survive for 3 years. Closing square bracket. It was during these 3 years that Roger completed his final adventure, found Raftel, and became the Pirate King. Closing square bracket. Haha, a man with an incurable disease still has the power to find Raftel. It's hard to imagine how powerful he would be if he hadn't been sick. Closing square bracket. Runchi. What's the matter? Did that Roger already have an incurable disease? Black Maria. It's amazing that after suffering from an incurable disease, it only took me 3 years to complete the final adventure. Charlotte Smoothie. Is this Roger, the Pirate King? He has such terrifying power. Waidabe. When Roger was 49 years old, that is to say, when he borrowed Odin, he was already sick. But that guy's condition was not at all like what a patient should be. Stussy. So, that man realized that he was going to die, so he surrendered on purpose and then used the method of opening the Age of Discovery to trick Marine into doing things. Gion. In the end, was Marine defeated by Roger? Kim Rami. Rosen knows so much about Roger, does he already know where 1 Piece is? Dole. Could it be that Rosen, this guy, can actually go directly to find 1 Piece? Baccarat. If this world were a story, Roger could be regarded as the protagonist of the previous version. But if we want to talk about the current protagonist, it is definitely Rosen. Having said that, if I can successfully become the Hua of Rosen's woman, then I should be the heroine. No, should I say, one of the heroines, Shen. When Baccarat thought of this, there was a trace of yearning in her heart for no reason. Chapter 229 Exposing Roger's orphan to the celestial dragons on the execution platform. One Piece Roger went through a series of adventures, found Raftel, and learned everything about the world. Closing square bracket. He was supposed to be the man who overthrew the world government and ended the reign of IM. Quote. Unfortunately, he left for Raftel too early. Closing square bracket. The king has not yet been born, even if he knows D's responsibility, even if he knows everything in the world. Closing square bracket. But since Poseidon and the other king have not yet appeared, even the Pirate King Roger has nothing to do with the world government. Closing square bracket. At the end, when life is about to come to an end. Closing square bracket. He could only leave his unborn child behind, surrender to Marine, and use his own life to start the Age of Discovery, intending to lead the world to Raftel. Closing square bracket. Koala. One Piece Roger has the possibility to overthrow the world government, but he went to Raftel too early. Belabeti, the king, has not yet been born, so the time to overthrow the world government has not yet come. Are Poseidon and the other king the king of the D family? Surely, Poseidon. Rosen, the man, really knows this. If he knew about Shirahoshi, would he come to look for Shirahoshi? Khalifa, Poseidon, isn't this the name of the ancient weapon that belongs to the same name as Pluton? So the birth of the king in Rosen actually means that no one has found Lefay Poseidon yet. Stussy, the other king opposite Poseidon, will it be Pluton or Uranus? Dole, hey, Rosen, does this man know the location of the ancient weapon? If he knows the location of the ancient weapon and finds it, who will be his opponent? Sadi-chan, the system Rosen has is already a big trouble. If he finds the ancient weapon, wouldn't we have no choice but to surrender to him? Nico Robin, if Crocodile knew about Rosen, he would definitely be very excited. No, if he knew about Rosen's existence, there would be nothing he could do against Rosen. Charlotte Smoothie, it seems that there is one more reason to get Rosen. Not only the power of templates and points, but also the whereabouts of ancient weapon. Go to the group tour. Quote. Run T. Isn't it possible that Roger is planning to push us against the world government? In other words, is it possible that One Piece actually has no treasure at all? No, if you want to fight against the world government, there should be powerful weapons and huge wealth there, right? Quote. Monet, if the young master can obtain the ancient Union One Piece, wouldn't it also be able to intimidate the world government? Guillaume, Roger left behind his own blood. Rosen once said that Roger's child is still alive. Could it be that he will mention more information about Roger's child here? Dole, if Roger, the Pirate King, has such power, if his son grows up, he will also have quite terrifying power. Could it be that the new 4 emperors in the future that Rosen once mentioned are actually is he Roger's son? Roger's ability to find Raftel despite being terminally ill in a short period of time made all diary copy holders realize Roger's potential. If Roger's child is still alive, he may have the same potential. This potential is enough to push him to the top of the world. At this moment, the holders of each copy of the diary somewhat understood why Marine and the world government wanted to cut off Roger's bloodline. After all, such a talent is too surprising and terrifying. However, even so, my wife and unborn child are innocent. Single quote. If there is good education, even Roger's children may become Marines. Tashigi pursed his lips and thought to himself. If Rosen knew what Tashigi was thinking, he would definitely nod in agreement. After all, from his perspective, Ace may indeed become Marine. Not just Ace, as written in many fanfics, as long as there is a slight change in the world, the 3 brothers Luffy, Sabo and Ace may all become Marines. They will also become the strongest Marine Admiral of the modern era. Even if the 3 of them become Marine Admirals, they will probably overthrow the world government. Speaking of which, if calculated according to the current time period. Close tortoise shell bracket. Roger's orphan should not be far away from death. Closing square bracket. Roger did not tell all members of the Roger Pirates, including Rayleigh, about his orphan. Closing square bracket. If I tell Rayleigh and others about this now, I wonder if they will be excited to find trouble with their captain's orphaned enemy. Closing square bracket. This possibility should be very high. Closing square bracket. And Bullet, the descendant of the devil who still maintains strong power even though he is imprisoned in Impel Down, if he knew that Roger still had a son alive. Closing square bracket. You will definitely be quite excited and want to wait for him to grow up and then challenge him. Closing square bracket. After all, this guy's biggest goal is to surpass Roger, if Roger's son can grow up to Roger's level. Closing square bracket. Bullet probably feels that defeating Roger's son is equivalent to surpassing Roger. Closing square bracket. Haha, in this way, after Bullet escapes from Impel Down, he will not organize any pirate expo, but will plan to defeat all Marines and all pirates. Closing square bracket. Guillaume, Roger's son is indeed still alive, but he is already dying. Dole, who could actually make Roger's son face death? Run T. What? It seems like Roger's son is nothing special. Even though he is young, he is actually going to die. Waidabe, is it too late to grow up? Or is it some kind of disease? Stussy, since Roger was once suffering from a terminal illness, maybe the descendants of his bloodline will also suffer from some kind of terminal illness. This disease prevents him from growing in strength. AGFG. Vinsmoke Reiju, or is it because the mother carried him in her belly for so long that his body's potential has declined in some way? Sadi-chan, this guy Rosen mentioned the jailbreak incident again. Bullet, right. I know, I will definitely make it impossible for this guy to jailbreak. Domino, Bullet was able to do such a big thing after escaping from prison. His strength is definitely not simple. Maybe Director Mazarin needs to be reminded to watch this guy carefully. Peacock, will Rosen really tell Rayleigh and the others about Roger's orphan? By then the Roger Pirates will make a comeback. Waidabe, if the Roger Pirates really come back, my father will be very happy. Having said that, Roger has never mentioned the name of Roger's son. Could it be said that his name is what special place? Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Let's consider how to deal with Roger's son after we meet him. Closing square bracket. Then again, this world has undergone various changes because I traveled here. Closing square bracket. Now, we still have to settle the celestial dragon's matter. Closing square bracket. After Rosen left 3 messages with his mind, everyone discovered that there was a recording video on their copy of the diary. When everyone opened it, they immediately spotted Tashigi and Rosen. Of course, there is also the protagonist, Celestial Dragons, who is stuffed in a linen bag with half of his head exposed. Rosen, do you really want to do this? Guion clenched his fists and stared at the screen. Haha, something interesting is coming. Belobeti raised the corners of her mouth and looked at everything in front of her with a smile. Meanwhile, Logue Town coast. Has it started yet? You actually let us catch up. It's just, how can we stop Rosen? Dole, wearing casual clothes, left the marine warship early and looked in the direction of the execution platform with a complicated expression. No matter what, since we are here, we have to go and take a look. Even if we can't invite Rosen to become a member of Marine. But at least we can find a way to infiltrate the Flame Blade pirates. Peacock sighed and said, really, can it succeed? Hibari pursed her lips, thinking about what she had observed about Tashigi through the diary copy. She didn't have the slightest confidence in infiltrating the Yanblade pirates. In addition, Hibari even somewhat understood what Tashigi was doing. She clearly understood that if it were herself, she might not dare to take action against the Celestial Dragons. But she would at least leave Marine. Peacock is right, no matter what, you have to give it a try. Let's go, everyone. Put away all copies of the diary. So as not to get noticed by Rosen's friends. In that case, even if we put on makeup and change our usual look, we will still fall short. After Dole finished speaking, he took a deep breath, quickened his pace and ran towards the execution platform. Seeing this, Skylark and Peacock also accelerated their pace and kept up with Dole's footsteps. Smoker frowned and used binoculars to look at Tashigi and Rosen who had climbed onto the execution platform. That's Tashigi. Why is she dressed like that? Isn't she nearsighted? Why doesn't she wear glasses? Smoker muttered. What he didn't know was that Tashigi's eyesight had been restored thanks to Tia's power. Tashigi can now see without glasses. Of course, Tashigi still has the habit of wearing glasses frames. It's just that I haven't worn it because I haven't purchased it yet. Was Tashigi kidnapped by Rosen? What on earth does this bastard Rosen want to do? Smoker looked at Rosen, who turned his head and seemed to be talking to Tashigi, and his back teeth were almost broken. If he didn't know that he was no match for Rosen, and Garp was rushing towards Logue Town with all his strength. He had already taken action at this moment. Wait, that's Celestial Dragons. What does he want to do? Execution platform. Public execution. Smoker couldn't help but open his mouth wide when he saw Tashigi pulling Celestial Dragon's body out of the sack. Chapter 230 Buggy executes Luffy. 4 emperors were born under the execution platform. What are you doing, Tashigi? Smoker crushed the telescope in his hand and rushed out from his hiding place. Even though he knew he was no match for Rosen. But at this moment, he couldn't bear it any longer. He understood that even Tashigi was coerced by Rosen. But if it was really involved in the public execution of Celestial Dragons. No matter how many reasons Tashigi has, he will inevitably be hunted down by Marine and world government. At that time, even if he wanted to do something for Tashigi, he couldn't do it at all. Hey, look there, someone is on the execution platform of Roger the Pirate King. What? Someone boarded Roger's execution stand. Are you afraid that Colonel Smoker will hang him up? Haha, it's probably some newbie pirate who is ambitious and doesn't know how powerful Colonel Smoker is, so he plans to provoke him. I see, it won't be long before Colonel Smoker will arrest him. Let's break up. Let's break up. Let's just do our thing honestly and leave the pirate affairs to Marine. Wait, look, that man looks familiar. Looks familiar. It seems true from what you said. I seem to have seen it somewhere. It's strange, why can't I remember it? Is it a certain pirate on the bounty order? No, I seem to have seen it in the newspaper. Wait, that man is Rosen, the pirate who defeated Mihawk. What? That powerful pirate who killed Golden Lion and Hawkeye Mihawk, why is he here? This man is indeed in East Blue. Damn it, he actually came to Logue Town. Even Colonel Smoker is no match for him. Hey, isn't the woman next to Rosen Tashigi? Why is she by his side? What do the two of them want to do? In the huge square of Logue Town. After everyone noticed Rosen, they initially ignored him. But when they realized that the person was Rosen, everyone immediately stopped and looked at Rosen in horror. Some people have even started using phone bugs to contact Marine. Even so, they are worried about their safety. Unlike the residents of Logue Town. After hearing the news, some journalists with long guns and short guns ran out happily and prepared to interview Rosen on the spot. Among them, of course, there is also Ellie, a reporter from the World Economic News Agency who once had a relationship with Rosen. Great, President Morgan's analysis is right. It is indeed possible that Rosen will appear in Logue Town. What's even better is that I happen to be assigned here. This time, we must get the opportunity to interview Rosen. Ellie took the camera and stared at the execution platform square, her eyes shining brightly. Ellie always felt a little disappointed that she had not been able to get the opportunity to interview Rosen. This time, no matter how dangerous it was, she still wanted to get the opportunity to talk to Rosen directly. Photo. View from under the execution platform. Haha, it's human nature to watch the excitement. I didn't expect so many people to gather so quickly. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, this reminds me of the situation where Buggy, the Clown King, executed Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, that would have happened on this execution platform. Closing square bracket. At that time, there must have been so many people choosing to watch under the execution platform in Logue Town. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, if the dragon hadn't taken action that time, Luffy's head would have been chopped off by Buggy. Closing square bracket. However, in terms of being able to smile in the face of death, Luffy does have some character. Closing square bracket. Yuta. Luffy will be executed by that red-nosed Buggy. Rosen is not joking, right? Domino. Buggy executes Luffy. What kind of situation is this? Is it possible for Buggy as a Shichibukai to execute Luffy as the 5th Emperor? Sadie-chan. Wait, isn't Buggy Shanks' brother? Why did he execute the pirate Luffy who was guided by Shanks as a guide? Black Maria. Could it be that because Luffy became Kaido's disciple and became a member of the Beast's pirates, Buggy got angry and chose to deal with Luffy? Dole. Will Long rescue Luffy? Sure enough, even the leader of the Revolutionary Army will not leave his son alone. Bello Betty. It seems that Long still cares about Luffy very much. Gion. Sure enough, this Buggy is not easy. He can deal with Luffy, who is the 5th Emperor. Even if his strength is not as good as Shanks, he should be not far behind. Even if the Shichibukai system will be completely abolished in the future, at least Buggy's power can be used for the time being, while he serves as Shichibukai. Luffy was able to smile when facing execution, just like the former pirate King Roger. Is this man's achievement really just reaching the level of the 5th Emperor? At this moment, Gion thought of Luffy's potential, strength, and background spanning the 3 fields of Marine, Pirates, and Revolutionary Army. Suddenly, the idea that Luffy was the protagonist of the story appeared in her mind out of thin air. However, as soon as such an idea appeared in her mind, it was automatically filtered. Her attention was now completely focused on the celestial dragons who were on the execution platform with Rosen and Tashigi. Unfortunately, the people under the execution platform were almost all ordinary people. Closing square bracket. Although it is quite gratifying to have reporters carrying long guns and short guns. Closing square bracket. It's just a pity that there aren't some capable people watching. Closing square bracket. If I can defeat a marine admiral or something while dealing with the bodies of celestial dragons, it will surely make people more convinced of my attitude towards celestial dragons. Closing square bracket. Gion. Khalifa. This madman. Stussy. Haha, that's really amazing, Rosen. Dole. Does this man really want to go against our marine? I clearly painted him like that in my work, Vice Admiral. Peacock. Is this guy really not planning to go through the plot in those books with his female marines? Wait, you can't think like that either. Closing square bracket. Although these people under the execution platform seem to be ordinary people. Quote. But maybe after a few years, some of them will grow up. Closing square bracket. Just like when Marine executed Roger, there were Moria, Crocodile, Mahawk, Doflamingo, Smoker, Buggy, Shanks and others who had not yet grown up in the audience. Closing square bracket. 0. Please give me flowers 0. Who would have thought that so many 7 warlords of the sea would be born among these people who had watched Roger's execution? Closing square bracket. Even, 1 or 2 4 emperors will be born. Closing square bracket. Perhaps there will also be some future bosses under the execution platform at this moment. Closing square bracket. Perona. Moria-sama actually observed the execution of the Pirate King at that time. Monet. Even the young master will participate in Roger's execution. Nico Robin, Moria, Crocodile, Mahawk, Doflamingo, and Buggy are really a great gathering of future Shichibukai. But why did Rosen mention 2 4 emperors? Wydub. One of the emperors is undoubtedly Shanks. Will the other new 4 emperors replace someone from the original 4 emperors? Gion. There was actually a certain 4 emperors from the future who observed Roger's execution. Who could it be? Bello Betty. Is it someone whose name Rosen didn't mention? Or is it actually someone whose name was mentioned? 0. Skylark. Moria, Crocodile, Mahawk, Doflamingo, Smoker, Buggy. Could it be said that one of them will become the new 4 emperors? Dole. Oops. It's not impossible. If the Shichibukai system is abolished, a powerful figure like Hawkeye will never be able to be captured. He can fight against the red-haired Shanks, and it is not impossible for him to become the new 4 emperors thing. Stussy. Haha, interesting. Could it be said that Marine and world government will personally give birth to a 4 emperors level pirate group? No. Roger is a character after all, and it is understandable that there are some big bosses hidden under his execution platform. Closing square bracket. But celestial dragons is rubbish, so it makes sense that there are no bosses hanging around under the execution platform. Closing square bracket. After Rosen complained a little, he moved the system panel aside. Upon seeing this, Tashigi was about to take out a spear and hang the bodies of celestial dragons high when a smoke-like humanoid creature quickly rushed over from the air. Rosen naturally noticed such movement. Smoker, do you need me to take care of it, Tashigi? Rosen glanced at the smoke that was getting closer and said to Tashigi. I'll handle it, Captain Rosen. Tashigi inserted the long handle of the spear into the execution platform, released the celestial dragon's body in his other hand, and turned to face the smoker who was charging straight at him. She didn't dare let Rosen take action against Smoker. Rosen had previously demonstrated the super powerful Conqueror's Haki, and Tashigi was really afraid that Rosen would use this ability to hurt his former boss. Sorry, Colonel Smoker. Tashigi murmured to himself, and Tarasho drew his famous sword, Shigur, from his waist. Whoosh! Tashigi swung his sword, and a sharp flying slash wrapped in strong air pressure quickly pounced on Smoker. Although this flying slash did not cause any damage to Logia's Smoker. But the powerful wind and waves also blew Smoker and fell to the bottom of the execution platform. Plus. Chapter 231 Did Rosen really kill the celestial dragons? Journalists are going crazy, thank you 1510. Gion. That's Smoker. This man actually took action. Sadi-chan, isn't it right? A colonel from the headquarters actually went to stop Rosen. Domino. There is nothing we can do about it. Rosen is planning to use the celestial dragons' corpses to make a fuss. If Smoker does nothing, he will be held accountable afterwards. Stussy. This time, the naval headquarters colonel named Smoker is really in trouble. Not only do he have to stop Rosen from using celestial dragons to make a fuss, but he also has to face his former subordinate Tashigi. Khalifa. The celestial dragons are dead. Even if Rosen makes a fuss about the bodies of the celestial dragons, Smoker won't have too much trouble. But that Hina, who witnessed Rosen executing the celestial dragons but couldn't do anything, is probably the one who will really face big trouble. Even if she doesn't become Rosen's person like Tashigi now, maybe one day in the future, she will embark on the same path as Tashigi. Quote. Charlotte Smoothie. This Tashigi can actually perform a flying slash. It seems that she used the template that originally belonged to my Tia very well, haha. Bello Betty. It's useless. A little marine colonel can't stop Rosen at all. 837, Charlotte Garrett. What an unknown marine. Rosen is doing really big things. It's exciting just to think about celestial dragons being treated like this. Boa Hancock. Hurry up, Rosen, I can't wait to see Marine and world government's reaction to this incident. Smoker's actions were naturally noticed by many diary copy holders. Everyone was disdainful of Smoker's actions. No one thought Smoker could stop Rosen's celestial dragon's body from making a fuss. Even Marines like Gion and Domino, and even world government agents like Khalifa, are like this. At this moment, all they could do was watch the progress of the situation nervously. Even Marine Dole, Peacock and Skylark, who had already arrived at the execution platform square, could only watch anxiously. What, are we going to stop Smoker, Dole Vice Admiral? Hibari looked at Smoker who was slashed away by Tashigi's sword, and looked worriedly at Dole beside him. No, we don't do anything. Don't forget, our goal is to sneak into Rosen's side as much as possible. If we are exposed, how can we infiltrate? Dole shook his head and rejected Skylark's proposal. That's right. Even if we want to do something at this time, we can't do it. Rosen's power is too strong. At this time, we can only believe that Tashigi will miss his old friendship. Peacock said. After looking at the crowd around him, Peacock continued. Let's go over there. There are more people there, so it's easier for us to hide. There, our chances of coming into contact with Rosen should also be a little bit greater. Dole and Skylark nodded and took action one after another. What the three of them didn't notice was that not far from them, Karina was sitting in the cafe and watching them leave leisurely. Haha, we will meet the holders of copies of the diary as expected. You Marines are really persistent. But do you really think that by dressing up a little and not taking out a copy of the diary, you can hide it from Captain Rosen, or even from us? Karina said, looking at Hina who was brought to the coffee shop by Yuta. By this time, Na had already woken up. Naturally, I also understood how far things had developed. Looking at the situation shown in the copy of the diary and listening to what Karina said, she could only sigh quietly. So, you have no intention of purchasing supplies. Rather, do you plan to stay on the outside and observe whether any of our people are coming or going? Hina looked at Karina and asked. Haha, for purchasing supplies, Kaya can use clone technique to purchase them. Captain Rosen didn't know you guys had copies of the diary. Those of us as crew members can only work hard. Karina smiled and said without comment. Hearing this, Hina was silent again. If Dole, Skylark and Peacock were all exposed, she didn't know who else could really sneak into Rosen's side. Perhaps, only those female agents in the world government, which even she didn't know existed, who had copies of the diary, could sneak into Rosen's side. Are you planning to do something to them? Hina pursed her lips and said to Karina. And what she was looking at was naturally Shi Fang, who was left by Dole and others. Haha, don't worry too much, Miss Hina. We are old acquaintances, and you should have a certain understanding of our Captain Rosen. Although his senses for Marine are not very good, his senses for you holders of copies of the diary have also declined. But, after all, you are just like us, and you are also the heroines in his works. As for you, he is not willing to really kill you. So, if those women didn't cause trouble to us, we wouldn't do anything to them. Of course, if they want to get close to Captain Rosen, then we can only take some measures to stop them. Karina said with a chuckle. On the side, Yuta also nodded in agreement. Hina breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, Karina's words made Hina nervous again. Instead of worrying about those female marines, you should worry about yourself, Miss Hina. You who witnessed the death of the celestial dragons and could do nothing. Is it really possible to stay safely in Marine? I don't think even Gion, who Rosen mentioned as deserting a beating, can't keep you. After Karina finished speaking, she took a sip of coffee leisurely. Hina, on the other hand, could only sigh deeply again. She didn't know her situation, but it was not an easy decision for her to make. The other side. Lobe Town, Square. Flying slash. You actually learned how to fly and slash. Smoker condensed a human form from the white smoke and looked at Tashigi standing on the execution platform with a shocked expression. Colonel Smoker, haven't seen you for a while. Tashigi stood with a knife in hand, looking at Smoker below with a somewhat tangled expression. Yeah, it's been a while since I last saw you. Tashigi, you've become more powerful. Just, why do you look like this? Why are you standing next to Rosen? Smoker frowned and raised his fingers to point at Tashigi. Colonel Smoker, I have decided not to be a Marine. I am now a member of the Flame Blade Pirates. Tashigi said. Huh, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Smoker frowned even more. But this time, Tashigi did not speak, but once again struck Smoker with a knife and spoke with the facts. The flying slash passed over Smoker's body, dividing it into two pools of smoke. Although Tashigi's attack did not really hurt Smoker, it also made Smoker aware of Tashigi's decision. Tashigi, why are you like this? Did the man next to you threaten you? Smoker clenched his fists and stared into Tashigi's eyes, trying to see a hint of hesitation in Tashigi's eyes. It's a pity that Tashigi only has determination in his eyes now. Don't get me wrong, Colonel Smoker. I didn't force Tashigi to stay with me. If you want to blame it on the great celestial dragons. He was the one who forced Tashigi to make the decision. Rosen raised one hand and directly lifted Celestial Dragons up. At this moment, Celestial Dragon Saint Charmic is still wearing the iconic noble attire. Therefore, when Rosen picked it up, all the Lobe Town residents including Smoker recognized it. And the reporters kept pressing the shooting button on the cameras in their hands. Oh my god, is that man a Celestial Dragons? I've seen the Celestial Dragons look like this in the news. They're wearing exactly the same clothes. Except for the lack of the translucent glass helmet, their clothes are exactly the same. But, the man in Rosen's hand is obviously a dead man. It's impossible. Rosen killed a celestial dragons, right? It's fake. It must be fake. Rosen must have dressed up a dead person as Tianlongwei. Even so, such behavior is prohibited. Marine and world government will never allow such behavior, and they will kill Rosen. Big news, this is really big news. Now, Rosen's matter is going to hit the world again. More photos, you have to take more photos. Ordinary residents and reporters looked at everything in front of them with worry, shock, or excitement. Some timid people have even begun to think about quitting. It didn't take long for the execution platform square, which was originally crowded with people, to lose half of its traffic. Rosen, did you really kill the celestial dragons? What's the relationship between that celestial dragons and Tashigi? Smoker gritted his teeth and looked at Rosen, shouting loudly. Vaguely, an extremely bad premonition hit his heart. His familiarity with Tashigi made him vaguely feel that the celestial dragons would become like this, perhaps having some connection with Tashigi. Chapter 232 Tashigi will Conqueror and #039, S. Reiatsu completely shocked Smoker. Colonel Smoker, you don't have to try to persuade me. Although I was not the one who killed this Charmic Saint. But I've also taken action against him. The multiple stab wounds on his body came from me. For doing such a thing, I am already a Marine and an enemy of the world government. Tashigi sighed and did not reveal anything about the island where Kokoja village is located. She was worried that doing so would cause people from the world government to go to the island where Kokoja village is located to retaliate. At the same time, the reporters were stunned for a moment after hearing Tashigi's words. It wasn't until Tashigi reached out and peeled off Celestial Dragon's clothes, revealing the stab wounds, that everyone realized. What is she going to do? No, those knife wounds were really caused by her stabbings. From what she said, she was originally a marine. Why would she attack the Celestial Dragons? She said earlier that she was not the one who killed the Celestial Dragons, so is it really Rosen who killed the Celestial Dragons in the end? It's fake. It can't be true. How could anyone dare to kill Celestial Dragons? That person is definitely not Celestial Dragons. Wait, what does this woman want to do to Celestial Dragon's body? Oh my god, she threaded Celestial Dragon's body like a candied hawse on the spear that Rosen had inserted into the execution platform. Everyone looked at everything in front of them with wide eyes and open mouths. A strong chill ran from the soles of everyone's feet to the top of their heads. Even the most ordinary people can clearly know that even if the people in front of them are not real Celestial Dragons, Tashigi put a spear through the head of the Celestial Dragons. The behavior of hanging high on the execution platform can be described as the worst evil will never come. For the sake of the dignity of world government, Marine and world government agents will do whatever it takes to eliminate the cause of death. Fight until death. Boa Hancock. This woman is really good. She is worthy of my height. Bello Betty. It's really done, it's a little enviable. Koala. What a wonderful thing it would be if I could also hang the bodies of Celestial Dragons high. Khalifa. These guys are really crazy. Stussy. Haha, the world will go crazy soon. Charlotte Smoothie. Taking away my template, if you can't do this, it would be too much of a waste. However, if I can obtain a powerful template, let alone hang the corpses of Celestial Dragons get up, even if you ask me to kill the Celestial Dragons, I am willing to do so. Ain. You do have some skills, Tashigi. Gion. Tashigi. Tashigi, actually did this. Skylark covered his mouth with both hands and looked at everything in front of him with great worry. This moment, she had no idea what she should do and what she shouldn't do. Therefore, she could only look to Dole and Peacock for help. However, the two people at this moment were also shocked by Tashigi's actions. Therefore, the two of them did not notice Skylark's gaze. In desperation, Hibari could only raise his head and look in the direction of Tashigi. But this glance made Skylark's heart beat faster instantly. Did Rosen look at me earlier? Skylark rubbed his eyes and looked at Rosen again, only to see that Rosen had turned his head and seemed not to have noticed her. No, he definitely didn't recognize me. It was just a coincidence before. Yunk cheered himself up in his heart and tried to calm himself down as much as possible. At the same time, on the execution platform, Rosen touched his chin and frowned slightly. Those three women look familiar. It seems like I've seen it somewhere. Quote. Is it my imagination? Rosen thought in his mind, secretly opening the transparent world, thinking about the Skylark, Peacock and Paul Man and observing the past. Even though the transparent world is not observation hockey, the powerful observation power still makes every move of the Hibari trio imprinted in Rosen's mind. Not long after, Rosen noticed a sense of dissonance surrounding the three of Dole. Not an ordinary person, his physical strength is far stronger than ordinary people. Single quote. Is it someone from Marine? Or is it a world government agent who came to investigate because the Celestial Dragons lost contact? Wait, this one with a single ponytail seems to be somewhat similar to a Skylark. Rosen raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. Rosen is far less familiar with Dole, Peacock, and Hibari than Gion, Hina, and others. But this doesn't mean that he doesn't know anything about the three of them. This is interesting, these three people got together so quickly. Could it be that the Marine Special Team is already being formed now? I don't know if it's good or bad to meet these three people at this time. Quote. Rosen shook his head regretfully. If the time period were changed, he would have planned to have a good interaction with these three people. But now, he feels that it is more important to deal with the Celestial Dragons. Tashigi, you know what you are doing, right? Smoker almost crushed the weapon in his hand and looked at everything in front of him with a gloomy expression. I see. Tashigi nodded quietly. Smoker took a deep breath after hearing Tashigi's calm words. Suddenly, his body suddenly rolled up and turned into smoke and rushed towards the execution platform. No matter what, we cannot let Celestial Dragons' bodies hang like this. Smoker's heart froze, and he made up his mind to at least get the Celestial Dragons' bodies off the execution platform. He understood that the longer the body of Celestial Dragons was hung, the greater the chance of this matter being exposed. At that time, even Smoker cannot be sure how big a disturbance the world will make. Seeing Smoker rushing towards him, Tashigi silently raised his long knife and pointed it at Smoker. It's no use, Tashigi. Even now you can use flying slash. But I am a Logia user, your attacks can't hurt. Exclamation mark. Before Smoker could finish his words, a golden flash suddenly flew out from the tip of Tashigi's knife and directly hit the smoke that Smoker turned into. The attack that was supposed to cause no harm to him actually flew Smoker's body backwards and hit the ground heavily. Ahem, what is this? Hockey. No, this isn't hockey. Smoker rubbed his chest and looked at Insichi, who was still swinging his sword in shock. Rosen held his chin in one hand and watched all this with interest. Tashigi uses spiritual attacks. Although this is not Haki, it cannot cause an absolute blow to the elemental ability. But just like the battle between Akainu and Aokiji can cause damage to each other. Rosen believes that since spiritual power is also an element, it can also cause harm to other elemental power users to a greater or lesser extent. It is precisely for this reason. After mastering the template of a powerful character, and without mastering armament Haki, Rosen would not be too worried about Marine's 3 admirals. However, armament Haki is still necessary to master. Quote. After all, this thing is unique in its ability to restrain elemental ability users. Single quote. Rosen touched his chin and mentioned in his mind. This is indeed not a Haki, but it can cause some damage to you, Colonel Smoker. Tashigi breathed out and stabbed Smoker again. Kang's sword cannon. As Tashigi finished speaking, a cannonball made of golden energy crashed down and hit Smoker. Smoker's eyes widened and he quickly raised his 10 hands. But even so, after the 10 hands in his hand were touched by the golden light, they pulled out a long mark on the square with his body. What the hell is this power? Smoker shook his hands and looked at Tashigi in shock. This was not because Smoker was afraid, but because Tashigi's powerful attack made his hands tremble instinctively. He didn't understand why Tashigi didn't possess Haki, but 403 was able to cause harm to his Logia's body. I also don't understand why Tashigi has such abilities out of thin air. Wait, ability. Rosen, did you let Tashigi eat some devil fruit? Smoker excitedly raised the weapon in his hand, pointed it at Rosen and shouted. Rosen smiled and looked at Tashigi beside him. Don't waste any more time, Tashigi. Let him have no way to stop our actions. Although Smoker is good, Rosen only has some appreciation for it. He is not his heroine, so Rosen does not intend to pay too much attention to Smoker. I see. Tashigi nodded, and the next moment she jumped forward and rushed towards Smoker from the air. So fast. Smoker's eyes widened and he quickly transformed into smoke and rushed high into the sky. Just now, Tashigi had rushed in front of him in just the blink of an eye. This also made Smoker take a closer look at the power Tashigi possesses. Tashigi, do you really want to fight me? That man, what did he do to you? If he is forcing you, you can tell me. Smoker turned into smoke and hung in the air, looking at the Tashigi tunnel with a sword wave on the ground. Colonel Smoker, this is the last time I will call you Colonel. Tashigi shook his head and raised his eyes to the sky. The cold wind blew by, making Tashigi's white robe rustle, adding a sense of chill to it out of thin air. Captain Rosen, he didn't force me. I just made my own choice. Next, offended. After Tashigi finished speaking, a Pung-Bai aura was released from his body, covering most of the square in an instant. Smoker is naturally among them. This is Conqueror's Haki. Smoker's eyes widened and he looked at Tashigi in horror. Chapter 233 Can Rosen Awaken Conqueror and #039s in others. Girl's Imagination. Logue Town. Square. The originally noisy voice fell silent instantly. A dull aura falls in the hearts of everyone enveloped by Tashigi's aura. The surrounding air also seemed to be mourning. Smoker looked at Tashigi in shock. This domineering aura made him immediately associate it with the royal poisonous aura. He had no way of knowing that this was actually not Conqueror's Haki, but the same power of Reiatsu that shocked people's minds like Conqueror's Haki. Although Tashigi is not yet proficient in mastering Tia's power, Tia is the third Espada after all. Tia's own potential allows Tashigi to deploy Reiatsu more flexibly to shock the enemy. Smoker was stunned when he thought that the little Tashigi who had been following him had awakened Conqueror's Haki. At this time, Insiki's body had disappeared from the place in an instant. When she appeared again, she had already appeared above Smoker's head. Oops. Smoker's face hardened, and he instinctively swung out his 10 hands to stab Tashigi. However, the next moment, he was horrified to find that his 10 hands were actually held by Tashigi. His hands were simply empty. So fast. Tashigi, you. Smoker didn't have time to finish his words. Tashigi suddenly aimed the tip of his juju hand at Smoker's body and stabbed it. The speed was so fast that Smoker couldn't react at all. In just a moment, Smoker felt a sense of powerlessness come over him. I was subdued by my own weapon. Smoker looked at Tashigi with an ugly expression, holding his collar in one hand and pressing his sea-stone-tipped hand against him in the other. Captain Rosen is right, you should not carry such a weapon with you. Although it can help you deal with some ability users. But if you can't keep this weapon, it will also become a tool against you, Smoker. Tashigi looked at Smoker in his hand with complicated eyes. If it were before, she would never have imagined that she could defeat the invincible Smoker so easily. But now, she had just obtained Tia's template. Not long after, she actually defeated Smoker, her former boss. She did not enter Tia's simulation mode, nor did she liberate Zanpakuto. This made Tashigi feel a sigh of relief. Tashigi, you. Smoker felt aggrieved again as he listened to Tashigi's preaching. I wanted to refute, but seeing myself helplessly being held in Tashigi's hand, all my words could only be replaced by a sigh. Tashigi, what on earth did that man feed you devil fruit 2 inches? How on earth did you disappear and appear suddenly? Even Marines, shaving, isn't that fast. Also, why can you fly in the air? Moonwalk can't do this. Smoker glanced at Tashigi, who was walking flatly in the air, and asked. About my abilities, unfortunately, this is a secret. Tashigi shook his head, and without waiting for Smoker to react, he hit him on the head with a stick. Even Smoker couldn't bear the seastone stick. On the spot, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Colonel Smoker, defeated. He is a Logia Esper, a powerful marine who has prevented countless pirates from entering the Grand Line. So what? Didn't you see Rosen's men on the other side? But, that Tashigi used to be Smoker's subordinate. I don't know exactly what happened, but this Tashigi is now a pirate. It's over. Smoker fainted. Is Rosen trying to steal our marriage? Big news, this is big news. It turns out that Marine attacked Colonel Marine and defeated him. Rosen wants to use the bodies of celestial dragons to make a fuss. He is suspected of publicly announcing to the world that he has killed celestial dragons. This news will definitely explode. International. As Smoker fainted, Tashigi had also put away his aura. The strange aura that suppressed the hearts of everyone in the square also dissipated, and everyone was finally able to breathe normally and have normal conversations. On the execution platform, Rosen did not stop Tashigi when he saw him throwing Smoker to the approaching sailors, but just watched it all quietly. He had no hope that Tashigi could really kill Smoker. If she really did this, she would wonder if the person in front of her was Tashigi. Rosen was already quite satisfied that Tashigi was able to knock Smoker out so decisively. Smoker has good potential. He can become the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters in the next 2 years and be able to compete with Virgo for a period of time. Closing square bracket. Although he fought against Virgo, he was only suppressed one-sidedly. Quote. But this is enough to illustrate the potential of this guy Smoker. Closing square bracket. If you give this guy a certain amount of time, maybe Marine will actually be able to produce a white smoke admiral or something. Closing square bracket. But now it seems that the future protagonist of Marine must be the new Marine hero who inherits the title of Garp Marine Hero. Closing square bracket. Having said that, being defeated so easily by Tashigi this time may give this guy a little irritation. Closing square bracket. Let this guy work harder and become stronger. Closing square bracket. After all, when Tashigi defeated him before, he not only showed great power, but also showed, Reiatsu, similar to Conqueror's Haki, showed, Sound Turn, that surpassed, Shaving, and showed that he was a, Hollow, that surpassed, Moonwalk. Nengwu with an empty head. Closing square bracket. These powers that Smoker cannot understand, especially the Reiatsu that seems to be Conquerors, are enough to arouse Smoker's competitive spirit. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, Reiatsu should be stronger than Conqueror's Haki. Closing square bracket. If Tashigi can properly train Tia's power, will he be able to intimidate enemies simply by bursting out Reiatsu's aura in the future? It seems that Tashigi needs to be urged and urged. If she can do this, I won't even need to use Conqueror's Haki to clean up the minions in the future. Closing square bracket. Haha, as a captain, I really have to stay behind and enjoy it. Closing square bracket. Dole, does Rosen think so highly of Smoker that he can actually grow up to compete with Virgo? Monet, oops. Could it be that Virgo was exposed in the future? And was discovered by this Smoker? No, we can't think so, maybe the two are just competing against each other as Marines. Gion, could Smoker become a Marine Admiral? Does he have such potential? And, there is someone new who can get the same hero title as Garp. Who is it? Charlotte Snaman. It seems that Marine will also have a lot more talents. If we can solve this Smoker in advance, it may be a good thing for us. Black Maria. It's just a pity that we don't know the origin of the new Marine hero. If we knew, we could have solved it in advance. Charlotte Smoothie. Reiatsu is so powerful that it can be used as Conqueror's Haki. If I get Tia's template, is it equivalent to getting Conqueror's Haki? No, not only that, but also getting something beyond Marine 6 styles tips for shaving, moonwalking, and more. Charlotte Garrett. Tia's template is so versatile. My sister must be very angry that she didn't get this template. I hope that when I find Rosen will have a template that suits me. Baccarat. There will definitely be one. Even if Rosen only won the high-level Conqueror's Haki in this lottery, he will definitely win other templates in the future. Wait, Rosen's current Conqueror's Haki has reached its limit. If he wins a reward related to Conqueror's Haki again, is it possible to give this reward to someone else to use? Bakala's lips curled up unconsciously when she thought about the image of herself being able to frighten away the people sent by the Golden Emperor just by relying on her momentum after getting Conqueror's Haki. This made Monet, who was traveling with her to look for Rosen, let out a long sigh. However, if I Qian Wangs can also get Conqueror's Hockey. Quote. Perhaps it will be more helpful to the young master. Quote. Perhaps he will know then that I made the right choice to find Rosen. And you won't blame me. Monet thought. Rosen, please, what do you want to do? Did you really kill that celestial dragons? At this time, a crisp voice broke the silence. Everyone followed the sound and saw a girl with short blonde hair walking towards Rosen holding a camera. Huh, your appearance looks familiar to me. Have we met somewhere? Rosen raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl with interest. Yes, we have seen it. Have you forgotten? I interviewed you when you defeated the Golden Lion. It's just that you didn't accept my interview at that time. The girl reporter said. It's you. I remember your name is Ellie, right? I never thought we would be able to meet again. So, do you still plan to interview me this time? After Rosen watched Tashigi fall back to his side for a day, he said to Ellie with a smile on his face. Chapter 234 Conqueror and #039, S. Tremor Headquarters Vice Admiral Drug Dole. If you are willing, please accept my interview. Please rest assured that we will report the truth about your affairs. Ellie said solemnly. She has not forgotten the last interview. It was precisely because Rosen did not feel that Morgans could accurately report the news that Rosen did not accept the interview. So this time, she took the initiative to dispel Rosen's concerns. However, at this time, other journalists also came over to watch, wanting to interview Rosen. When Rosen saw the situation in front of him, the smile on his face became wider and wider. Want to know the reason for the death of the great celestial dragons Charmic? Of course, I will tell you even if you don't ask. It's just that I'm curious as to whether my journalist friends dare to report this matter accurately. After all, this involves the face of marine and world government. Rosen opened his hands and laughed. As soon as the words fell, the reporters who were originally scrambling to get the big news fell silent. Yeah, this is big news involving the death of celestial dragons. Even if they knew the news, could they really report it in the newspaper? If this is really done, I am afraid that marine and world government will immediately come to take down their news agency. In an instant, some journalists from small newspapers retreated silently. However, there are still courageous reporters from major newspapers, including Ellie, who choose to stay. Interesting. Rosen glanced at the reporters, including Ellie and others, and the corners of his mouth curved into a crescent shape. That's right. Just as you thought, I did kill this celestial dragons. Boom. A thunder exploded in the ears of many reporters and civilians. Even though the 067 people had already guessed it, everyone was still quite surprised after hearing the news from Rosen. After being stunned for a moment, the reporters, including Ellie, quickly raised their cameras and started filming with phone bugs. Sadi-chan, it's over now. Rosen finally revealed this matter in front of the world. Gion, we can only become enemies after all, Rosen. Ain, haha, it doesn't matter. Neither Marine nor world government is a righteous organization anyway, so it's not bad to go to Rosen's place. Bello Betty, Rosen, you should declare war on the world government before our revolutionary army. Koala, the leader will also notice Rosen. Stussy, haha, the situation is irreversible and cannot be stopped. Rosen, why did you kill the celestial dragons? Ellie mustered up the courage to ask Rosen. Great question, and I like you too, brave reporter. Rosen nodded to Ellie and said. I know you all want to know more about this matter. Don't worry, I will answer your question properly. However, before that, I need to make those who may hinder me a little aware of the current situation. Rosen said, looking up at the growing number of Marines. Smoker fainted casually, but Marine at a base in Logue Town did not faint. During this time, hundreds of people have rushed to the square. From Rosen's angle, you can see many snipers aiming their rifles at his head. Rosen. Tashigi raised his hand and took Rosen's arm, showing an extremely worried look. Agbi, haha, I know. I just wanted to warn them. Rosen pressed the back of Tashigi's hand, and then looked at Dole, Peacock, and Skylark. By the way, I'd also like to warn these three. Oops. Dole, Peacock, and Yunk were shocked. The next moment, an extremely domineering aura fell from the sky and fell directly on the sailors they attacked. Rumble. The ground was shaking, and cracks appeared on the walls of the surrounding houses and on the ground. The red and black lightning centered on Rosen and spread in all directions. The sailors who were nervously holding their guns rolled their eyes on the spot and fell to their knees. Dole and Peacock also fell to the ground clutching their chests. As for the weaker Skylark, he was completely speechless. Is this a high-level conqueror's hockey? It's really an aura that can make Vice Admiral unable to move freely. Veins popped out on Dole's forehead, and Xing endured the discomfort and looked up at Rosen. Peacock gritted his teeth and tried his best to prevent himself from fainting. As for the ordinary residents around them, after seeing the situation of the three Dole people, they also very honestly stepped aside. The body's instinct was to keep them away from the Dole trio covered in Rosen's conquerors. After they dispersed, Rosen increased conquerors' output. Suddenly, it was very difficult for Dole and Peacock to move their bodies, let alone use various abilities. As for Skylark, he had completely lost consciousness. Charlotte Smoothie. Is Rosen using conquerors to take special care of those women? Black Maria. Interesting, are these three women from Marine? Baccarat. Marine. I really don't know whether Marine is good luck or bad luck. Although he met Rosen, he still couldn't seize the opportunity to take down Rosen. Monet. It should be said that the moment the celestial dragons attacked Rosen, Marine had no way to get Rosen. So, no matter what, we cannot have a grudge against Rosen. Perona. This Rosen is too scary. You must not offend him. Waidabe. It is really rare for a man to live such a simple life. Although Ellie and other reporters did not know what kind of power Rosen was using. However, one could also understand from the way Rosen looked at Dole and the others and the cracked earth around Dole and the others that Rosen was taking action against them. Soon, she turned the camera and aimed it at Dole and others. Rosen saw that the peacock had fainted and Dole was still holding on, and finally took back Conqueror's hockey. Dole took a long breath, supported the peacock, and looked at Rosen with fear. Although she knew that the probability of success in lurking around Rosen was very low, she still felt quite disappointed when she was actually discovered by Rosen. Now that it has been discovered, there is nothing we can do. Let's talk directly, at least try to reduce the impact of this matter as much as possible. Single quote. Dole looked at the peacocks and skylarks around him, took a deep breath, tried to calm himself, and then planned to have a conversation with Rosen. Nowadays, reporters are everywhere, and Dole knows that if he does nothing, he will be held accountable by the world government. At that time, they may not be able to avoid being punished. Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, albeit with two brushes. It's just that it's hard to lose your ability to resist with conquerors. So, we can only use more brutal methods. I hope you don't mind too much. Suddenly, Rosen's voice sounded next to Dole. Dole was startled, looked up, and found that Rosen had appeared in front of her at some point. Rosen, you. Shish, don't talk. 17. Rosen didn't wait for Dole to finish speaking, and took out a wet handkerchief from nowhere and covered Dole's mouth and nose. His other hand was forcefully restraining Dole. You should be Dole Vice Admiral. It's my first time to meet you. It's really a pleasure to meet you. Although I really want to chat with you, this beautiful lady. But it's a pity that I don't have the time now, nor am I in the mood. So, I can only ask you to sleep peacefully. Don't worry, this handkerchief is just some strong anesthetic prepared by my ship's doctor. Come on, take a deep breath and get them all into your lungs. Otherwise, I will have to use more brutal methods to make you faint. Rosen's body was close to Dole's back, one hand covered Dole's mouth and nose with a handkerchief, and the other hand clamped Dole's thin waist, and he spoke. Dole's eyes widened, naturally he didn't intend to faint and fall asleep like this. Soon, she began to twist her body unnaturally. You tell me, why bother? Rosen shook his head. Then, he suddenly raised the hand that was holding Dole's waist and grabbed her chest. As Rosen exerted force on Dole's lungs, Dole took a deep breath unconsciously. By the way, he also inhaled a lot of the strong anesthetic on the handkerchief. As a person who masters the transparent world, Rosen's eyes can see through a person's body. At the same time, he can also freely adjust his body and control his movements accurately. Under such circumstances, it was not easy for him to let Dole, who was under his control, open her mouth honestly. Not long after, Dole was forced to snort all the anesthetic on Rosen's handkerchief. Ahem, Rosen, you. Dole hung weakly on Rosen's arm, trying his best to lift himself up so that he could see Rosen clearly. Well, the anesthetic prepared by Kaya has a very good effect. But for a more powerful person, if you want it to be effective, you need enough power. At least to deal with a woman like you, Dole Vice Admiral, who can withstand my conqueror's hockey, you need to increase the amount. Kaya, it's up to you. Rosen didn't care what Dole's reaction was, and directly pushed Dole in his arms towards him. Kaya appeared at the right time and caught Paul. Kaya, woo. Dole only had time to say 2 words before Dole took a large bottle of anesthetic and stuffed it directly into Dole's mouth. For a moment, Dole could only swallow the anesthetic agent that could easily anesthetize an elephant like drinking water. Soon, Dole completely lost consciousness. Chapter 235 publicly announced that the target is female celestial dragons. Black Maria. It's so simple, Rosen dealt with Marine so easily. Runty. That Marine can hold up Rosen's conquerors, and he is definitely not a simple character. However, he did not use fists to make them faint, but used medicine. This is too outrageous. Men should not use fists and feet. Are you here to talk? Stussy. Is this man Rosen showing pity for her? Ain. His attitude towards Dole Vice Admiral and others is different from that towards Guion Vice Admiral. Is it because Dole Vice Admiral did not leave a bad impression on Rosen? Vinsmoke Reiju. This scene was probably captured easily by the reporters. I don't know how those Marines would react when they saw their elites being defeated so easily. If this matter was reported by my father, how is he supposed to see Rosen? Charlotte Garrett. In any case, it is a good thing that these female marines fell. In this way, those marines should give up any method of getting close to Rosen. Rosen will definitely not be a help to Marine. Gion, where does Rosen want to take Dole and the others? Sadi-chan, will Rosen take Dole and the others captive like he did Hina and the others? Many diary copy holders showed mocking smiles when they saw Dole and others being knocked down so easily and taken away by Kaya. And the female marines are quite worried. It is Tashigi who is a former marine. Not long ago, she finally got Rosen to agree to release Hina in Logue Town. Could it be that now we have to find a way to get Rosen to let Dole and others go? Thinking of this, Tashigi couldn't help but feel worried about the current situation. Also worried is Hina. How do you plan to treat them? In the cafe, Hina looked at Dole, Peacock and Skylark who were sent by Kaya, and looked at the leisurely Karina beside her with a sad look. It's not that I'm going to do anything to them. But what are you going to do to us? Karina shook the coffee cup in her hand and said with a chuckle. You guys are still unwilling to give up. That Gion has already failed once. As a result, you actually planned to disguise yourself and get to Captain Rosen's side. I'm not telling you, do you think this is possible? Rosen doesn't know the copy of the diary, so do we. Still, do you think those of us around Rosen are fools who can be easily deceived? Hina couldn't help but lower her head when she heard Karina's words. The female marine doesn't know how difficult it is to sneak into Rosen's side. But Rosen knows the past and the future, and has the power to change the world. For Marine, no matter how difficult it is, these female Marines have to make corresponding choices. In short, I advise you to give up the idea of infiltrating the Flame Blade Pirates. If this continues, we can't guarantee that we won't do something outrageous. Khalifa patted Hina on the shoulder and looked up outside the cafe. There, without Marine's obstruction, Rosen could continue to reveal his reasons for killing the celestial dragons to reporters. So, you ordered the bombardment and attack on your ship because of this celestial dragons. Is that why you will take revenge on him and kill him? Reporter Ellie swallowed her saliva and looked at Rosen in shock to confirm. That's right. Rosen crossed his arms and nodded without hesitation. When the reporters heard this, their thoughts exploded. Others who were bombarded by celestial dragons under orders would be thankful if they survived. And hide, trying not to be discovered by the celestial dragons. But Rosen is different. Not only did he not hide, he even took revenge on the celestial dragons. The most important thing is that he succeeded in his revenge. You know, celestial dragons are surrounded by guards. However, after thinking about Rosen's exaggerated strength that can defeat the Golden Lion and defeat the Hawkeye Mahawk, Ellie and other reporters were relieved. On the other hand, I found that I founded a pirate group. And killed the Golden Lion and defeated the Hodu Picker. But Marine still didn't give me a reward or anything. This really bothers me. No matter what, I defeated a big shot. If you don't even give me a reward, is Marine disrespecting me too much? Rosen spread his hands and looked helpless. Although it's incidental, I killed this celestial dragons. Actually, I also want to complain to Marine Sengoku. Now that I've killed the celestial dragons, he should give me a reward. Ellie was shocked on the spot. Good guy, this sounds like Rosen went to kill the celestial dragons because you, Marine Sengoku, didn't offer a bounty to Rosen. Ellie can imagine that if world government really thinks so, Sengoku will definitely be severely punished by world government. If I were to say that the reason why Rosen killed the celestial dragons was because Sengoku didn't put a bounty on Rosen. Single quote. Marines Marshal Sengoku won't be demoted from his position, will he? Thinking of this, Ellie couldn't help but swallow her saliva. However, after seeing Rosen staring at her, Ellie quickly shook her head. You need to calm down, Ellie. Single quote. This Rosen seems to hate fake news. Quote. While it would be fun to blame Sengoku, Rosen would probably be unhappy if he did. Quote. And Marine will never let me go. Single quote. Even if this matter needs to be reported, it must be reported based on reality. Ellie took a deep breath. At this time, Sengoku still didn't know that he had inadvertently escaped a disaster. What about the other celestial dragons? Didn't you say earlier that there was another female celestial dragons who also gave the order to bombard you? What are you going to do about that one? Ellie raised her head and asked Rosen questions while recording in the notebook in her hand. That's a good question. I'm waiting for you to ask this question, Miss Ellie. Rosen patted Ellie on the shoulder with a smile on his face, and looked up at the reporters surrounding him. The next moment, he jumped and returned to the execution platform. I am a very small-minded person and cannot tolerate a little hatred. Those two celestial dragons destroyed the ship I spent a fortune renting. It also cost me a lot of notebooks. No, it's spiritual wealth. So, I will definitely talk to these two celestial dragons. 0, please give me flowers. Strive for something that allows both of us to forget our hatred and work together. Rosen said, raising his hand and pointing to the corpse of celestial dragons behind him who was pierced by a spear. As you can see, this male celestial dragons named Charmako has had a pleasant exchange with me. We have reached a mutual reconciliation. I forgive him, and he doesn't hold any grudge against me. I think this kind of exchange is very worthy of promotion. So for the female celestial dragons, I will also go to her to have a good communication. Strive to make us forget the unhappiness and grievances between each other. Rosen said in an passionate tone. This scene left the reporters stunned. Finished the friendly exchange. Please, is this what people say? What kind of friendly exchange can lead to the sudden death of the celestial dragons who are one of the parties involved? No more hatred between each other. Haha, this is true. The celestial dragons are all dead and can't feel anything anymore, so he naturally has no possibility of hating anyone. 0. As for Rosen, facing the dead celestial dragons, this was considered a great revenge, so naturally he would not hate the dead celestial dragons. However, although what Rosen said somewhat shocked and caused headaches for reporters. But they finally understood one thing. That is, Rosen will never let another female celestial being go. Most likely, Rosen will find a way to kill that person. Sure enough, just when the reporters thought so, Rosen's expression suddenly changed. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by an extremely serious expression. Celestial Dragons Shalulia Palace, Celestial Dragons of the Roswald clan. I have learned your name from the dead Saint Chalmik. Just like I took out this guy Chalmik. I will also make you pay the price, Shalulia Palace. You have to wait patiently for me. Before I find you, please don't die for any other reason. Rosen's face was serious and he spoke to the reporters in front of him in an extremely gloomy tone. Although Rosen did not use powers such as Conqueror's Haki this time. But the reporters still felt an extremely oppressive emotion coming over them. This breathtaking aura even made them unable to breathe. Is Rosen talking to Shalulia Palace through these reporters? Rosen wanted reporters like him to convey Rosen's words. Oh my god, is Rosen going to publicly announce the death of the celestial dragons? The reporters had such thoughts in their minds for no reason. By the time they came to their senses, Rosen had already pulled out the long knife from his waist and pointed it at the celestial dragons on the execution platform. A stream of flames was seen wrapping around the bodies of the celestial dragons. After a while, the bodies of the celestial dragons turned into ashes and completely disappeared from this world. What celestial dragons, what world nobility? In the final analysis, it is not flesh and blood. Be killed and you will die. Being burned by fire will leave nothing behind. Rosen shook his head, put the long knife on his shoulder, and showed a cruel smile at the reporters, long spear heads. So, now that I've taken action, how are you going to deal with me, world government? Inch. Chapter 236 War is coming and the world is shocked. Koala. War has been declared, Rosen has declared war. Bello Betty. What a heartwarming man. Boa Hancock. So handsome, Rosen is so charming. Charlotte Smoothie. What a domineering man. He is indeed the man I like. Nico Robin. Don't be afraid of world government. Even those who are as powerful as 4 emperors may not be able to do this. 17. Widub. This time, Rosen's name will spread throughout the world and be known to everyone. Stussy. Morgans, you should like this big news very much. Haha, even the world government is not satisfied this time. Morgans will use all means to spread the news, even if Marine and world government plan to block the news. Runty. Haha, how can such an interesting thing not be made public? Even if Marine blocks it, we pirates will find a way to spread it around the world. Khalifa. What a madman. If this continues, I don't know if I can continue to stay in the capital of 7 waters to perform tasks. Could it be that I will be sent to Rosen as an undercover agent? Gion. The war is coming. At that time, Rosen will not be merciful even to those of us who have copies of the diary. Baka. 573. Although it is a bit dangerous, if I can join Rosen, maybe I can become the queen of the world in the future, haha. At this moment, Rosen has turned off the video recording. But even so, even if you can't see the real-time picture of Logue Town, everyone's mood couldn't be calm either. At this moment, even people who don't know enough about world government can guess that world government will make big moves. The peace of this world will be completely broken. If other people were in this situation, they don't think the world government would fail. But this time world government's opponent is Rosen. Thinking of Rosen's power and potential, many diary copy holders don't think world government can win. In fact, even the female Marines and female agents on the world government side are worried about the situation of the world government. Ellie and other reporters watched in a daze as Rosen led Tashigi away step by step, and then looked in daze at Fang Longren, who had been burned to nothing. The next moment, many reporters scattered and ran towards their rooms and ships, intending to report the first news to the press. Logue Town, inside the cafe. Captain Rosen, what are you going to do with these 3 women? Khalifa saw Rosen walking into the cafe and immediately came forward enthusiastically. Here's the coffee I ordered for you early. Fortunately, I ordered it in advance. Otherwise, no one would dare to make you coffee now. Khalifa said, glancing at the waiters who were already hiding under the table. Thanks, magic. Rosen smiled and took the coffee and took a sip. Although he had no intention of attacking the clerks, he had no interest in explaining. Now that Kawa is ready. Then our supplies should be ready, Khalifa, Nami, Kaya. Rosen smiled and looked at his partner. Everything is ready. After all, after what you did, there will definitely be chaos in the town. At that time, no one will be willing to sell anything to us. And in order to avoid possible trouble, we need to leave here quickly. Nami took a step forward and said worriedly. She knew that Garp was still in East Blue. If they are really caught up by Garp, no matter how much they say, it will cause them some trouble. Don't worry too much, Nami. Since Captain Rosen did this, he must have taken everything into account. I think even if a very powerful opponent comes, Captain Rosen must have a way to deal with it. Nuo Chigao patted Nami on the shoulder and said. Although Nokigao gained power not long ago, she has grown a lot because of her abilities. This also made Nuo Chigao very confident in Rosen. Nijigao is right. Even if Marine does come with some powerful people, I think I can handle it. Unless Marine attacks two admirals at the same time, there's no way they can defeat us. But I think the chance of two admirals finding us at the same time should be smaller than the vice admiral. Rosen smiled and looked at Nami again. But Nami, what you said is not unreasonable. Staying here all the time is not a good thing. East Blue is not our end after all. It's time to move on to better places. Rosen turned his head and looked toward the horizon, as if looking through the window toward the Grand Line. Nami, Kaya and others looked at this scene with emotion, thinking that Rosen could not wait to venture to more exciting places. Little did they know that Rosen was thinking of all the beauties in the Grand Line. Rosen, what are we going to do with these people? Karina turned her head and said to Dole, Skylark and Peacock who fainted. Hearing this, Tashigi was a little nervous. Rosen, can you please not hurt them? Hina said worriedly. Tashigi opened his mouth, but no words came out. As Karina said, she is already a member of the Flame Blade Pirates. She should consider Rosen's side. But even so, she still looked at Rosen expectantly. Rosen glanced away and fell on the fainted Dole, Peacock and Skylark. Previously, Rosen didn't pay much attention to the appearance of the three people because he had to deal with the Celestial Dragons. Now that the Celestial Dragons matter is over, Rosen finally has time to look at the three of them carefully. Rosen, they didn't do anything to you. Please let them go, if you are willing to let them go. I can accept your punishment on their behalf. When Hina saw Rosen looking at Dole and the others without speaking for a long time, she thought Rosen really planned to take Dole and the others away, so she quickly asked Rosen to plead for mercy. Miss Hina, I promised Tashigi to let you go this time. If you rush out like this and accept punishment, don't you let me and Tashigi medicine. Besides, you are the woman who wants to be my RBQ. If I really do something to you, it would be more of a reward than a punishment. Rosen shook his head and said. Hearing this, Hina's face turned red. Karina, Nami and others on the side couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. Nijigao, you have completed all the things I told you before. Suddenly, Rosen looked at Nojigao and asked. Well, I have already used the command spell to interrogate Miss Skylark who fainted. They are indeed here to look for you, Rosen. And, it's because of Gion's order. Nokigao said. In fact, even without using Mirajan's template and using command spells to deal with Skylark, Nokigao could still guess that Skylark and others were here for Rosen. However, facing the task assigned by Rosen, Nokigao would naturally be willing to use Mirajan's power. By the way, Nuo Chigao also found out some things that interested her. When Hina heard this, the nervousness that had turned into shyness due to Rosen's words returned again. Previously, she had witnessed Nochigao using command spells to control Skylark to reveal some confidential matters. Rosen was not in the cafe at that time, so Skylark was able to tell about the copy of the diary. Thanks to this, Nokia and others have fully understood how many people in Marine have copies of the diary. Even the information about Impel Down Sati-chan and Domino have been known to Naki and others. If it weren't for Nuoki's limited physical strength and her inability to use command spells for too long, Hina feels that Nokigao can even detect many secrets about Marine that cannot be told to the outside world. Hina felt worried at the thought that these secrets were known to Rosen's partners, and that they might also be known to Rosen in the future. What worries Hina even more is that Hina is afraid that Rosen will dislike Gion even more because of this. After all, last time, Rosen had already mentioned in his diary that he wanted to give Gion a good beating. If this continues, wouldn't it lead to Rosen teaching Gion an even harsher lesson, or even killing Gion? If the situation really develops to that point, Hina feels that there is really no room for maneuver between Marine and Rosen. Although even now, Marine's side has almost no room for maneuver with Rosen at 4.7. As expected, it was sent by that woman from Gion. If a person is too good, he will be in trouble. People will look for him wherever he goes. Rosen shook his head, and after remembering Gion in his mind, he turned and walked towards the door. Let's go, Yinjia. It's time to leave. As for these female marines, Hina, I'm going to give you a face and give them to you. When they wake up, tell them to stop following Gion's orders and causing trouble for me. Otherwise, even if I admire them very much, I will take action against them. Rosen waved and walked out of the room. After all, he still didn't want to take action against the three heroines. Not to mention, the three Dole people didn't actually attack him like Gion did. If possible, Rosen still hopes not to have a bad relationship with Dole, Peacock and Skylark. Although the probability is very small, Rosen also hopes that one day when the world government falls, Peacocks, Doors, Skylarks and others can become his wings like in his works. Especially Peacock, Rosen is very fond of this queen-type heroine with a whip in hand. Chapter 237 Rosen is the second rocks. Five elders are furious. New World, World Economic News Agency. President's Office. Rosen killed the celestial dragons. You also publicly declared that you want to take revenge on the female celestial dragons Shalulia Palace. Rosen, and Rosen's flame blade pirates are openly challenging Marine and the world government. Ellie, you said it right, right. My ears heard it right, right. Morgan's eyes widened and he stared at the phone bug opposite. What you heard is the truth, President Morgan's. Rosen said such things and did such things in front of almost half of Logue Town. In addition to me, there were many reporters from other news agencies and newspapers who witnessed this incident. President Morgans, would you like us to report this matter in the World Economic newspaper? After all, this matter is related to the majesty of celestial dragons. Ellie said with a complicated expression. After experiencing the initial excitement, Ellie's mood became very complicated. On the one hand, the news Rosen created this time is indeed big. On the other hand, this thing is too special. So special that if this news is reported, Marine and world government will target world economic news. Although Ellie likes to be a reporter, she also hopes to report the news truthfully. But she is just an ordinary person after all. She is not Rosen, and there is no way she can ignore the majesty of Marine and world government like Rosen does. For this reason, she had no choice but to seek help from Morgans, the president of World Economic News. Morgans touched his chin. He didn't have the slightest fear, only excitement on his face. Haha, you did a good job this time, 06 Ellie. Feel free to send the information back. It's hard to get such big news, it would be a pity if nothing was done. After a pause, Morgans continued. Ellie, let me teach you something. Sometimes, if you want to report a piece of news, you don't have to use our newspaper. Sometimes, it's a good idea to hide our news agency's reporting. Hearing this, Ellie's eyes lit up. You mean, anonymous reporting? Morgans nodded happily. Yes, although there is no way to earn enough berry by doing this. But even if I lose money on this matter, I will still report it. Morgans said excitedly. His excited tone also infected Ellie, and soon she began to transmit the data. Meanwhile, on the other side. Naval Headquarters. Marshal's office. Smoker, are you kidding? Sengoku's eyes widened and he looked at the phone bug in horror. Beside, Crane raised his head, his brows also furrowed tightly. Marshal Sengoku, I won't lie about this. The first thing I did after waking up from the coma was to launch an investigation into the Rosen and Celestial Dragons incident. Celestial Dragons indeed announced in front of Logue Town residents and numerous reporters that they were responsible for the death of Celestial Dragon's Charmic Saint, and declared that they would take revenge on the Trulia Palace. In addition, Tashigi has left with Rosen. She is already a pirate of the Flame Blade Pirates. Having said this, Smoker felt quite a headache. By now, Dole, Peacock, Skylark and others have all woken up. With Hina here, Smoker has also learned the reason why Tashigi left Marine. At least, I understood part of it. Smoker couldn't help but feel a pang of regret when he thought that he just let Tashigi go out for a while, but ended up letting her have a close encounter with the Celestial Dragons. As for Tashigi leaving for Celestial Dragons, Smoker wasn't too surprised. Throughout the ages, many Marines have embarked on the path of crime and piracy because of Celestial Dragons. Smoker felt that Insichi just happened to be one of them. Although Smoker himself does not want to see such a result. Asshole, that Rosen actually did such a thing publicly. Smoker, block the news immediately and don't let this matter get out. Sengoku said quickly. I have ordered a lockdown. It's just that when I fainted, this matter had already been learned by many reporters. I think that instead of imposing a blockade here, Marshal Sengoku, you should use your authority to blockade newspapers on the sea. I will give you the list of news agencies that I found that observed this incident. With that said, Smoker reported the major newspapers including World Economic News to Sengoku. Including the World Economic News Agency. Sengoku frowned and felt a severe pain in his head. He turned to look at He who was aside. At this moment, she had already picked up the phone and started contacting people below to block the news. Seeing this, Sengoku was able to continue talking to Smoker. Smoker, you said earlier that Rosen used Conqueror's Haki. And his Conqueror's Haki even caused cracks on the ground and walls. Are you really right? You should have fainted before Rosen used Conqueror's Haki. Did those Logue Town residents lie? Sengoku asked with a frown. It's no wonder that Sengoku didn't want to believe what Smoker said. In fact, he deeply understood what Conqueror's Haki meant by being able to image objects in the real world. If I were to find someone to compare it to, it would be Rosen's Conqueror's Haki, which has reached the level of Red Hair and Roger. And Rosen is recognized by Hawkeye as the #1 swordsman. If Rosen's Conqueror's Haki is also of top quality, then Marine will get a pretty formidable enemy. Sengoku could already imagine how much damage Rosen would cause to Marine if he and Marine became enemies. It can't be wrong. This matter has been confirmed by Dole Vice Admiral. She even said that she couldn't move freely even under Rosen's Conqueror's Haki. Smoker sighed. How so? Asshole, that old guy Garp would have liked to have arrested Rosen from the beginning. Sengoku said with clenched fists. Having said that, he also understood that there was no way Garp could do that. After all, Rosen was not a pirate at that time. To be honest, Rosen has not done any of the heinous things that ordinary pirates would do. With Rosen like this, before he formed the pirate group, it was impossible for Garp to fight Rosen. What Sengoku is really upset about is that Garp and Rosen lost the bet, which prevented him from meeting Rosen. If Garp could have kept Rosen and allowed him to meet him, Sengoku felt that he might have been able to let Rosen become a marine. Ultimately, the reason Rosen became a pirate was because of Colonel Mouse and the 2 celestial dragons. Sengoku felt that although he couldn't take it out on the 2 celestial dragons for Rosen, he could take it out on Colonel Mouse. In addition, he can also compensate Rosen to some extent for the matter of the 2 celestial dragons in order to calm Rosen down. That's why he felt he could make Rosen a marine. As everyone knows, even if he handed over the position of Marine's Marshal, Rosen would refuse with disdain. For Rosen, Marshal Marine's position was far less important than killing Charmako and getting Shalulia pregnant. I know this, Smoker. I need to contact the 5 elders first. I'll leave the matter of Logue Town to you. Remember, the deaths of celestial dragons that happened in Logue Town must not be revealed. Sengoku said seriously. Sengoku has already made plans to issue a reward for Rosen and let Marine pursue Rosen. However, the death of celestial dragons was too serious, so Sengoku did not plan to announce the reason why Rosen was wanted. Marine just needs to tell the world that Rosen is a dangerous pirate, and that's enough. At least, that's what Sengoku thinks. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku immediately took out his phone and dialed 5 elders' number. Rosen publicly declared responsibility for the deaths of the celestial dragons. And you also claim to take revenge on Shalulia Palace. Sengoku, are you serious? The blonde 5 elders shepherd 10 Peter Saint frowned and said to Rosen. Sengoku listened to this conversation and shook his head helplessly. Previously, he also asked Smoker the same question. Although he was helpless, Sengoku quickly informed the 5 elders of the cause and consequences of the incident and his corresponding measures. 5 elders shepherd 10 Peter Saint was silent for a while and then said. Well, let's do this according to your arrangements for the time being. However, the world government will also make certain arrangements, so you just need to cooperate. In addition, Shalulia Yai must not continue to join the group. Beyond that, Rosen needs to be sentenced to death. Got it, Sengoku? Sengoku nodded and said, I see. Very well, regarding your malfeasance in duty, we will hold you accountable afterwards. 5 elders shepherd 10 Peter Saint finished speaking and hung up the phone in his hand. He raised his head and looked at his colleagues between the thrones. At this moment, their expressions were also quite serious. It's been a long time since anyone has dared to do something so crazy. This Rosen reminds me of Rox in the past. 5 elders Markarth Mawson said. Since he's a lunatic like Rox, let's gather the troops and kill him. Said Jagoluja Sartan Saint. This Rosen is growing very fast. It must be killed before it has fully grown up. Topman Waokyu Lisheng said. Chapter 238 I am looking at Rosen and dispatching the Knights of God. His growth rate is very strange, and the situation of his companions is also somewhat special. Did that man gain some kind of strange ability? Or is he someone with special skills like Vegapunk? Knife-wielding 5 elders Zambalong v. Nasho Langsheng muttered to himself. Regardless, Rosen did the last thing he should have done. We must take action. In addition to the people from Marine, let's also let the people from the CP organization take action. Shepherd 10 Peter Street said. Seconded. 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 The other 5 elders nodded. At this moment, a dull voice came from above the heads of the 5 people. If the situation permits, people from the Knights of God can take action. Lord I am. The nameless 5 elders raised their heads in shock and looked at the noble man sitting on the throne that should not have been sitting on it. The Knights of God are the knights who protect the celestial dragons. Each of them is extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, the Knights of God will not be dispatched. Only when something major happens, the Knights of God may be dispatched. Although this time Rosen publicly issued a death threat to Shalulia Palace. But in the opinion of the five elders, this ordinary Shalulia palace is not enough to let the people of the Knights of God act. This Rosen is very special. I don't allow someone special like this to exist. So, the Knights of God can take action. I am said. Upon seeing this, the Wuming five elders immediately nodded. In compliance with your order, we will let the people of the Knights of God take action. I am nodded slightly, stood up, left the throne, and walked towards the flowers. The five elders bowed their heads to see Amu off. It wasn't until Amu completely disappeared between the thrones that the five elders raised their heads. Then, let the CP people take action. Shepherd 10 Peter Saint said something and took the lead towards the door. The remaining 5 elders followed closely behind. After a while, people from the CP organization located in the East Blue in the first half of the Grand Line received orders to detect Rosen's traces. Some of the people from the CP organization sailed out of the boat in the direction of Logue Town. East Blue. Senya number. Training room. Rosen sat on his floor, quietly recording everything today with a copy of his diary. It has been almost a month since I came into this world. Closing square bracket. Looking back carefully, it really felt like a dream. Closing square bracket. I think, for people in this world, my appearance is also extremely dreamy. Closing square bracket. Big organizations such as Marine, World Government, Four Emperors Pirates, Revolutionary Army, etc. should have noticed me. Quote. These organizations will probably be even more surprised by my performance once I publicly claim responsibility for the death of the celestial dragons and name the people who want Shalulia Palace to be exposed on the news to the world. Quote. Perhaps, there will be more people like Gion in Marine to track me down. Closing square bracket. Similarly, the Revolutionary Army, World Government, Four Emperors Pirates and even other organizations will arrange for people to come to me. Closing square bracket. Koala. In fact, we have already set out to sea to look for you. Charlotte Smoothie. But the distance between us is too far. It would be great if you appeared in New World from the beginning, Rosen. Black Maria. However, even if we are thousands of miles apart, I will definitely find you, Luo Lin. Waidabe. I hope it's late. I managed to get to East Blue first. If I can't find you in time, I will regret it. Gion. Would anyone else notice Rosen? Well, there's nothing we can do about it. As for world government, I wonder if Khalifa, the outstanding female agent from CP9, will be arranged to come to me. Closing square bracket. That man Spandam arranged for Khalifa to lurk in the capital of Seven Waters for many years for ancient weapon. If he has enough merit, he might really arrange for Khalifa to infiltrate me. Closing square bracket. After all, so many years have passed, and Khalifa has not found anything despite working as a secretary next to the Seven Waters capital mountain for so many years. Closing square bracket. In this case, it is possible that Spandam would want Khalifa to check other things. Closing square bracket. Stussy. Alas, did Rosen directly expose the hidden identity of this CP9 agent? Now she may be in a little trouble. Bello Betty. In the capital of Seven Waters, is there a secret technique around Mayor Iceberg? It seems that colleagues nearby need to pay attention to this person. No matter what, people from the world government cannot get the ancient weapon. Charlotte Snaman. I see. When we arrive at the capital of Seven Waters, we can visit this Khalifa. If we can get information about the ancient weapon by chance, my mother will be very happy. Khalifa. This guy Rosen is troublesome. If this happens, wouldn't I have to find a way to leave the capital of Seven Waters? Khalifa gritted his teeth and felt depressed for a while. She didn't know if anyone in the Seven Waters city had a copy of the diary like her. However, she knew that even if there was no one in the Seven Waters who held a copy of Rosen's diary, other holders of copies of Rosen's diary who planned to look for Rosen would notice her. If ordinary people noticed her, there would be no problem. If the holder of the diary copy of the Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates notices her, then the situation will be completely different. Even though Khalifa is very confident in his own power, he does not think that he can be a match for members of a large pirate group like the Four Emperors Pirates. Even though, she has now gained more or less power through a copy of Rosen's diary. Perhaps what Rosen said is right. If Marine and the world government are not able to capture Rosen within a short period of time. For enough merit, it is indeed possible for Spandam to arrange for someone to investigate Rosen. The people she can use include me. However, Dole, Gion and others cannot sneak into Rosen. Even I can't sneak into Rosen. Khalifa couldn't help but frown when she thought about the failure of Gion, Dole and others to infiltrate. Looking at the thousands of photos and hundreds of notebooks in his copy of the diary, Khalifa didn't realize that when she appeared in front of Rosen, Rosen would not be able to bear her. That's all, at least find a way to escape from the mission in the capital of Seven Waters first. Khalifa shook his head and began to think about ways to get Spandam to remove him from the task of finding the ancient weapon. As for East Blue, the revolutionary soldier Begbeti who is in charge of East Blue should also be in East Blue. Quote. If the news that I killed the celestial dragons reaches her ears, I wonder if she will want to invite me to become a revolutionary army. Closing square bracket. If she comes to invite me, I can meet this rich and generous sister. Closing square bracket. That red leather outfit, that broad mind, and that magnanimous character. Oh no, just thinking about it makes me a little envious of that milk girl Eitan who can bury her head in Bellobetty's arms. Closing square bracket. Domino. Excuse me, is this man Rosen so interested in women from the Revolutionary Army? Eden. I'm a woman, so it doesn't matter if I'm buried in Miss Bellobetty. Nico Robin. Are you rich and generous? Is there any way to make my two balls bigger? In my works, there are pictures of my skin becoming whiter and my figure getting better. Just a little if I work hard, I should be able to achieve my second growth. Charlotte Garrett. Rosen mentioned Bellobetty's dressing style several times. It seems that as long as I dress well enough, Rosen can have a better impression of me. I am currently wearing this jumpsuit with arms and short skirt. It should be able to get into Rosen's eyes. Bellobetty. If we can meet, I will naturally let you feel it, Rosen, haha. Sadie Chan. This guy Rosen won't really join the Revolutionary Army because of Bellobetty, right? If so, wouldn't I be in danger? However, even if I kill the Celestial Dragons, a stability-seeking organization like the Revolutionary Army probably won't come after me. Closing square bracket. After all, judging from the current situation, I am just a crazy pirate. Closing square bracket. Long, he may still be considering me. Closing square bracket. Sadie Chan. Am I safe now? Guion. With Bellobetty here, she would probably invite Rosen directly. Bellobetty. Haha, I know who you are as a person, Rosen. Although you love freedom, you are also a good person. As for the four emperors, not to mention the red-hair pirates, I have Yuta here, so the red-haired shanks will come to me sooner or later. Closing square bracket. As for the big mom pirates, Charlotte Linlin likes to get married everywhere, so maybe she will come and send me an invitation letter for marriage. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, there are many beauties in the Charlotte Linlin family. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Smoothie, Charlotte Snamon, two long-legged beauties, Charlotte Garrett, Charlotte Custard, Charlotte Pudding and others each have their own merits. Closing square bracket. If you really want to marry Charlotte Linlin's daughter, these people are indeed good candidates. Closing square bracket. However, Charlotte Linlin was as beautiful as a flower when she was young. Even Roger was amazed by her beauty. Closing square bracket. As a result, now, Charlotte Linlin looks like this guy. Will Charlotte Smoothie and other Charlotte Linlin's daughters also undergo such big changes in the future? If this is really the case, it would be terrible. Closing square bracket. Chapter 239 exposes the glorious battle record of the artificial devil fruit and the ship King Jack. Charlotte Custard. It seems that Rosen still thinks highly of me. Charlotte Pudding. Great, Rosen hasn't forgotten me. Charlotte Smoothie. Is it a condition of old age? It seems that I need to take good care of my body. As for Beast's pirates, that guy Kaido must be having quite a headache about his daughter calling herself a man. Closing square bracket. If one day I suddenly come out and say that I want to take his daughter, he will probably be very happy. Closing square bracket. Although before being happy, you will probably give me a greeting called Thunder 8 trigrams, first. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, even the newspapers are speculating that the members of my pirate group have the ability to eat the devil fruit. Closing square bracket. Kaido, this guy who likes to collect zone ability users, might actually arrange for someone to come find me. Closing square bracket. With the current relationship between him and Yamato, it is impossible to arrange for Yamato and he dare not arrange for Yamato to come to me. If he really arranges for Yamato, Yamato will probably run away directly. Closing square bracket. Should Jack the Drow be arranged? On Jack the Drow's boat, there seems to be the beautiful brutalist girl Kim Rami. Closing square bracket. It would be a pleasure to meet Jin Rumi. Closing square bracket. With her character, maybe I can tie her directly to my ship. Closing square bracket. Yamato. This guy. I will not be your bride, I am a man. Jin Lami. Great, he mentioned my name. He actually said that he would tie me to his boat. Rosen is interested in me. Black Maria. Era Allah, it's really enviable, come on. Speaking of which, Jack, that idiot, if he really found me, he wouldn't just come over and have a fight with me, right? After all, he is a reckless man who is either on the road or on the road of recklessness. As the king of the ship, if this guy meets me, he may really say, 717 who do you think I am? Go over there, and have a fight with me. Closing square bracket. Just like after Marine captured Doflamingo in Dressrosa, this guy actually ordered his men to dock his ship to the fleet led by Sengoku, Suru and the new Admiral Fujitora in order to take Doflamingo away. Closing square bracket. Sugar. Young Master. Monet. The young master will be escorted by Sengoku, he and the new Admiral Fujitora. Rebecca. What happened in the future to put Doflamingo in this situation? Violet. No matter what happens in the future, we must find Rosen now. With Rosen's power, we will be able to 100% bring down Doflamingo and the people will not be harmed. Bello Betty. It's really amazing. This Shichibukai is escorted by so many marines. Gion, you actually let Jack of the 100 Beasts intercept Marine's ship. This Doflamingo is definitely not simple. There are definitely many things about him that Rosen has not mentioned yet. Charlotte Smoothie. It seems that in addition to Doflamingo's business with his mother, he also has business dealings with Beast's pirates. However, the three disasters of Beast's pirates are really interesting, and they dare to save people in front of Sengoku, he and Fujitora. Rosen is right, this guy is indeed a reckless man, and he really deserves the title of Ship King. Quote. Runty, tisk, that's really what Jack can do. But in this case, he won't die at the hands of Sengoku, he and Fujitora, right? Ginrami. In the future, I will also attack Sengoku and others with Jack. Then, wouldn't I be doomed? The result of getting close to the boat is self-evident. Jack was given a severe lesson. Closing square bracket. Fortunately, Sengoku and others believed that Jack was an esper and would be dead after falling into the sea, so they did not pursue him, so Jack escaped. Closing square bracket. If Sengoku and others knew that Jack actually had fish man blood, and although the devil fruit prevented him from moving freely in the sea, it would not let him drown, Sengoku and others would definitely ensure Jack's death. Closing square bracket. Jack is a real guy. It's okay to be reckless on your own. Don't take Jin Lami with you. I also want to have a good chat with Kim Rami about life and discuss the future. Closing square bracket. Kim Rami. Jack, were you really knocked down? I'll be fine. Black Maria. Now Jack's secret has been exposed. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape disaster with his fish man blood in the future. Charlotte Smoothie. Is he of fish man origin? As a person with abilities, he can keep breathing in the sea. This Jack is worth noting. Domino. If we want to imprison this Jack in the future, it seems that we will have to use some special means. Run said. This Rosen has a gold medal and a gold medal. Is he that interested in her? Most of the man-made demon fruit powers in Beast's pirates look weird. Closing square bracket. There are many artificial demon fruit powers that have a nice face, but their bodies become weird. Closing square bracket. Kim Rami is one of the very rare women who ate artificial devil fruit but maintained a good face and figure. Quote. This is also quite difficult. Closing square bracket. I hope Jack doesn't kill Kim Rami before I meet him. Closing square bracket. This reckless man is really more controlling than that guy Kaido. Closing square bracket. One person would have dared to go to the Zou kingdom of the striped fur tribe, if only Neko Viper and Inuarashi had not been at odds with each other and had not joined forces to attack him. Closing square bracket. This guy will probably die directly in Zuowanguo, and there will be no need for him to rescue Doflamingo later. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the biochemical weapons developed by Geisa, Jack would have been killed by Inuarashi and Neko Viper sooner or later. Closing square bracket. After all, these two people have been on the ship of the Whitebeard pirates and arrived at Raftel with Roger. Their strength is quite reliable. Closing square bracket. Unfortunately, the discord between these two people caused the kingdom of Zuowu to face a crisis that almost destroyed the entire country. Jack, it's okay to attack Roger's two crew members alone. His biological and chemical weapons at least have a very powerful destructive effect. Closing square bracket. Even Inuarashi and Neko Viper cannot withstand such poisonous gas at all. Closing square bracket. However, this guy later went so far as to bombard the elephant owner who was over 35,000 meters tall. Closing square bracket. He thought that the elephant owner would not fight back even if he was hit or scolded. As a result, the elephant owner finally fought back under the order of that guy. Closing square bracket. Just one nose caused Jack, Jin Lami and others to fall into the bottom of the sea. Closing square bracket. Hiss. Speaking of this guy Jack tricked Kim Rummy again, and he still made Kim Rummy live and die. Also, this guy almost killed my little rabbit Garrett. Closing square bracket. He didn't even let go of such a cute little rabbit. Closing square bracket. Sure enough, whether it's for Jin Rummy or Garrett, you have to teach Jack a lesson after you see him. Closing square bracket. Garrett. Zou will be attacked. Duke Inarashi and Neko Viper will be defeated, and the entire Zou kingdom will face a crisis. Big, something bad is going to happen. I must tell everyone this is the only thing that will do. But, how can everyone believe the things about Rosen? Could it be that I really should go to sea to find Rosen, and after gaining strength, use my strength to stop Jack? Jin Lami. I don't know whether I will live or die. Jack led me to face crises again and again. Black Maria. Now, you should be glad that you acted together with me, Ginrami. However, the artificial devil fruit was exposed by Rosen. It is inevitable that there will be some reaction from marine and world government. Kazuki Hiyori, Inuarashi and Neko Viper. They actually appeared in Rosen's diary, and their country will face a crisis. There is one more reason to find Rosen. Speaking of which, is Garrett a warrior with rabbit blood among the fur tribe? If we can find Rosen with her, Rosen may have a greater chance of accepting us. Bello Betty, artificial devil fruit, is there such a thing among beasts pirates? Sadie Chan, it's fake, but since Rosen said this, then the artificial devil fruit must be real. Domino, 4 emperors, they are really a group of non-stop guys. They are artificial devil fruit and biochemical weapons. Gion, Geis's artificial weapons. Even the former crew members of One Piece can't resist it. If the beasts pirates use such weapons in the war with Marine, it will be troublesome. Sure enough, in addition to paying attention to Rosen, Marine cannot relax its vigilance against the 4 emperors group. Whether it's the beasts pirates or the other 4 emperors pirate groups. Having said that, the top priority now is to find Rosen. Damn it, where has this guy Rosen gotten to? Could it be that, due to the interference from Karina, Nijigao and others, we have no way to know Rosen's location from the diary copy? Gion clenched his fists and stared at the other side of the sea. As if this way, you can see Rosen's location. Up to now, after Rosen left Logue Town, there was no sign that he mentioned the coordinates in his diary. It's just that at this time, Rosen's friends will appear next to Rosen and provide him with benefits, so as to plan Rosen's thoughts. Therefore, Gion was ultimately unable to obtain Rosen's coordinates. This gave Gion quite a headache. It was also for this reason that even though Garp had left the ship, he pursued Rosen with all his strength. But without knowing the specific coordinates of Rosen, Garp had no way to pursue Rosen. Speaking of which, according to time calculation, the current coordinates should be. Gion's eyes lit up and he stared at his copy of the diary. Soon, a piece of information appeared in front of her eyes. Video recording Tashigi, does this woman have exhibitionism? Gion. Asterisk. Chapter 240 Tashigi has exhibitionism. All the girls are envious of Tashigi's kind guidance from Rose. Senya number. Training room. Tashigi opened his eyes quietly, put his hands on the ground and sat up. Here it is. Tashigi looked around, and his eyes suddenly fell on Rosen, who was sitting with his back to him. By the way, I asked Rosen to help me practice swordsmanship earlier. Did I faint because my practice reached its limit? Quote. Tashigi thought to himself, looking at Rosen's back with a little reverence. It's no wonder, considering that the man in front of you is the current #1 swordsman in the world. And such a top swordsman would actually agree to her request to help her improve her swordsmanship. If this had happened before, this would have been something Insichi could not have imagined. Although the swordsmanship of Breath of the Sun that Rosen mastered was not suitable for her, Tashigi had a hunch that she could find a swordsmanship that suits her through Breath of the Sun. In the future, even if she doesn't use Tia's power, she will be able to use excellent swordsmanship to fight against the enemy. Speaking of which, according to time calculation, the current coordinates should be at. Is Rosen going to announce our current coordinates? Tashigi noticed the latest news on the copy of the diary and was shocked. She remembered the common mission of all the crew members of the Flame Blade Pirates that Karina had explained before. Without hesitation, Tashigi quickly stood up and spoke to Rosen. Captain Rosen, please look at me. Look at you, what are you looking at? Rosen stopped thinking about recording in the diary and turned around to look over. Then, he showed a dull expression. Under his gaze, Tashigi took off his practice clothes in 3 strokes. The beautiful figure that grew up after integrating Tia's template was immediately displayed in front of Rosen's eyes. Subconsciously, Rosen took a photo of Tashigi and uploaded it to his diary. Video recording Tashigi, does this woman have exhibitionism? Gion. Dole. Is this Tashigi, like Nokigao, Karina and others, trying to prevent Rosen from announcing his coordinates? Ydub. It's really distressing. Although it's a good thing that Marine can't get Rosen's coordinates, wouldn't it be very difficult for me to find Rosen? Sadie Chan. This Tashigi, did you ever have such a good figure before? Ain. Tia's template has brought Tashigi into his second spring, which is a little enviable, both in terms of the second development and the power Emperor Tashigi has obtained. Vivi. If Rosen wants to enter the Grand Line, as long as I keep watch at Upside Down Mountain, I should be able to find him even if Rosen has been interfered by Karina and others and cannot reveal the coordinates. Nico Robin. To be on the safe side, maybe I should let Vivi, Zala, and Makita expand the search area for Rosen a little bit, so as to increase the probability of finding Rosen. So, you asked me to turn around just to let me admire your figure. I have to say, you are in great shape now. But don't say you plan to seduce me with your hot body. That's not really your style, Tashigi. Aren't you the type who would hold their hands in front of themselves and look shy in their clothes? Rosen pushed the diary system panel aside and looked at Tashigi in front of him with interest. With beautiful scenery to see, his desire to keep a diary will naturally be reduced. Tashigi pursed his lips and said to Rosen. Don't you like to enjoy this kind of scenery? So I thought, since you taught me, I can at least show you what you like. After saying that, Tashigi's face turned red. If possible, she naturally hopes to get along with Rosen in a normal state. But since she was already a member of the Flame Blade Pirates, she had to act in the way the crew had discussed. When Rosen was about to expose the coordinates, she was the only one beside Rosen. She could only choose to appear in front of Rosen like this. Tashigi, I don't see that you are quite good at repaying kindness. What a shame, if you want to be my meat or something like Hina, I will definitely spend a wonderful night with you. When mentioning Hina, Rosen couldn't help but smile. Until now, he still felt very surprised and happy when he thought of the previous scene of using the command spell to command Hina. Yes, it was very interesting for Rosen to see a girl as serious as Hina say something like that. Tashigi lowered his head and rubbed his fingers nervously and shyly. At the same time, she was also a little happy in her heart. If Rosen had used the command spell to order me to answer the question at that time, maybe Hina's answer will become my answer. Single quote. Then, in that case, I will really do it with Rosen now. Quote. Thinking of this, Tashigi's body turned red. However, in order to prevent Rosen from focusing on the diary again, she had to continue to maintain the current appearance. Although Rosen can earn a lot of points by recording videos. But it has always been like this, and has been watched by many diary copy holders. This makes Tashigi still very shy. Okay, since you want to repay your kindness, then just keep training like this. Suddenly, Rosen spoke. Tashigi's eyes widened, never expecting that Rosen would propose such a plan. Just kidding, she is in a naked state now. How can I be free to train like this? If her movements were too big, any part of her body would be exposed to Rosen. No, it should be said that it will be exposed to Rosen and many holders of copies of the diary. Although except for Rosen, everyone else is a girl. But this does not affect Tashigi's shyness. Of course now, if you can restrain your shame and practice swordsmanship, it must also be able to promote your state of mind. I'm not talking because I want to take a good look at your scenery. Rosen held his chin in one hand and said. Tashigi pursed his lips and looked at Rosen resentfully. Although she has a relatively simple personality, she doesn't believe what Rosen is saying at this moment. Rosen may have wanted to help her practice, but he definitely wanted to watch her. However, she couldn't blame Rosen. After all, the current situation was caused by her taking off her clothes. 0, please give me flowers. Then, let's continue practicing. You may have seen it before, the Breath of the Sun Kendo school that I mastered. When using the Breath of the Sun, flames can be ignited between swings of the sword. Rosen said, lifting the long knife on the side and wielding a stream of fire. Tashigi looked a little more focused when he saw Rosen swinging his sword. Are you going to teach me the Breath of the Sun, Rosen? Although I want to teach you this, I don't think you can learn it. You should learn the swordsmanship related to water. Water. That's right. Just like the power you gained from Tia, you should practice water breathing. Water breathing. Tashigi was a little stunned when he heard Rosen's words. That's right, it's the breath of water. Rosen nodded and continued. The breath of the sun can be derived. The swordsman Sukuni Enichi who once created the breath of the sun used the breath of the sun as a template and helped others create water and fire based on their systems. There are 5 basic schools including Shan and Feng. Later, some other special schools were derived from these 5 basic schools. Your body has a connection with water flow. I think you might be able to learn the kendo style of water breathing. Although after you have Tia's power, you don't necessarily have to learn the water breathing kendo school. But after all, Tia's power is more about strength than skill. Learning the kendo of water breathing may allow you to become more refined in swinging your sword. It goes without saying that Tia is powerful as Arankar. In terms of moves, Tia also has quite excellent moves. But when it comes to pure sword swinging, Tia is lacking a bit. Therefore, Rosen felt that if Tashigi could master water breathing, it might be helpful to him in the future. After Tashigi possesses Tia's power, he has stronger water attributes. Rosen felt that Insichi might actually be able to learn water breathing. Rosen himself inherited the perfect template of Jiguo Yuan, and naturally also inherited the experience of helping others develop other schools of breathing techniques. Rosen believes that as long as Tashigi can adapt to water breathing, it is entirely possible for him to help him create a genre. Charlotte Smoothie. Does this guy Rosen actually plan to spend time training Tashigi's sword skills? Moreover, it's water-related sword skills. Waidabe. What a lucky girl. Not only did she get a template, but she was also able to have Rosen teach her swordsmanship. Kazuki Hiyori. Does Enichi Sukuni's template still have such power? Learning a new kendo school, Insuki is really enviable. Charlotte Snaman. There are 5 basic genres, and there are other special genres. Will Rosen help others master certain genres in the future? Gion. Tashigi, will you become stronger and stronger? Ain. I wonder if I can learn swordsmanship from Rosen in the future. In addition to the power of Enichi Kuni, Rosen should also have an understanding of General Raiden's skills through fusion with Nami. Charlotte Custard. What a wonderful thing it would be if I could master the Lightning General's slashing skills. A. Chapter 241 The four girls of Yuta play mahjong, and Tashigi touches the infinite sword. Senya number. Deck. Karina, don't you go and see Rosen. This Tashigi took off his clothes. Aren't you worried that Tashigi will eat Captain Rosen? Also, I tube. Nami dropped the mahjong in his hand on the table, then raised his head and looked at Karina who was facing him and said. Will Tashigi eat Rosen? Stop joking. If it were you, I would still be worried that you would eat Captain Rosen. But if it was Tashigi, it would be impossible. Quote. By the way, put down the 3 tubes for me and I'll touch them. Gojo. Karina said while controlling her mahjong tiles. TCH, you woman will only stare at me. Nami pouted and said unhappily. But haven't you been staring at Miss Karina? 30,000. Nuo Chigao smiled and played her own mahjong. Nami and Karina aren't just staring at each other, aren't they staring at us as well? Speaking of which, the mahjong made by Captain Rosen is quite fun. I'll give you the 2 barrels. Yuta chuckled and played his cards. Sure enough, on this ship, 690, Kaya and Tashigi are the only ones who are not guarded by Karina and Nami. Nokigao said with a chuckle. Who is calling Nokigao? You are as dishonest as Karina and Yuta. Especially Yuta, I always feel that you are already one step ahead. 10,000. Nami touched a card that he didn't use, shook his head and threw it on the table. Kaya is a shy girl. Tashigi was even more shy, and he had just come over from Marine. So, she won't have any thoughts about Captain Rosen. It's safe to let her keep an eye on Captain Rosen in case Captain Rosen reveals our coordinates on the copy of the diary. As Karina spoke, she reached out and picked up the 10,000 that Nami typed. Indeed, that woman Tashigi is the last person likely to eat Rosen. Since you don't want me to be alone with Rosen. Then don't even think about being alone with Rosen, Karina. Just in time, watch me win all your private money. Wait a minute, what did you do with my 10,000? Nami looked at the movements of Karina's hands and the expression on her face, and suddenly had a bad feeling. Haha, don't you need to say it. It's me. Karina raised the corner of her mouth and pushed the cards in her hand onto the table. 7 pairs of all colors plus dragons. Sorry, Nami. It seems that you are the one who is going to lose all your personal money. Karina smiled. Wow, as expected of Karina, even if it's all the same, she still has 7 pairs. Yuta opened his eyes wide and looked at Karina's cards in surprise. Indeed, fortunately I didn't type 10,000. Thank you so much Nami. Nokigao chuckled and turned to look at Nami, who was completely stunned on the spot. The sounds of surprise from several people even made Kaya, who was making herbal tea not far away, look over curiously. Give it to Berry, Nami. A total of 32 chapters. If we calculate the results, the total this time is 320,000 Berry. As Karina spoke, she stretched out her white arms to Nami. Nami looked at Karina's hand, and then at Karina's cards. Suddenly, her figure flashed, and the thunder and lightning disappeared in the same place. It seems that someone wants to default on the bill. This is not a good habit. Karina raised her lips, and her body turned into lightning and rushed towards Nami. Suddenly, the entire deck of the Senya was surrounded by the afterimage of thunder and lightning. It seems like these two can't stop for a while. Kaya, let's continue playing. If there are 3 of us, we can just play landlords. Nuauchi happily took out a stack of playing cards. Yes. But, do we really not need to help Tashigi? I always feel that she may not be able to keep Captain Rosen forgetting to announce the coordinates. Kaya said, glancing at her copy of the diary worriedly. Through it, Weiya could clearly see Rosen, with his arms folded, talking to Tashigi, who looked embarrassed. Don't worry, Kaya. Yuta waved her hand and said with a smile. Tashigi is indeed a little shy. But she's just like you Kaya. He is the type who will take action when it's time to take action. If Captain Rosen really has a sign of releasing the coordinates, Tashigi can definitely find a way to divert Captain Rosen's attention. It just so happens that the fat in front of her body has also grown. She's probably ready to wash Captain Rosen's face or something. Just like you did Kaya. After Yuta finished speaking, Nuo Chigao also nodded in agreement. On the other hand, Kaya's face turned the color of a red apple because of what Yuta said. Stop it, Yuta. Let's play cards. Kaya did it shyly and took the initiative to start shuffling the cards. Seeing this, Nochigao and Kaya both laughed happily. How about it, do you want to study? This is an opportunity to hone your sword skills, Tashigi. Besides, it's also an opportunity to temper your mind. As Rosen spoke, he turned his head and looked at the copy of the diary beside him. Tashigi was originally shy, but when he saw Rosen's actions, he thought Rosen was planning to continue the unfinished business and revealed the coordinates in his diary. So, she quickly said, I'm willing to learn, Captain Rosen. Tashigi's voice was almost inaudible due to shyness. Fortunately, Rosen's ears were good enough for him to understand what Tashigi meant. Very well, in that case, let's start now. Stop covering your weaknesses with those hands of yours. Can you cover such a large area of your body with 2 hands? Your hands are not for covering, but for holding the knife. And don't you want me to admire your beautiful scenery? You are so secretive, I can't watch it properly. Rosen laughed as he threw Tashigi's famous sword Shigur at her. Tashigi subconsciously took over the famous sword Shigur, and taking advantage of this effort, Rosen once again witnessed Tashigi's beauty. When Tashigi saw Rosen's unabashed gaze, his body movements immediately froze, and his gaze towards Rosen became a little dull. That's not okay, Tashigi. The breath of water pays attention to softness. It's not okay for your muscles to be so hard. Come on, breathe like this with me first. As Rosen spoke, he walked up to Washi. As the transparent world opened, the lungs in Tashigi's body automatically appeared in front of her. He plans to allow Tashigi to master the breathing of water by penetrating the special characteristics of the world. At the same time, Charlotte Smoothie and others became focused when they saw Rosen planning to teach Tashigi Kendo. Although the breathing method is not as powerful as the template. But after witnessing the swordsmanship of Breath of the Sun, Charlotte Smoothie, Gion and others had to admit the exquisiteness of his swordsmanship. If they could learn something from Rosen's teaching to Tashigi, they would naturally be very willing. However, watching it through video, the effect is naturally not as good as Rosen teaching Tashigi on the spot. No, your lungs are exhaling too fast. Slow down, slow down. It's still not right, let me help you. Rosen said and put his hand on Tashigi's chest. Ah! Tashigi was startled, and his body instinctively planned to retreat. But Rosen's other hand was already on Tashigi's back, which made it impossible for her to retreat. Calm down, Miss Insky. I use my hands to compress your lungs to help you remember to breathe. Come on, keep going. Rosen smiled meaningfully at Tashigi and continued. If you want to be free quickly, then quickly find the feeling of breathing water. Also, if you can master this skill quickly, perhaps I can open up the world of infinite sword making for you and let you take a good look at the swords there. As a swordsman who hopes to take back all the famous swords and famous swords from the bad guys, you should really want to take a good and careful look at the swords in the unlimited sword system. Now that you are my partner, I can specifically open permissions for you so that you can use your hands to touch the swords in the infinite sword world. After speaking, Rosen also deliberately pinched the fat in his palms. Really, really. Tashigi couldn't help but said excitedly after hearing Rosen's words. Rosen raised his eyebrows, sighing inwardly that Tashigi had forgotten that he was holding her in front of her because of his words about the unlimited sword system. Really, the premise is that you can master it as soon as possible. You know, infinite sword control is my ultimate move. Using it casually will consume a lot of energy. If your practice has not achieved results, I will not open the unlimited sword system for you. Rosen nodded and said, I understand. Let's start now. Tashigi took a deep breath, his eyes full of determination. Interesting. Excellent swords really attract you. It even makes your shame lessened a lot. Rosen smiled, looking at Tashigi with a blushing face and a determined look in front of him. He no longer had the intention to continue teasing her. Soon, under Rosen's guidance, Tashigi quickly began to continue practicing. Maybe it's because Tashigi is gifted, maybe it's because she wants to get rid of Rosen's clutches as soon as possible, maybe it's because she wants to see the famous swords in the world of infinite swords as soon as possible. Gradually, Rosen discovered that Tashigi's breathing rhythm actually had some breathing techniques. Chapter 242 Yuta, Tashigi, have you successfully obtained Captain Rosen? Interesting, this woman is indeed a talented swordsman. It seems that it will be just around the corner for Tashigi to learn how to breathe water. Single quote. Rosen raised the corners of his mouth and immediately decided to start the next step of practice. At the same time, Rosen also turned off the video being recorded. Charlotte Smoothie. Huh, is this the end? Gion, the time is too short, and there is no way to explore all of Rosen's guidance. Waidabe, it's a pity, I just felt it. I thought I could become stronger by watching videos. Kazuki Hiyori, just watching and following Rosen's explanation seems to give me strength inside my body. If I let Rosen guide me in person and press my hands on my chest to breathe, I should be able to learn as quickly as Tashigi. Ain. By the time Rosen watches Tashigi's training videos again, will she have mastered the breath of water kendo style? Black Maria. Using the sword in the infinity sword system to induce Tashigi to practice is really a beautiful method. Stussy. If I were also a swordsman, I would probably be attracted by Rosen's words. Nico Robin. If Rosen used the historical text tablet as a reward to urge me to practice, I would also work hard to practice. Amid the confusion among the many copies of the diary, Rosen had begun to pick up the sword and actually fight Tashigi. Although Rosen does not know how to use water breathing, Enichi Sukuni's 06 memory contains memories related to the water-breathing swordsman. It couldn't be easier to simulate it and teach it to Tashigi. However, what surprised Rosen was that as the training progressed, he found that there seemed to be something more in Tashigi's eyes when he looked at him. It's like what Kaya, Yuta and others see in their eyes when they look at him. Probably, it's respect. Single quote. Rosen thought to himself and said to Tashigi. Very good, Tashigi, you already have the shadow of mastering water breathing. To be honest, although I have some confidence in you learning how to breathe water. But I'm still very surprised and happy that you were able to achieve results so quickly. Hearing this, Tashigi's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then, can I observe the world of infinite swords? So far, Tashigi already possesses the famous sword Shigur, which has been enhanced by Rosen to the supreme sword level, and even possesses Arancardia's Zanpakuto, Empress Shark. But this does not mean that the sword made by unlimited swords is unattractive to him. You know, that is a world full of swords. Tashigi even felt that in the world of unlimited swords, there would be many swords that were more powerful and precious than the Emperor Shark Queen he mastered. Of course it's possible. As a captain, I keep my word. Rosen smiled, raised his right hand, and placed it in front of his chest. Slowly, a burst of extremely rhythmic chanting came out of his mouth. As soon as Tashigi heard it, he knew it was the chant of Mugen's sword system. This chant is the infinite sword system mastered by the Red Shuru Emiya. Quote. Tashigi murmured in his mind. Tashigi, who had seen Rosen use the unlimited sword system many times before and after, could immediately tell what version of the unlimited sword system Rosen was using. Boom. Suddenly, a bright light appeared next to Rosen. Tashigi felt a surge of light in front of her eyes. When the surroundings calmed down, she had arrived in another world. A world where the earth is filled with infinite swords. Okay, let's just observe. Time is limited, so hurry up, Tashigi. Rosen found an open space and sat down with one hand on the ground. After hearing Rosen's words, Tashigi quickly rushed towards the group of swords. With Rosen's permission, Tashigi was able to literally pull out every sword on the ground and examine it carefully. Suddenly, Tashigi's face turned red with excitement and his body was trembling. Rosen found it interesting, opened the voyage diary system and started taking photos of Tashigi. Photo. Unlimited swordsmanship, Tashigi observes the noble phantasm, Graham. Photo. Unlimited swordsmanship, Tashigi observes the noble phantasm, Hordney's sword. Photo. Unlimited swordsmanship, Tashigi observes the noble phantasm, Sword of Joy. Photo. Unlimited swordsmanship, Tashigi observes the noble phantasm, the indestructible Holy One. Photo. Unlimited sword system, Tashigi observes the noble phantasm, Akahara Hound. Kazuki Hiyori. This is. Rosen opened the unlimited sword system for Tashigi to observe. Ain. Unlimited sword fighting should consume a lot of Rosen's physical strength, but he is actually willing to do this for Tashigi. Charlotte Custard. Didn't this Tashigi just join Rosen's Flame Blade Pirates? Rosen, are you so willing to pamper this woman? Gion. The sword of this world lets Tatsu look at it, and also lets Tashigi touch it. It's a little bit enviable. Domino. Tashigi seems to be very happy. Rosen is really trying to get into his heart. If he treats Tashigi like this, there is no way Tashigi will ever leave Rosen. Dole. If I were a swordsman, I would probably be very willing to stay with Rosen, a man who controls the entire world's swords. Not to mention, Rosen is willing to mentor Tashigi. Nico Robin. Although Tashigi was forced to leave because of celestial dragons and she will probably be happy with her decision in the future. Peacock. Graham, the sword of Hegni, the sword of joy, the indestructible holy saint, these swords are swords that Rosen has never shown their specific power. Since the sword of meteor iron, the sword of rotating victory of swords and the like have special powers, then the sword of joy and other noble phantoms should also have special powers, right? Khalifa. Each sword is equivalent to a devil fruit. Can Rosen, Marine and the world government, who possess so many special treasures, really be able to fight him? Stussy. Rosen knew about Im's existence, but he was still able to boldly challenge the world government. Come to think of it, in his eyes, Im is nothing more than that. Bello Betty. Based on this, as long as we can invite Rosen, it will be easy for our revolutionary army to deal with the world government. Koala. Unfortunately, it is difficult to find Rosen now. Rosen tried to reveal the coordinates with great difficulty before, but Tashigi interrupted him by taking off his clothes. Vivi. No matter how difficult it is, I will find Rosen. Violet. Rosen has taken a total of 33 photos of Tashigi. With the points brought by these photos, Tashigi will probably become stronger quickly. Rosen, please let me meet you soon. That way, I can dance on you. Don't worry, I will never let you be disappointed with my body. If I dance while being intimate, you will take a video and record it for me. Is this news from the tower? Tashigi was looking at the noble phantasm King's sword, Sword of the Brave, in his hand with excitement when he suddenly noticed the message from the copy of the diary. She looked at Rosen, who was rubbing his chin as if thinking about something, and quietly opened the message from Yuta. Yuta. Hey, Tashigi, did you successfully eat Captain Rosen? Close black lens bracket. Whoosh. Tashigi's face instantly turned red. Tashigi. Yuta. Yuta, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything like that. Close black lens bracket. 9:30 Open black lens bracket Yuta. Really, that's a pity. Captain Rosen obviously opened up the world of unlimited swordsmanship on purpose. In the world where these two people are alone, we have no way to interfere with what you do. Close black lens bracket. Tashigi, I was just observing the swords in the unlimited sword system. This was Captain Rosen's reward for my spiritual practice. Close black lens bracket. Yuta, I see, Captain Rosen is really selfless. He not only guided you to practice swordsmanship, but also allowed you to observe the sword made by Infinity Sword. As a result, you did not reward Captain Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tashigi, prize reward, close black lens bracket. Yuta, that's right. After all, you just let Captain Rosen see what you have in mind. This is not proportional to what Captain Rosen has done for you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tashigi, close black lens bracket. Yuta, although Captain Rosen doesn't like to force others, he is still a normal man after all. Looking at your appearance, you probably already have the nature. Really, do you mean that I will be responsible for you later? It was obviously you who piqued Rosen's interest, but in the end it was only me who could solve it. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tashigi, close black lens bracket. Tashigi held the sword in his hand, his face turning red again. Yuta's words made her fully aware of the relationship between Rosen and Yuta. And when I thought about hooking up Rosen, I ended up having to let Yuta finish it off. For a moment, Tashigi felt a little guilty. Yuta, speaking of which, do you really not like Captain Rosen at all? He has saved you more than once. Moreover, as the world's best swordsman, he also helps you practice and helps you see the sword that others cannot see. If it were any other woman, she would have already fallen in love with Captain Rosen, right? Open black lens bracket Tashigi, close black lens bracket. Chapter 243 Tashigi had an affair with Rosen. Kaya is shocked. Yuta's words made Tashigi somewhat silent. She turned her head and glanced at Rosen, her expression gradually becoming darker. Tashigi, I respect Captain Rosen very much. Even though Captain Rosen and I had different positions at the beginning, I respect him very much. To be honest, what Captain Rosen has done so far has not violated justice. This is one of the reasons why I am willing to join. Close black lens bracket. Yuta, so, you only have respect for Captain Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Tashigi, not that, not really. Captain Rosen, who has mastered many swords and excellent swordsmanship, is, indeed very attractive. Close black lens bracket. Yuta, haha, I understand. As expected, Tashigi, you still like Captain Rosen a little bit in your heart. Let me just say that Captain Rosen is a man who saved you in times of crisis and even let you go selflessly. If it were another woman, she would have had a crush on him by then. Not to mention now that he has done so much for you. Now, Tashigi, why don't you just follow Captain Rosen? Anyway, when you joined the Flame Blade Pirates, you were already prepared to devote yourself to it. After all, you already know what kind of character Captain Rosen is through the photos and comics in your copy of the diary. If you're still willing to join knowing this, don't say you haven't considered the possibility of actually sleeping next to Rosen one day. Close black lens bracket. Tashigi looked at Yuta's message and fell into silence again. She knew in her heart that what Yuta said was right. The moment she decided to join Rosen's crew, she was already ready to play out the storyline of the comic strip. Even if Rosen really used force on her, she would let Rosen take action against him. Yuta, I am an old man on this ship. I can see that everyone became a member of the Flame Blade Pirates in the first place, perhaps because of their strength, or perhaps because of a request from Captain Rosen. But later, everyone gradually got used to Rosen's character of taking advantage, and gradually accepted Captain Rosen like this. Once accepted, everyone will slowly start to really like Captain Rosen. Slowly, I am willing to have something happen with Captain Rosen. At least, that's how Karina and Nami are. If these two weren't keeping each other in check, I think they would have slept next to Captain Rosen. Tashigi, I believe you will really fall into Captain Rosen's net sooner or later. No, it would be better to say that you are actually already at the edge of the network. Now that you're at the edge of the net, and you're ready to surrender yourself to Rosen, why not take a bold step forward and eat Captain Rosen directly? Anyway, you will take the most important step sooner or later, right? Close black lens bracket. Tashigi pursed his lips and silently inserted the noble phantasm in his hand into the ground. Tashigi, Yuta, I don't understand, why are you urging me to do this? Since you are Captain Rosen's woman, don't you want to monopolize him? Close black lens bracket. Yuta, you have misunderstood. Unlike Nami and Karina, I do not have the exclusive idea of Captain Rosen. I am very happy to be Captain Rosen's first woman. Moreover, I don't have the confidence to completely keep the heart of a prodigal like Rosen by my side. As for why I'm urging you, it's naturally because you were a Marine before. I think if you really give yourself to Rosen, I will be able to trust you more. Close black lens bracket. Tashigi. Yuta, you are really magnanimous. Close black lens bracket. Yuta, hee, thank you for the compliment. In fact, I also want to be able to get along with you more sincerely, and I am also worried that one day you will choose to leave again. Furthermore, Rosen's physical fitness is so good that sometimes I really feel like I can't beat Captain Rosen by myself. So, if Tashigi can come and help me fight Captain Rosen, I think I can feel a little more relaxed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tashigi. Close black lens bracket. Tashigi pursed his lips and looked at Yuta's words, not knowing what to say. Yuta, I have said everything that needs to be said, and it is up to you to decide next. Again, you are in a different dimension world now, this is a rare opportunity. If it were any other time, you might have to worry about whether Karina and Nami would suddenly appear while you were doing it. If something like that really happened, you would be embarrassed, wouldn't you? Even I often need to bring Captain Rosen into Yuta's space to do that kind of thing secretly. Close black lens bracket. Tashigi looked at Yuta's message with a red face, and was once again surprised by Yuta's boldness. She took a deep breath and finally calmed down her mood. Like it, Tashigi looked at his hands, felt the power in his body, and then looked at the swords in the world of infinite swords. Finally, memories of Rosen helping her came to her mind. Gradually, a trace of color appeared on her face. Indeed, I like him. Quote. Perhaps I should really thank Rosen. Single quote. Instead of just letting Rosen take a look. Single quote. After all, Yuta was right. Quote. If this continues, sooner or later I will become his. Tashigi patted his cheek, stood up, and walked towards Rosen with a red face. Have you finished reading it, Tashigi? In that case, let me unlock this world of infinite swords. Even if you don't fight, maintaining this world will consume your physical energy more slowly. But infinite sword control is the ultimate move after all, and it will still consume a lot of my physical energy. Rosen said, planning to get up and lift the world of unlimited swords. At this moment, Tashigi suddenly jumped forward, causing Rosen to fall to the ground again. Tashigi, what are you doing? Rosen raised his eyebrows and looked at the shy Tashigi in his arms with confusion. Captain Rosen, are you feeling uncomfortable? Tashigi pursed his lips and said with a blush. Painful. What discomfort. Wait, where are your hands going, Tashigi? Some time passed. Tashigi whimpered and sat up with his hands on Rosen's arms. Looking at Rosen's slightly closed eyes and extremely rhythmic breathing, a shy smile appeared on Tashigi's face. Asleep. It seems that using the infinite sword system is really draining your physical strength. If it weren't for this reason, Captain Rosen probably wouldn't have slept with me because of my relationship. After all, Yuta said before that she couldn't handle Rosen alone. Tashigi murmured to himself and wanted to stand up. But soon, she frowned, and her right hand unconsciously placed on her stomach. It took a while before Tashigi became familiar with the remaining pain in his body. Take Captain Rosen back first. It would be terrible if Nami and Karina accidentally saw it. Fortunately Captain Rosen is asleep. If the previous events were taken into photos and videos and uploaded to the diary. So everyone will know what happened between me and Captain Rosen. Quote. Tashigi thought to himself and quickly put on his clothes. Then he stretched out his hand to help Rosen return to the captain's cabin. After a while, Yuta and Kaya came to the practice room. Hey, this smell. Yuta shrugged his nose, and a glimmer of light immediately appeared in his eyes. Smell. Kaya also moved her nose, there is indeed a strange smell. Do you know what it is, Yuta? Of course I know, I can never smell this smell wrong. Yuta raised the corner of her mouth and quickly scanned the room with her eyes. Soon, her eyes were attracted by some water stains and a touch of bright red on the floor. Really, that newcomer is too careless. Don't you know you're going back after cleaning the battlefield? Or was it so enjoyable that she neglected to clean the battlefield? Even if you don't clean up the battlefield, the red thing must be left as a souvenir. While shaking her head, Yuta took out a white handkerchief from her skirt pocket and went to where the water stains and Yanhong were. Kaya followed Yuta and watched her cover the red area with her handkerchief. In an instant, a flash of lightning flashed through Kaya's mind. Yuta, this is Tashigi's. Kaya said blankly. Well, the money should be hers. I really can't tell, but she is quite brave. Kaya, hold it for me. Then you have to give it to Tashigi and let her keep it. Yuta smiled and nodded, forcing the handkerchief into Kaya's hand. Although Yuta had secretly encouraged Tashigi through a copy of his diary when he was playing cards with Kaya and Nokigao. But she is not absolutely confident that Tashigi will really commit to Rosen. After all, Rosen was not seen taking any relevant photos after that. In desperation, when the time was almost up, she could only leave the card table and go to the practice room to confirm. Kaya, on the other hand, planned to go to the medical room to prepare some medicine, so she went with Yuta. Kaya looked blankly at the handkerchief in her hand, and then looked blankly at Yuta who had fetched a bucket of water and started cleaning the battlefield. In an instant, her whole face turned red. Tashigi, why is it so sudden? Kaya pursed her lips and whispered Yuan. Why, do you care about this, Haoya? Could it be that you are complaining that Tashigi did not follow the first come first served principle and let you have Captain Rosen first? Yuta's hearing is extremely good. After hearing Kaya's words, she turned her head and said to Kaya with a smile on her face. Chapter 244 Yuta. Come on, Tashigi, join me this time. No, that's not the case. Kaya heard Yuta's teasing and shook her head quickly. Hehe, you are still so cute, Kaya. Yuta put down the cleaning tools and patted Kaya on the shoulder with a smile. But if you continue to be so slow, perhaps by the time you really make a decision, there will already be many women around Rosen. If you work hard now, maybe you can get the third place. After saying that, Yuta turned around and walked towards the door. Third place. Smoke came out of Kaya's head. Wait, Yuta, where are you going? Kaya turned around and saw that Kaya had disappeared through the door. I'll go back and write songs. What should I do with this handkerchief? Just leave it to Tashigi. I give it to her. Yes, it just so happens that you can interview Tashigi, which may help you make a decision, but not necessarily. Making a decision. I didn't. Gradually, Kaya's voice lowered. After a while, she sighed and finally walked towards Tashigi's room. Kaya, why are you here? Tashigi heard a knock on the door and opened the room nervously. Tashigi, is Captain Rosen here with you? Like Tashigi, Kaya was also a little nervous at the moment. At this moment, Tashigi was dripping wet. He had obviously just taken a shower. In Kaya's work, there is a scene where Rosen takes a bath with his female companion. At this time, Kaya thought Tashigi had just bathed with Rosen. No, not here. Captain Rosen is in his room now. Tashigi shook his head and said quickly. So this is all. Kaya exhaled slightly and said. Then, there was silence for several seconds. Tashigi and Kaya looked at me and I looked at you. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Kaya. What brings you here? Tashigi pursed his lips and finally couldn't help but speak. Although it stands to reason that Kaya should not know what happened between her and Rosen, Tashigi still felt a little nervous. Yes, it's this. You can keep it as a souvenir. Kaya said as she quickly handed the hijab to the king of Insichi. Commemorate. This, what is this? Tashigi glanced at the handkerchief in his hand doubtfully, then raised his head to look at Kaya. But in front of me, there is Kaya somewhere. She turned her head and looked to the side, only to see Kaya running away and disappearing at the end of the corner. Why does Kaya feel so weird? Tashigi murmured to himself and closed his door. She lowered her head in confusion and glanced at the folded handkerchief in her hand. Then, she noticed that there was a hint of blush hidden in the white veil. Tashigi's heart skipped a beat and he quickly opened his handkerchief. In an instant, a flash of bright red appeared in front of her eyes. This is, mine. This is what commemoration actually means. Kaya, does she also know what happened between me and Rosen? Wait, is it because I didn't clean it before? Tashigi thought that he did not clean the room before taking Rosen away. Suddenly, her entire skin turned red. In fact, this is quite normal. Tashigi and Rosen communicated and fought within the inherent barrier. In her subconscious mind, everything left over from the battle between the two should have been preserved in the inherent barrier. She never thought that those water stains and Yanhong would return to the practice room with them. Oops, too bad. If Kaya knows about it, wouldn't Nami and Karina know about it too? When the time comes, how should I face them? Tashigi became nervous and quickly opened a copy of his diary, and found Yuta, who was like a good friend. Tashigi, Yuta, do you all know that? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Yuta, it's Tashigi, what do you mean by knowing? Close black lens bracket. Tashigi, really, Yuta, you know what I'm talking about. Please, just tell me. I'm almost dying. Close black lens bracket. Yuta, okay, no more joking. Don't worry, Kaya and I were the only ones who went to the practice room just now. I also cleaned up the traces of your communication with Captain Rosen. Nokigao, Nami, and Karina wouldn't notice anything unusual. Close black lens bracket. Tashigi, so, that's how it is, because it's better. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Yuta, you have to thank me properly, Tashigi. If Rosen comes to see me later, you have to come with me, otherwise my physical strength will not be able to cope with Captain Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tashigi, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Yuta, what, you have already done it and you still feel shy, close black lens bracket. Tashigi, no, that's not it. Close black lens bracket. Yuta, why is that? Since you have done it, you should know that kind of thing. Isn't it quite comfortable? Why do you still refuse? Wait, is it because you don't want to have a baby yet? Close black lens bracket. Tashigi, no, that's not the case. I'm just not used to being around other women. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, Tashigi felt that his body and mind were surrounded by emotions called shame. If Yuta hadn't pressed too hard, she wouldn't even have the courage to answer Yuta's question. Yuta, what, isn't it just with other people? Don't say anything about the fact that multiple women don't appear in your work. Besides, don't you want to try what it's like to be with a few people together? I'm quite curious about what it will be like when multiple people are together. Will it really be like what is depicted in my works? There will be many interesting things happening. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tashigi. Close black lens bracket. Tashigi twitched the corner of his mouth and was speechless. There are naturally scenes with multiple people in her works. But it was just a work after all, and just looking at the scene of several people communicating together made Tashigi feel extremely shy. If I really had to play out that kind of scene with Yuta and Rosen in the real world, I wouldn't be surprised how shy I would be. Especially now that Tashigi understands that Yuta seems to be quite passionate about that kind of thing, and Yuta's devil fruit ability can freely change a person's clothing, scene location, etc. in Yuta's space. If he really followed Yuta into Yuta's space and had an in-depth communication with Rosen, Tashigi could imagine that some extremely shameful things that he would never dare to think about would definitely happen in that space. Thinking of this, Tashigi decided to refuse. However, Yuta spoke first. Yuta, don't refuse me, I cleaned up for you. If you refuse, I will tell Karina and Nami about your secret meal of Captain Rosen. If they knew what was going on between you, their reaction would definitely be huge. Maybe, they will capture you and ask you to serve Captain Rosen together with them. In that case, what you have to face will not be a battle between me, you and Rosen. Maybe Karina and Nami will have more exciting projects, I don't know. Close black lens bracket. Tashigi's eyes widened, unable to imagine that Yuta would say such a thing. Little devil. Tashigi pouted and said in an aggrieved voice. At this moment, she suddenly realized that among the entire Flame Blade pirates, only Kaya could be considered a normal person. Even Nokigao had some abnormalities when facing Rosen. After a while, Tashigi finally gave up. Tashigi, I understand. Close black lens bracket. Yuta, great, it's better to choose a different day than to hit it. Let's be together now. Close black lens bracket. Tashigi, wait, now. Yuta, Captain Rosen over-maintained the inherent barrier before. He shouldn't be able to get up now, right? Close black lens bracket. Yuta, can't get up. How is this possible? As long as we make good use of our advantages, there will never be a possibility of not getting up. After all, Captain Rosen is an adult man in his prime. Tashigi, think carefully about the knowledge that works give us. There are many areas in us women that can be put to good use. For example, as long as your eloquence is good enough, Captain Rosen will not be unable to get up no matter how tired he is. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tashigi, close black lens bracket. Yuta, what's wrong? Why did you send me a question mark? Close black lens bracket. Tashigi, Yuta, what do you mean by not being able to get up? And what I mean by not being able to get up, do you mean the same thing? Close black lens bracket. Yuta, why doesn't it mean the same thing? Doesn't it refer to Captain Rosen's brother? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tashigi, close black lens bracket. Tashigi, I'm talking about Captain Rosen himself, I mean there's probably no way he can wake up. Close black lens bracket. Yuta, Tashigi, you are really cute, of course I know what you mean. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tashigi, Yuta, close black lens bracket. Yuta, okay, don't be angry. Besides, I still think we can go there now. Even if Captain Rosen really doesn't wake up, something can. Just in time, you can hone your skills, right? Close black lens bracket. Tashigi, I'm tired, Yuta, I need to rest for a while. Close black lens bracket. Yuta, the question is, don't sleep, wake up and be happy. I'll come to you right now. Close black lens bracket. Tashigi, wait, you really want to come over. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tashigi, Yuta, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tashigi, Yuta, are you still there? Close black lens bracket. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door of Washi. Tashigi's body trembled and his head turned around like a machine. Then, she stiffly opened the locked door. The next moment, Yuta appeared in front of her with a smile on her face. Let's go, Tashigi. I'll take you to play in Yuta's space. Yuta put his hands together on his chest, and a burst of melodious singing immediately enveloped Tashigi. Tashigi felt a strong bright light pouring into her eyes, forcing her to close her eyes. After a while, when she opened her eyes again, she found that she had arrived at the edge of a spacious swimming pool. Not only that, the original casual clothes on her body have disappeared. Instead, she wore a swimsuit that was extremely beautiful and so bold that it barely covered her fatal weakness. Chapter 245 Morgans wants to expose Rosen. Kaido. Rosen deserves to be invited. Yuta, this is a little too bold. Tashigi put one hand in front of him and covered his lower abdomen with the other, and said to Yuta with a red face. Hey, isn't this pretty? It's perfect to show off the charm of your body, Tashigi, which has grown up thanks to Tia's template. Yuta put his hands on his hips and said with a smile on his face. In that case, why don't you wear clothes like mine? But do you choose to wear such a dead body? This is much more conservative than the clothes I'm wearing now. Tashigi pouted. You don't understand, Tashigi. Sometimes, such dead water becomes more tempting. Since you have adopted a bold style, I can adopt a more academic style, so we can complement each other. Yuta put one hand behind his head and said to Tashigi in a very provocative pose. Seeing this, Tashigi could only sigh helplessly and look away. Hey, is that Captain Rosen? Tashigi said in surprise when he saw the man lying on the couch. Well, before I call you in. I've called Captain Rosen in. But after a while, he seemed to have fallen asleep again. Yuta turned her head, looked in Rosen's direction and said. Suddenly, she chuckled twice, pulled Tashigi and ran towards Rosen. Exactly, now you try and see if you can get Captain Rosen to wake up, hee. Yuta smiled. Tashigi. Time passes slowly. Just when Rosen was exchanging battle experiences with Yuta and Tashigi. Outside the world, things about celestial dragons have also begun to ferment. President, East Blue has initially completed the distribution of newspapers. President Morgans, South Blue too. President, as for North Blue, there is still a certain area that has not been covered. But I promise that the task will be completed within a few hours. South Blue has also done its job. The second half of the Grand Line has been distributed. The first half of the Grand Line still takes half a day. In the World Economic News Agency, Morgans listened to reports one after another, and the corners of his mouth curved in a big arc. By now, the whole world should almost know that the celestial dragons were killed by Rosen. Also, Rosen's threat to the female celestial dragon's Shalulia Palace will definitely shock the world. No, it's not so much Rosen. It's me who, under pressure from the world government, announced these things to the world and shocked the world. As expected, the person who can stir up troubles in this world is me. Morgans opened his hands and said extremely excitedly. Brew. Suddenly, a rapid phone call sounded in the office. Morgans frowned and looked over with some displeasure. Even so, he quickly answered the phone. I am Spangdean, Morgans, why is the news about Rosen and the celestial dragons reaching the world? World government needs an explanation from you. Opposite the phone, a dull voice suddenly rang. Spangdean, are you mistaken? If you take a good look at those newspapers, there is no logo of our World Economic News Agency on them. I should be the one to complain first. We complied with your wishes and did not send out the news about Rosen. Do you know how much loss this caused us? As a result, other newspapers actually announced the news. If I had known earlier, I should not have agreed to your request. Morgans said angrily to the phone bug. Morgans, don't let us find out that this matter has anything to do with you. Spangdean snorted coldly and immediately hung up the phone. In response, Morgans just snorted. HMPH, go check it out if you can. I want to see what you can find out. Morgans smiled and picked up a newspaper. The first page of this newspaper shows what happened between Rosen and the celestial dragons in Logue Town. Dressrosa. Castle. This Rosen really dares to do it. More than just killing celestial dragons. He even publicly announced this to the world. And also want the world to claim revenge on that one female celestial dragons. Sure enough, not contacting this guy is the right choice. Torrebel, the top leader of the Don Quixote family, put down the newspaper and looked at Doflamingo, who had a gloomy expression. Young master, are you still thinking about Monet? Torapal asked. I don't understand, why does that woman have to look for Rosen? That man is actually worthy of her disobeying my order. Doflamingo frowned and said. In his impression, Yuan Shi has always been one of the most useful subordinates. She had special respect for herself, the young master of Don Quixote, and should not have violated his orders and persisted in finding Rosen. Could it be that this Monet really likes Rosen? Senor Peak said. As the only married member of the Don Quixote family, Senor Peak deeply understands what love means to a person. It was also for this reason that he felt that Monet chose not to obey Doflamingo's order and come back because he fell in love with Rosen. Impossible. Diamante touched her chin and looked at Doflamingo. Doflamingo frowned and said with a gloomy face. No matter what, we have nothing to do with Rosen. Why? Killed the celestial dragons, announced it publicly, and sent death threats to the female celestial dragons. The world government will never allow such people to exist. Once we are involved with Rosen, we will also be affected. So, we must not have any contact with Rosen. Doflamingo emphasizes again. What about Monet? What if she really finds Rosen? Senor Peak asked. If that woman really becomes Rosen's person, then she is no longer a member of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo said with a headache. In this case, there will be some trouble with granulated sugar. Torbal sighed and said, "That's why I have a headache." Doflamingo shook his head and said, "If it were anyone else, Doflamingo would have already taken action to hunt them down when they disobeyed his orders and acted arbitrarily. But that person happened to be Monet, Sugar's sister. Sugar is one of the most important cards in Doflamingo's hand. 0. Please give me flowers 00. It can be said that he was able to regain the throne of Dressrosa thanks to the help of Sugar's ability. If there is no Sugar, his plan will be greatly affected. That woman Monet, first try to find and contact her as much as possible. After I find her, I need to have a good talk with her." After Doflamingo finished speaking, he took the newspaper from Torbal's hand. Although there is no World Economic News Agency mark on the newspaper, a king of the underground world like Doflamingo can naturally tell that this newspaper is written by Morgans. Having strong power can make your partners also have strong power. I think it's this kind of power that gives you the confidence to challenge the world government, Rosen. It's a pity that you don't know the world government's trump card. If you hadn't done such a thing, we should have been able to cooperate. Doflamingo shook his head and said with a slight regret. Wanokuni Sea Area. Ghost Island. Kaido, here's the latest news from Rosen. That man made big news again. 0. A newspaper like Yan Banjin came to Kaido who was drinking. What, it's not Yamato. Kaido frowned. Yamato walked too fast and there is no way to find her trace for the time being. But since she crushed the bomb collar, then even if she leaves Onigashima, her safety should not be a problem. So, you don't have to worry. Yan Liangjin said as he handed the newspaper in his hand to Kaido. I'm not worried about that guy's safety. It's just that kid who talks about what he is, Kazuki Oden, all day long. Forget it, let's not talk about this kid. Anyway, keep looking for her. Kaido sighed and looked at the newspaper in his hand. After a moment, a burst of hearty laughter rang out in the room. Ha 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 ha, this Rosen is really talented. He actually killed the celestial dragons and openly provoked the world government. Too bad, this guy is still in East Blue. Otherwise, I will definitely look for him myself. Jin, where have Black Maria, Jin Rummy and the others arrived now? Did they have access to Rosen? Kaido smiled. Hearing this, Jin shook his head and said. Calculating the time, they have reached the first half of the Grand Line at most. We are still some distance away from reaching East Blue. But I think Rosen will be heading to the first half of the Grand Line soon. Maybe they'll meet Rosen there. It's just that I don't think Black Maria and Kim Rummy can make Rosen our partner. Kaido raised his eyebrows and smiled. Indeed, since that guy can defeat the Golden Lion, he can also defeat Hawkeye. And dare to provoke the celestial dragons and world government. Then, he is definitely brave enough. It is indeed not easy for such a courageous person to join a certain pirate group. Having said that, since there are so many people with abilities suspected of being phantom beasts in that guy's pirate group. That's why I think he extended the invitation, ha ha ha. Chapter 246 The redhead is looking for Yuta, the giantess is looking for Rosen. Indeed, Rosen's pirate group really fits the atmosphere of our beast's pirates. It's just that man's conqueror's haki is too powerful. Perhaps, he will become the second redhead. It may be more difficult to make such a person surrender than to kill him. Jin said. Conqueror's haki. The second redhead. Did the boy show the power of Conqueror's haki this time? Kaido blinked and looked at the newspaper in his hand in confusion. After a while, Kaido suddenly widened his eyes. Are you kidding me? This guy's Conqueror's haki can cause damage to real objects. That kid not only has weird abilities, but has he mastered Conqueror's haki to this extent? Kaido said in surprise. Conqueror's haki, Kaido has extremely high attainments as the four emperors. But even he couldn't directly shatter the earth with Conqueror's haki. Unless he uses Conqueror's entanglement technique. Conqueror's haki to this extent. It seems that it will be difficult to invite him. Kaido muttered. So, do you want to give up? Are you going to call Black Maria and Jin Rummy back? Jin asked. 420. Ha ha ha, that's not necessary. Since Black Maria and the others have already set off, it doesn't matter if they give it a try. Perhaps, Black Maria really has a way to make Rosen ours. And this guy has the guts to do this to the celestial dragons. It reminds me of an old acquaintance from my past. Perhaps, he and I will have a good chat. Kaido smiled. Since it's your decision, I will respect it. Jin nodded, turned and left the room. As one of the three disasters, he still has a lot of work to do. Kaido picked up the newspaper and looked at the news about Rosen again. Dare you do this to the celestial dragons? Just like old Captain Rocks. With the existence of this guy in the sea, it may start a war on the same scale as the war on the Island of Gods. Haha, this sea is getting more and more interesting. New World. Giant Kingdom Elbaf. Inside the tavern. Shanks, something big happened. Beckman, the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates, walked into the tavern with a newspaper and went straight to Shanks, who was drinking. Event. Beckman, what happened? Shanks put down his wine glass and looked at his first officer curiously. At the same time, the other crew members of Red Hair Pirates also looked over curiously. Everyone felt quite strange when they saw Beckman's serious expression. You know, Beckman is the calmest person among the red hair pirates. Normally, no one would be able to make Beckman look like this. Suddenly, everyone's expressions became serious. It's about Rosen. As Beckman spoke, he showed the newspaper in front of Shanks. Rosen. Did something happen to Yuta? Lucky Lu walked over with a chicken drumstick in his hand. Nothing happened to Yuta. It's that Rosen did something that shocked the world this time. I'm worried this could put Yuta in crisis. Beckman said worriedly. What? Rosen did something that could put Yuta in crisis. Boss, what exactly was written in the newspaper? Lucky Lu looked at Shanks nervously. That man actually killed celestial dragons. Also openly announcing to the world that he was responsible for the death of the celestial dragons. Not only that, he didn't want the world to announce that he was going to take revenge on another female celestial dragons who bombarded him. Shanks said with a frown. No, it's not. That guy actually did something like this. Marine and the world government will never let him go. Yuta is in danger. Lucky Lu's eyes widened, and even the chicken drumstick in his hand slipped from his hand involuntarily. Ha ha ha, Lucky Lu, you are too nervous. Don't forget, this man is a strong man who defeated Hawkeye. And he also has Conqueror's Haki on my level. Even if Marine and the world government want to take action against him, it will not be an easy task. Shanks waved the newspaper and smiled. Huh, Conqueror's Haki at your level. Boss, are you kidding me? Lucky Lu asked blankly. At least that's what the newspaper said. It says word for word that Rosen cracked the ground and walls with conquerors. Shanks laughed. Really? Really? Lucky Lu stared at the newspaper with wide eyes in disbelief. This Rosen is really outrageous. When he fought Hawkeye, he never showed such conqueror's haki. After all, since he has such power, why are the celestial dragons still able to bombard him? Since he dared to take revenge on the celestial dragons, he should have taken action directly from the beginning. The ship's Dr. Deeg said doubtfully. It's indeed strange. It can't be that this man didn't have such power at the beginning. Shanks said, rubbing his chin. Hey, if this is the case, it would be too scary. The feud between Rosen and celestial dragons shouldn't last long. How did he become so strong so quickly? Usopp said with a frown. It's better to believe that Rosen became stronger in such a short period of time. I prefer to believe that Rosen had not yet thought about going against the world government. Or maybe he was injured back then, so his ship was sunk by the celestial dragons. Beckman took a puff of cigarette and said. After a pause, Beckman continued. However, no matter which possibility it is, Yuta is definitely in a more dangerous situation now. Shanks, don't we really need to do something? If Marine sends powerful people to pursue Rosen and others, Yuta's devil fruit ability will eventually be exposed. When the time comes, Rosen and Yuta will inevitably attract more people to chase them. No matter how strong Rosen is, he may not be able to withstand it. After all, the first half of the Grand Line is where the main force of Marine gathers. Upon hearing this, the members of the Red Hair Pirates in the tavern immediately became quiet. Everyone looked up at Shanks, expecting him to make a decision. Shanks frowned slightly and stared at the newspaper in his hand. Yuta, I really want to see her. I don't know if she will resent me or us. Shanks muttered to himself, with a hesitant expression on his face. It was as if it was difficult to make a decision on whether to go see Yuta. At this moment, a crisp voice suddenly sounded. Since I can't let her go, I might as well go and see her. At that time, you will know whether Yuta will forgive you. If I keep guessing here, I will never know how to forgive you. Everyone heard the sound and looked up one after another. Gertz, it's you. You heard our conversation. Shanks looked at the giant girl Jeers at the door of the tavern and said with a smile. You spoke so loudly, of course I heard you. As Jeers spoke, he walked up to Shanks and stared curiously at the newspaper in Shanks' hand. At this time, no one present noticed that beside Jeers, there was a diary with a faint light floating in the air. That's right. Shanks smiled and said. What do you plan to do when you come here today? Or do you plan to join us and go to sea with us? You asked us to look for Yuta. Could it be that you want to take advantage of this opportunity to come to our pirate group? Jeers nodded first, but then quickly shook his head. You're nodding and shaking your head. I don't understand something, Jeers. Shanks said. Shanks, I do want to take your ship out of Elbaf. But I wasn't planning on joining the Red Hair Pirates. What I want to join are other pirate groups. The corners of Gertz's mouth raised, revealing a big smile. Instead of joining us, join someone else. Interesting. I would like to hear which pirate group is more attractive than our Red Hair Pirates. Dejay asked curiously. 1.7. You know, there is no pirate group formed by giant warriors in the outside world today. As a member of the Red Hair Pirates, Digo felt that under such circumstances, Gertz would be more inclined to join the Red Hair Pirates. After all, the strength of the Red Hair Pirates lies there, and the Red Hair Pirates maintain good relations with many residents of Elbaf. Many little giants want to join the Red Hair Pirates, which is enough to illustrate the charm of the Red Hair Pirates. I want to join the Flame Blade Pirates. Gears raised his chin and said firmly. I see, they are the Flame Blade Pirates. It always feels familiar. Wait a minute, isn't this the pirate group that Yuta belongs to? Gertz, how did you come up with the idea of joining the Light Blade Pirates? And you actually want to take our boat and go all the way to find Rosen? Shanks asked in shock. Anyway, I just want to join Rosen's Flame Blade Pirates. Gears rubbed his hands and said with a slight blush. Seeing Geertz's expression, the members of Red Hair Pirates couldn't help but have more doubts in their hearts. Geertz, don't you admire this man? Beckman asked. Chapter 247 Blackbeard, defeat Rosen and you will have a powerful fruit. Since Rosen appeared in the eyes of the world, he has become world famous for his absolutely crushing speed. The act of killing the legendary pirate Golden Lion, becoming the world's best swordsman of a new generation, and killing the celestial dragons without fear, are also legendary. If there are people who really admire Rosen for this, Beckman can understand it. Of course, if Geertz, who is a giant, really wanted to become Rosen's crew for this reason, this would be enough to surprise him. After all, although there are precedents for giants to join pirate groups formed by humans, they are only a handful. Generally speaking, it can be said to be extremely difficult to get the giants to join the pirate group. If this were not the case, Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom pirate group who longed for the power of the Titans would already have a Titan crew. Gears pursed his lips, not knowing how to speak. It was impossible for her to tell Shanks and others that she could learn more about Rosen through a copy of her diary, and she also knew that Rosen would definitely become the new generation of Pirate King. As a warrior of the giant clan, Gears longs for powerful power. And Rosen can give extremely powerful power to his partners. Geertz has seen this from Nami, Karina and others. Therefore, she naturally wants to receive the same treatment as Nami, Karina and others. As for the plot in the copy of the diary, she was not worried at all. After all, the size difference between Rosen and her 06 is too big. Geertz didn't think Rosen could really do anything to her. If Rosen can really make his body bigger as described in the book, Gears wouldn't mind having a vigorous love affair with Rosen. After all, the giants are a race that worships power. If his partner could be a man who stood at the top of the world, it can be said that Geertz would be very happy. Although Rosen's power is not at the top of the world yet. But Geertz feels that it won't take long before Rosen will eventually stand at the top of the world. Thinking of this, Geertz's eyes flashed with light, vaguely revealing a look of yearning. After seeing this scene, Beckman and Shanks couldn't help but look at each other. Although Geertz had not answered yet, the two people who had a certain understanding of the giant clan still guessed Geertz's thoughts. And this made the two of them even more surprised. After all, in their impression, Charles and Rosen should have never met before. But now Geertz showed his admiration and yearning for Rosen. How could this not surprise the two of them? I do adore Rosen. Moreover, since the first time I saw him, I felt that he suited my eyes very well. So, please, Shanks, take me out to sea. I want to find Rosen. By the way, don't you also want to meet Yuta? I think we're on our way. Geertz lowered his head and begged to Shanks, Beckman and other members of the Red Hair Pirates. This. Shanks frowned, hesitating in his heart. He cast his eyes on the newspaper aside, thinking of Yuta's smile, and finally of the dilemma Rosen and Ta were facing at the moment. In the end, Shanks nodded. No matter what, I have to meet Yuta. Perhaps now is the time to go see him. Once upon a time, Shanks failed to stop Yuta from summoning the Demon King to destroy the world of music. Now, in this situation where Marine and the world government may deal with Rosen and Yuta, he wants to use his own power to help Yuta. Geertz, go get ready. We will go to sea next. But you have to think clearly if Rosen doesn't agree with you becoming his crew member. We may not have time to get you back to Elbaf. Shanks said. Hee, thank you Shanks. As for whether Rosen will accept me as a partner. You won't worry about this. I think if I really meet him, he will definitely be willing to take me as a crew member. As Gears spoke, her cheeks couldn't help but blush a little, and she held her cheeks with both hands. That shy look also made Shanks and others more and more surprised. You're really confident. But you look like this rather than admiring Rosen. It's better to say that I like him. Shanks shook his head and smiled. Well, I am indeed somewhat interested in him. He said covertly. This is really interesting. Forget it, go get ready. Small door, it's time for us to prepare to sail. Shanks said, stood up from his seat and walked towards the door. Beckman, Usopp and other members of the Red Hair Pirates followed closely behind. Finally, I can go to sea. Single quote. Rosen, just wait. Quote. I'll see you soon. Rosen in the book said that as a giant, I am different from ordinary women. Single quote. That I have charm that ordinary human women don't have. Since this is described in the book, if we meet in the real world, you will already have many human female companions. They will definitely be willing to accept me. Single quote. If I can gain the power of a powerful character template, maybe I can become the strongest giant warrior and unite the entire Elbaf. Quote. Gears took a deep breath with obvious yearning in his eyes. Elbaf, known as the strongest kingdom in the world. But that only counts the power of the entire Elbaf kingdom together. Elbaf is the strongest kingdom in the world. After all, there is no unity within Elbaf. Among them, there are ethnic groups of different sizes. A single giant race group is not the most peaceful in the world at all. Even the royal family cannot be called the strongest in the world. Even the power of the royal family cannot unite the entire Elbaf. If possible, Gears naturally hopes that Elbaf can unite. But she knew that she did not have that power, so she did not expect that she could play a big role in uniting Elbaf. But, it's different now. As long as I can get Rosen's help. Single quote. I will definitely be able to unite the entire Elbaf. In that case, even Charlotte Linlin will not pose a threat to Elbaf. Quote. The tragedy caused by Linlin in the past must not happen again in Elbaf. Quote. Gears thought of the tragedy that four emperors Charlotte Linlin had caused in Elbaf when she was a child, and his eyes became more determined. There must be a template suitable for me as a giant in Rosen. Quote. Gears thought in his heart and took a long breath. Then, she opened her slender legs and walked out towards the door of the pub. Grand line, first half. Tisk, I actually let that guy escape. It's a pity, I really want to get that guy's devil fruit. Teach smacked his mouth and walked down the street with a bored look on his face. This is also something that can't be helped. Who let him know that we were coming? Lafitte, the navigator of the Blackbeard pirates, smiled and said indifferently. He already has demon fruit power, so he doesn't think it's a big deal if one or two devil fruits escape. Except, some devil fruits are just too powerful. Just like the devil fruit on the Flame Blade pirates and others. Speaking of which, I want to get the powerful devil fruit. 127. Just defeating the Flame Blade pirates is enough. Captain Teach, this Rosen recently instigated a rebellion against a female marine. That one seems to have some kind of strange ability. Lafitte took out a newspaper from his arms and said. Female marine, the female marine Tashigi named in the newspaper. I heard that this woman was originally a subordinate of Town Smoker. But after going to sea and becoming Rosen's partner, he gained the ability to control stasis and fire golden energy cannons. This kind of growth can indeed be said to be the result of eating devil fruit. Van Oka, the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, said. Ha ha ha, but it doesn't look like that woman's devil fruit is very powerful. Only that level is far inferior to the power of Yuta, Karina, Kaya and others who can transform. Even worse than Nami's devil fruit, who has a record of fighting against Mahawk. If I had to choose, I would prefer Yuta and Karina's devil fruit, ha ha ha. Blackbeard Pirates Badger said with a laugh. Ahem, maybe this female marine also has the power of transformation, but she didn't use it in town. Furthermore, among Rosen's Flame Blade pirates, except for the new female marine. There's also a blue-haired woman. Rosen shouldn't invite useless people. This blue-haired woman should also have some kind of ability. Lafitte is right, if we can really get rid of the Flame Blade pirates. Perhaps, we don't have to work so hard to find the powerful devil fruit on the sea. Poison Q, the Blackbeard pirates ship's doctor, said. Everyone was talking and looking at Teach, the captain of the Blackbeard pirates. If you want to take away the devil fruit from Rosen and his team, Teach will eventually need to nod. Chapter 248 The dragon wants to invite Rosen, the female celestial dragons are furious. The strength shown by Rosen and his team is powerful. This is the consensus among the members of the Blackbeard pirates such as Poison Q and Lafitte. However, after seeing Teach's power of dark fruit, which is naturally restrained by ability users. Everyone felt that although Rosen could defeat Hawkeye and Golden Lion, he would never be able to defeat Teach. Because, Rosen is a capable person. And as long as you are an ability user, you will never be Teach's opponent. Ha 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 ha, if that blue-haired woman and that female marine both have the same rare demon fruit power as Karina, Nami and others. Then I have to wonder if this Rosen is collecting powerful devil fruit like me. And, it's been collected for many, many years. Otherwise, not every woman who appears next to him will be a powerful ability user. Blackbeard laughed and took the newspaper from Lafitte's hand. Haha, a woman again. Rosen is a man who really does whatever he wants. Perhaps he is the same type of pirate as me. Blackbeard laughed. Even if he has read the newspaper once, Blackbeard will still be surprised when he reads it again. Of course, it wasn't because Rosen had two more female companions. What he calls, do whatever you want, although there is a reason why Rosen follows his desires and always invites female partners. But more, it refers to the fact that Rosen actually killed the celestial dragons and told the world about it. Do something like this to the celestial dragons. Not even Roger or Whitebeard have ever done anything so crazy. This Rosen, if not a complete lunatic, is extremely confident in his abilities. If it's the latter, then it's not a simple matter to get the devil fruit from him and his partners. Having said this, Blackbeard's expression gradually became serious. His eyes fell on the words and photos describing Rosen Conqueror's hockey. Captain Teach, are you saying we won't target Rosen and others? Badgers asked slightly regretfully. He is quite eager for the abilities of Rosen and his team. Especially Rosen's ability to seem to be able to use other people's powers by merging with them. Not to mention Badgers, even Teach himself wants to have Rosen's ability. In this way, he can become a person with multiple abilities as he pleases. Teach shook his head and said. The walls and ground were shattered, and Marine couldn't move. That speaks volumes about the intensity of Rosen's Conqueror's hockey. The fact that reporters were able to take photos along the way speaks volumes about Rosen's precise control of Conqueror's hockey. In this world now, the only one who can do such a thing is maybe the red-haired guy. For a man like Conqueror's hockey, even if he is an Esper, it will take a lot of effort for my dark fruit ability to work on him. So, now is not the best time to take action against him. But, at this point, Teach smiled. Rosen killed the celestial dragons and openly provoked Marine and world government. Both Marine and world government will never bypass Rosen. They will send a strong force to capture Rosen. As long as we can become Shichibukai first, maybe we can work with Marine's people to deal with Rosen. At that time, it will be much easier to obtain Rosen's abilities. Teach said. I see, this is a good method. Then we'll stick to our previous plan, right, Captain Teach. Lafitte adjusted his hat and said with a smile. Ha ha ha, that's exactly what it is. As long as we act according to the plan, the world will be ours sooner or later. Teach smiled, and a black mist surged out of his hand and swallowed up the newspaper in his hand. As the newspaper photo depicting the members of Rosen's Flame Blade Pirates disappeared into darkness, Blackbeard's expression became more ferocious and crazy. It was as if what he was devouring was not the newspaper, but Rosen, Nami, Karina and other members of the Flame Blade Pirates. Revolutionary Army Base. Everyone, you have all seen the newspaper. What do you think of this Rosen? Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, knocked on the table and said to everyone in the conference room. Different from usual, there was a faint smile on Long's face at this moment. Obviously, he was in a great mood at the moment. Everyone in the conference room was not surprised by this. Not only the dragon, but Sabo and others in the conference room were also happy. Haha, what else can I say? This Rosen is quite courageous. To be honest, I really want to meet him right now. Maybe we can become partners. Sabo raised the corner of his mouth and said with a chuckle. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Obviously he very much agrees with Sabo's proposal. It's no wonder that the Revolutionary Army is the mortal enemy of the world government. It can be said to be the organization that hates celestial dragons the most. Now Rosen kills the celestial dragons so cleanly and publicly claims responsibility. This is equivalent to a slap in the face of Marine and world government. How could something like this not make everyone happy? Although he is a pirate, this Rosen has not done anything bad since he went to sea. He has this attitude towards the celestial dragons, and he has great power. I think Sabo is right, such people should be invited to our revolutionary army. Confederate Army Captain Lindbergh said. Hearing this, the other two army commanders nodded. Bear, what do you think? The dragon turned his head and looked at the tyrant bear who finally came back. Everyone followed the sound and looked at this one of the founders of the revolutionary army. Not sure if it was an illusion, but everyone was surprised to find that the bear seemed to have a smile on his face at this moment. This is incredible, considering that the bear has always been extremely cold-blooded since they met him. In fact, in the hearts of everyone, the possibility of laughing is even lower than that of Long. However, when everyone looked carefully, but he found that the bear's expression was still cold. For a moment, everyone thought they had an illusion. Only Long present knew that it was not an illusion. The dragon knew very well that the bear had been abused by celestial dragons. If anyone here was the happiest about the death of the celestial dragons, it was the bears. You can try to invite Rosen to become a member of the Revolutionary Army. No, in other words, one of us has already invited Rosen. Long, you should know this. Shang said calmly. The bear knew the actions of Belobeti and Koala. In fact, Koala once asked the bear on the phone if he could photograph her to Rosen. However, it was not convenient to return to the Revolutionary Army base at that time, so the matter was naturally shelved. Looking back at this moment, Shang couldn't help but regret. Maybe, when he took the time to come back once, he would have already invited Rosen. What? Do we have someone already taking action? Why didn't I know about this? Who invited Rosen? Can it succeed? That Rosen is the world's best swordsman after all. Even if Rosen hates Marines and celestial dragons, he may not join us, right? How can you say that? Rosen can kill celestial dragons, and our goal is to deal with the world government. Maybe we can really become a family. Yes, even if Rosen is not willing to join us, we can at least cooperate. Quote. I still hope that Rosen can become one of us, so that the morale of our entire revolutionary army will rise. Yeah, I just hope our people can successfully invite Rosen. By the way, who invited Rosen? Her eloquence should be good enough. After Shang's words fell, the revolutionary troops in the conference room immediately started discussing. Please be quiet, everyone. Quote. Shang is right. Some of us have indeed gone to find Rosen first. You don't need to guess who it is. The person who went to find Rosen is Bello Betty, who is in East Blue with Rosen. Koala, who happened to be on a mission with Bello Betty, also followed her to find Rosen. Long said. At this time, I couldn't help but admire Bello Betty's foresight. When Bello Betty reported to the dragon to find Rosen, Rosen had not yet killed the celestial dragons. At that time Long was confused about Bello Betty's plan. But out of trust in Bello Betty, he agreed. Thinking about it now, he couldn't help but feel grateful that he could agree to Bello Betty's actions. At least in this way, the probability of the Revolutionary Army and Rosen getting married will be higher. It turns out to be Bello Betty and Koala. This puts me at ease. Not to mention Bello Betty's eloquence, she is a person with the ability to encourage others. She is the best at persuading others. And Koala, her ability is also quite good. With the two of them, how taking action, we will definitely be able to succeed. Yes. By then, our Revolutionary Army will have added another member, Admiral. Many Revolutionary Army soldiers said happily with smiles on their faces. It seems that everyone has no objection to inviting Rosen. In that case, this matter is settled. Also, although Bello Betty and Koala went to look for Rosen. But East Blue is huge after all, so I have to trouble everyone at East Blue to pay attention to Rosen's Xenia. In this way, we can help Bello Betty and Koala find Rosen. Long said. After hearing this, the Revolutionary Army in charge of East Blue naturally nodded heavily. After the meeting ended, East Blue's Revolutionary Army cadres immediately started working. At the same time, like the Blackbeard Pirates, the Red Hair Pirates, and the Beasts Pirates, the major forces on the Revolutionary Sea have obtained newspapers through their respective channels that recorded what Rosen did in Logue Town. Even some ordinary people have learned the relevant news. For a moment, everyone was excited, sighed, frightened, or confused. Some people don't want to believe the news. But there are also people who excitedly believe that all this is true, hoping that the celestial dragons have really been killed by Rosen. Among them, the one who was most excited and angry was naturally the other celestial dragons named by Rosen, Shalulia Palace. Chapter 249 Shalulia Palace arrives in Logue Town, wants to hold Hina accountable. East Blue. On a luxurious warship. Damnable mortals, damned mortals. How dare you issue a death threat to me, I will never forgive you, I will never. On the deck, Shalulia Palace gritted his teeth and looked at the newspaper in front of him. He couldn't believe that someone would dare to do such a thing. You know, she is a celestial dragons. All this time, except for the world nobles who are also celestial dragons, no one is respectful after seeing her. But now, a person appeared who was not respectful to her and even issued death threats to her. Moreover, this person even killed Saint Chalmik who was traveling with her. How could this not make Shalulia angry? That's right, it was shocking. Even though Rosen killed the celestial dragon's Charmiko Saint. But she wasn't afraid. All she could feel was surprise and anger. Surrounded by them, the guards of Shalulia Palace swallowed their saliva. You looked at me and I looked at you. They didn't know what to say for a moment. If it were in the past, they might have assured Genlia Palace that Rosen would never harm her. But Rosen actually dared to kill Charma Kushung, so he definitely dared to kill Shalulia Palace. Therefore, facing the anger of Shalulia Palace, they could only remain silent and look at Shalulia Palace quietly. Damn it. Change the route for me. Suddenly, Shalulia Palace tore up the newspaper in her hand and said fiercely to the guards on the side. Change the route. Sir Shalulia Palace, where do you plan to go? One of the tallest guards lowered his head and said worriedly. He was afraid that Shalulia Palace would go back to look for Rosen. If that happens 057, Shalulia Palace might also be in danger. And Shalulia Palace is facing danger, which means that they will also face danger. You know, the strength of the guards around Charma Kushung is almost the same as the guards around Shalulia. If they are not opponents of Rosen and his team, let alone them. In the view of the guard chief, the best way now is to wait for Marine and World Government to deal with Rosen. With the power of Marine and World Government in Sihai in the first half of the Grand Line. The chief of guard feels that Rosen will be arrested and executed soon. Go to Logue Town. Shalulia Palace said without hesitation. Logue Town. Lord Shalulia Palace, with all due respect, Rosen and his party have already left Logue Town at this time. Even if you go to Logue Town, you can't see him. The head guard was startled and said quickly. I don't care, I just want to go to Logue Town. If you cannot satisfy me, I will throw you out of the boat and feed you to the fishes now. Shalulia Palace said coldly. Hearing this, the captain of the guard could only nodded and accepted the order from Shalulia Palace, although he was unwilling to do so. Hey, I hope Rosen won't come back and return to Rogba again. The captain of the guard sighed in his heart. Soon, the sailors on the warship became busy and turned the warship's course towards Logue Town. Because of the speed of the warship, it didn't take long for the warship of Shalulia Palace to arrive in the waters of Logue Town. At the same time, Logue Town also welcomed another black-clad guest from the world government. Asshole, what did you say? At the port of Logue Town, Smoker clenched his fists and stared at the agent from CP9 who called himself Jabra with an angry expression. Then, he gritted his teeth and looked at Hina, who was being held by two agents in black behind Jabra. He never expected that Hina had just said goodbye to him, and in the blink of an eye, news came that world government personnel wanted to arrest Hina. And by the time he hurried to the port, Hina had already been roasted in handcuffs by the world government people. On the side, Dole, Peacock and Skylark, who originally planned to leave with Hina, also looked at the scene in front of them with melancholy expressions. They were just as angry as Smoker. It's just that they have no way to deal with the people from the world government. Dole and Peacock were extremely angry, let alone Skylark. However, people dare to be angry but dare not speak out. After all, it was not just Jabra, Natsutori and Fukuro from CP9 who came to arrest Hina this time, but also someone from CP0. At this moment, two agents from CP0 were standing in front of them. In terms of strength, even Dole, the strongest among the three women, dare not say that she can surely defeat the CPO members in front of her. Even if she can win, she can't do anything to people with CP0. Unless she wants to leave Marine's camp like Tashigi. Haha, don't you understand what I said? Forget it, you are also the kind of person with insensitive ears. This woman's protection of the celestial dragons is detrimental, so we are asked to take her back for accountability. Smoker, right. I advise you not to embarrass us. Otherwise, you have to come with us. After all, if something like that happened in your station, it is a serious crime in itself. Jabra said to Smoker with a sneer. That's the truth. Although Smoker is just a colonel from naval headquarters, it is understandable that he is no match for Rosen and his team. But the world government doesn't care about this. The Celestial Dragons incident happened in Smoker, and Smoker cannot escape accountability no matter what. Now the mission of Jabra and his team is just to take away Hina, the only one who survived the Charmako incident. But if Smoker continues to mess around, Jabra also has the authority to take Smoker away. Asshole, what did you say? Why do you, again, hold Hina accountable? If you know Rosen, you should know that Hina is not Rosen's opponent, far from it. It's not her fault at all that she couldn't protect the Celestial Dragons. Besides, her mission is not to protect the Celestial Dragons. That's your job in world government. Smoker roared angrily. At this time, Fukuro, the member responsible for detaining Hina and also a member of CP9, spoke. You can't say that, even if you Marines don't have that mission. But now that we have met the Celestial Dragons, we have the obligation to protect the Celestial Dragons. As for being unable to protect Celestial Dragons, I'm curious, since she can't defeat Rosen, why can she survive from Rosen's hands? As far as I know, the female Marine who acted with her is now Rosen's partner and is probably a pirate. In this case, she also has the possibility of becoming a pirate. Even the encounter between Celestial Dragons and Rosen may be caused by the information Hina revealed to Rosen. So, we have to take it back and ask. Of course, it is said to be an inquiry, but actually it is. Before Fukuro finished speaking, the CP9 member Nudori next to him slapped him on the mouth. You talk too much, Fukuro. I think you'd better keep the zipper on your mouth closed. Natsutori said. Oh. Fukuro pursed his lips. Although he still wanted to speak, he also knew that he accidentally spoke too much. Therefore, I could only close the zipper on my mouth. It is said to be an inquiry, but it is actually a trial. As a long-term agent stationed in Eni's lobby, Fukuro knows this very well. There is no judge in the courtroom at Eni's lobby. Once a prisoner enters the Eni's lobby, the only thing waiting for him is to enter the impel down. This is what Fukuro wants to say. But if these words were really spoken, Smoker would probably become even crazier. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Although there are still CP0 agents behind them. But if there is a conflict between Marine and CP9 in the end, they will still be blamed and affected. This is not what Yutori wanted. Asshole, you want to put Hina on trial. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Smoker gritted his teeth and walked towards Jabra and others. He and Hina were sailors in the same period and have a deep friendship. Not long ago, he lost his subordinate Tashigi. He didn't want to lose another friend at this time. Huh, are you planning to take action? Jabra raised the corner of his mouth and showed an excited smile. If Hina can be kept here only by taking action, then I. Stop it, Smoker. At this moment, Hina suddenly interrupted Smoker's words. Hina. Smoker opened his eyes wide and looked at Hina in front of him in a daze. Hina shook her head, then turned to look at Dole, who was frowning, Peacock, who was clenching his fists, and Skylark, who unconsciously pulled out a gun. She first shook her head at the three of them, and then said calmly. After the death of Celestial Dragons and the departure of Tashigi, it is normal for the world government to investigate me. Smoker, don't let the situation worsen. If you really do something drastic, it will make my position even more inconvenient. Although this sentence was said to Smoker. But at the same time, it was also said to the three Skylarks. Smoker, Skylark and others listened to Hina's words with complicated expressions. Let's go, I'll go with you. Whether it's an interrogation or anything else, I accept it. I think that after the interrogation is over, I should be able to be free. Hina took a breath and said to Jabra. Tisk, it's really boring. I thought something more interesting was going to happen. As for freedom, well, that's hard to say. Seeing that Hina was so talkative, Jabra shook his head in disappointment and said to Hina mockingly. Chapter 250 Shalulia Palace. I want to see Rosen with my own eyes. Hina didn't answer and took the initiative to turn around and walk towards the CP organization's ship. Although Smoker, Habari and others were displeased, they could only watch as Hina said such things. Having said that, Smoker and Dole have already taken out their phone bugs and plan to contact Sengoku. After all, Hina is also from Marine. If Marshal Sengoku mediates this matter, Smoker and others think that Hina may still have a chance. At least, Sengoku can get Hina a formal interrogation. And after that, it can go back to Marine. At this moment, the two CP0 agents who were originally blocking Dole, Peacock, and Skylark suddenly moved to the front of the port. Huh, what's going on? Fukuro opened the chain around his mouth and looked curiously at the two seniors from CP0. Hey, that ship is the flag of the world government. Wait, that's the Celestial Dragon's ship. Natsuri's eyes widened and he said in surprise. Celestial Dragons. Could it be, that one? Dole murmured to himself, feeling quite surprised as well. If there are other Celestial Dragons who may appear in East Blue during this time period besides the Celestial Dragons Charmako who has been burnt down to nothing by Rosen, then only the Celestial Dragons who was burned by Rosen will be left. The Celestial Dragons Shalulia Palace named the woman to be pregnant. Sure enough, as the ship docked, a Celestial Dragons wearing white clothes, a translucent helmet, and a pretty face walked down. Could it really be him? Dole murmured to himself, feeling a little strange at the same time. You know, by now, almost every beautiful woman Rosen can name has a copy of her diary. If calculated based on this point, then this official Lulia probably also has a copy of the diary. Dole frowned even more when she thought that Shalulia Palace might have a copy of the diary. If she is really Shalulia Palace and has a copy of the diary. Quote. I'm afraid things are about to get complicated. Quote. Dole thought to himself. Hello, Lord Shalulia Palace. One of the CP members respectfully saluted Shalulia Palace who was walking forward, his voice full of respect. Huh, people from CP0. How will you be here? Shalulia Gong raised her head and glanced at the tall CPO member, with some doubts between her brows. Although she looked down upon ordinary mortals, as a high-level mortal, CP0 could naturally make Shalulia Palace take a second look. We learned that Sir Shalulia Palace is coming to Logue Town, so we came here to pick you up. The CPO member said respectfully. After the murder of Charmaine, Rosen issued a threat to the palace of Shalulia. Naturally, the world government will not be unresponsive to this. After all, if Rosen really kills Shalulia Palace again, Marine and the world government will be humiliated. One of the celestial dragons was killed. It can also be said that the incident happened suddenly and the protection of Marine and world government was not in place. But if two celestial dragons were killed, they would really be riding on top of Marine and world government. In this way, the aristocratic status of celestial dragons that the world government has finally established will be underestimated. The world would think that celestial dragons would be just like that, and would be killed as well. And those who are extremely evil may follow Rosen's example and take action against the celestial dragons. Therefore, no matter what, the two CP0 agents must take Shalulia Palace back. Are you here specifically to pick me up? Shalulia Palace frowned. Yes, that's exactly it. CP0 nodded. What if I don't want to go back? What should you do? Shalulia Palace said with a cold snort. At this moment, Shalulia was particularly unhappy. If I go back now, won't I tell others that I am scared? Thinking that after returning to the Holy Land Mariajoy, other celestial dragons would say so about her, and even her father and brother would say so about her, Shalulia Palace was very unhappy. However, just when she was about to scold CP0 and let them search for Rosen, CP0 spoke again. Lord Shalulia Palace, this decision was made by the one above. Saying that, CP0 is on the chest. Seeing this scene, Shalulia Palace was stunned on the spot. Others can't see what the CP symbol means, but as a celestial dragons, she does. No, it should be said that she must recognize it. Knights of God. Celestial dragons, which are above ordinary celestial dragons, are special celestial dragons that have the authority to judge ordinary celestial dragons. The symbol that CP0 compares to is the symbol that represents the Knights of God. She may be able to boss others around, but to the Knights of God, she can only be honest. Otherwise, she might be sentenced by the Knights of God. They actually made such a decision. Shalulia Palace was trembling all over, as if she was angry, but also seemed to be afraid. In response, CP0 stood quietly, as if he did not see the fear of Shalulia Palace. What Shalulia Palace didn't know was that the Knights of God had already planned to deal with Rosen personally after receiving the order from the five elders. Before that, the Knights of God must first eliminate all things that may affect their mission. Among them, naturally included the celestial dragons who were named by Rosen to take revenge. After a while, Shalulia Palace finally calmed down. She took a long breath and said to the CPO in front of her. I understand, I can go back. But you must make sure to catch that abominable Rosen and that abominable flame blade pirates. Why? I want Rosen to be my slave, I want to torture him like a wolf. Shalulia Palace said in a cold tone. Don't worry, that one is already there to capture Rosen. Rosen will be unable to fly. Under the extremely surprised gaze of Shalulia Palace, CP0 once again compared a symbol of the Knights of God. Then, please come with us, Lord Shinrulia. We will escort you back to the Holy Land. CP0 made a gesture of invitation and pointed to the warship coming from Shalulia Palace. Shalulia Palace nodded, turned around and walked in the direction from where she came. Not far away, Dole frowned slightly and looked at the back of Shalulia Palace thoughtfully. At the same time, Hina, who was being escorted by Bra, Fukuro and others, also started walking towards the port. Like Dole, Hina also looked at the back of Shalulia Palace thoughtfully. Zero, please give me flowers. This female celestial dragon's looks and is in good shape. Quote. But judging from the situation, she didn't behave like someone who had a copy of the diary. Quote. Also, she can't see a copy of my diary. Quote. So, she really doesn't have a copy of the diary. Is it because she didn't get much action in the stories Rosen read? Or is Rosen not interested in her? If that were the case, then Rosen would hate the celestial dragons so much. Quote. Hina frowned even more when she thought of this. She could see how much Rosen liked beautiful girls. If things were normal, Hina felt that Shalulia Palace would be able to catch Rosen's eye. There is currently no copy of the diary in Shalulia Palace, which means Rosen did not create portraits based on her. Being able to reach this level is enough to show Rosen's dislike of celestial dragons. You know, even though Rosen and Marine are now on opposite sides, they and Marine still have copies of the diary. This proves that Rosen at least didn't have much dislike for Marine at first, and it also indirectly proves that Rosen can at least become Marine. At least, that's how it started. There is no copy of the diary of the female celestial dragons, which may mean that even if there are beautiful people among the celestial dragons, Rosen cannot become a partner of the celestial dragons. In other words, no matter which camp Rosen is on, he is very likely to become the enemy of celestial dragons. Rosen, are you planning to become D? How much does he know about the dark side of celestial dragons, so that he would not even want to create a work based on female celestial dragons? Hina lowered her head and pondered, and her mind couldn't help but think of what happened when she was controlled by Rosen's command spell. At that time, she clearly said she wanted to become Rosen's RBQ because of the copy of the diary. But Rosen refused, saying he didn't like emotionless interactions. But for the female celestial dragon's Shalulia Palace, he can say the words to make her pregnant. Rosen, you are determined to take revenge on the Junlulia Palace in this way not only because she ordered the bombardment of you. Quote. Similarly, because you particularly hate celestial dragons. Hina thought. This kind of thought is not only in Hina's heart, Share and Peacock also have similar thoughts. Huh, who is this woman and why do you want to escort her? Suddenly, Shalulia Palace looked at Hina who was about to log into another warship with Jabra, and asked curiously. Dear Lord Shalulia Palace, this person once encountered Lord Charmic, but he did not protect Charmic. What's more, her partner, former Marine Tashigi has betrayed Marine and became Rosen's partner. So, we're going to take it back to Eni's lobby and investigate. Jabra heard the question from Shalulia Palace and introduced Hina's affairs very flatteringly and quickly. With the introduction of Jabra, Shalulia Palace's eyes became brighter and brighter. So that's it, he is a sinner. In that case, let her become my slave. Just right, it can calm me down. In the surprise of Smoker, Dole and others, Shalulia raised the corner of her mouth and said the most arrogant words in a very calm tone.